Yes, ma'am. Councilman Ford Sr. Chairwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Chair Walker.
Present. Thank you. We have 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1 is a discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts, requested by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Is there anyone here from Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to speak on this item?
Yes, ma'am. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. Glad to be here this morning. This morning, we're asking you to consider a total amount of $7 million of expenditures to bring us to $96 million for this year. We have 5 items for you to consider. The first 2 relate to our water system. It's fluorosilicic acid in the amount of $810,000 over 2 years. This is the fluoride that City Council has mandated that we put in for health reasons into our water. And so we regulate this, and we purchase this chemical and add it to the water for dental health. This is a mandate that City Council put into place some time ago. And I know there's a lot of discussion about fluoride in the water, but to be clear, this is a Memphis City Council mandate, and so we follow that mandate, as do most other municipal water systems in America. And we monitor this very closely. We do 40,000 tests on our water every year to make sure that that level stays at the appropriate level. The next is sodium hypochlorite in the amount of $4.5 million over 3 years. Sodium hypochlorite is the disinfectant that we put in the system. Essentially, it's a fancy word for bleach and chlorine. Sometimes you'll get a little chlorine smell in your water. That is the disinfectant that we add. The water coming out of the ground is clean. When we treat it, it's clean, but when we send it through those distribution pipes, should there be a small crack somewhere downstream, we don't want there to be any contaminants in the water. And this residual chlorine makes sure that your water is always clean and safe and free from any bacteria. Next is gas matrix utility landscaping in the amount of $814,000. This is a extension of the contract for the 4th and final renewal through 2027. And we're adding this so that we can do the landscaping and remedy of land that is necessary once we dig something up and we replace the sod there. We also do some maintenance around some of our substations and our gas gate stations here. So the bottom line is, when we tear up someone's yard to put a new gas line in, we want to have a contractor there to go ahead and put the grass back in for them afterwards. That's what this does. Oops. Do I need to hit something there? I'm not sure what happened, why we lost our... It's still blue, but one more time. No, there it goes. Okay. Next is $580,000 for a purchase of mini derricks with trailers. We're buying 2 of these. We have a number of these in our inventory. These will replace others that have gone out of inventory. What these are is these are the small derricks. You can see on the right side there, that's with the outriggers extended. These are only 36 inches wide so that we can bring this equipment into someone's backyard through their gate. You know, we have lots of rear service line. I know, Councilor or Chairwoman, you have rear lot service, and if we needed to get a pole or something out of the backyard, we have to bring this small digger derrick in there through your gate. So it's meant to fit through a gate because we can't get a big truck through there. So we have these in our inventory. The last is something we talked about last week. We had approved a salary for the chief of safety, or actually the vice president of safety. This is for the vice president of human resources. We've been without one since the 1st of August. Subject to your approval today, I'll be able to extend a final offer to a candidate to come on as our VP of Human Resources. It's the amount of $234,000. And we're asking for your favorable approval on that. We talked about that last week, the competitive nature of what we do and the market that we're in. This represents a midpoint salary in the market and keeps us competitive. So with that, take any questions you may have.
Thank you for this. Let the record reflect that Councilman Spinoza has joined us. Good morning. Okay, I did have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to slide number 5?
Number 5, yes, ma'am.
So it says 800,000 gallons annually bleached. So is that saying it's 10% of 800,000?
No, ma'am. That's the dilution of the product that we buy. When you buy 800,000 gallons, it's 10 to 12% bleach. That's what's in there. And remember, we distribute hundreds of millions of gallons, billions of gallons of water each and every year. So it's a very small dilution that you have there. It's that's just the strength of the when you like
parts per.
Yeah, that's right. So like when you've seen in this hardware stores, it's 30% vinegar that you see out there. That's what this is. It's the fluid that we buy is 10% bleach is what's in there.
Okay, and then I had one more slide, number 7.
7, yes, ma'am.
Is this our first time using this?
No, ma'am. These are we have these in our inventory. These are replacing those that are out of service now, have been with us for, our maintenance team has assessed that they're at the end of life. So those mini digger derricks will go up for auction to a company who may want to buy them. This just replaces mini digger derricks that we have in our system.
So what is the suggested or anticipated life of these?
So these, typically for our heavy equipment, it's between 10 and 15 years, but that is a guideline. Our maintenance team looks at the condition of all of the seals, the hydraulics, and they will assess when it's time to replace. And then we have a replacement plan. I've presented to this body before where we have a number that we are buying each and every year to replace that. Rod, do you recall how many of these we have? And we have 10 of these in stock, and we're replacing 2, and 2 was the planned replacement for this year in 2026.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to item 2, which is an update on the Goodlet Farms Control Center. All council districts requested by yours truly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put this in read full screen mode here. Okay, there we go. Gee, sorry. All right, so this is the MLGW Control Center. This is the Goodlet Farms facility. I'm not sure why they're not showing up here on the screen. Let me hit the button again. There we go. We did acquire this. We had talked about this last year. We acquired this property. We closed on it on December 1st of 2025 for $27 million. You'll recall you gave us authority to buy it for up to $31.5. Our team did a good job of negotiating that price down to $27 million. Do you want to try another one of these? Is that the idea? Okay. Not sure if people can see it. It's not on there. There we go. And now try the button again. We'll have to wait for it to. Oh. Those watching online, we're having a little pause while we get our display to work. There, it's blue now. Okay. See how this works now? All right, we acquired this on just December 1st. As you recall, there are 3 wings in the building. I'll show you a map of what that looks like. This thing keeps turning off. But we're leasing the C wing to Smith & Nephew for 2 years. They do have an option for a 3rd year. The A and B wing are available for us to begin design and programming now. And we're responsible for the maintenance starting in June of this coming year. So and that's cleaning, trash maintenance. So Smith & Nephew was taking care of that up until June, and then that transitions over to MLGW. So here's a map of what it looks like. You can see the C wing at the north side of the picture there. That's what's being occupied by Smith & Nephew for the next 2 years, option for a 3rd year. The A and B wings are what we're programming now. The B wing is going to be the control center. That's the most resilient part of the building. That's where the system operations is going to go. You guys have been to SCADA out there at Covington Pike. That's where we control all of our systems. That's where our outage management system is managed out of. And ultimately, when we do our advanced distribution management system, that's where it's going to be housed as well. Also, there's going to be a data center there. Part of our data center, you can see the servers on the right, that raised data center floor. So servers, network equipment, because it is a hardened facility, and that will make sure our systems stay protected. Down on the bottom is kind of a depiction of what the control room will look like when it's all done. On the A wing, that's where our emergency operations center. You guys have been to the city of Memphis's emergency operations center. We'll be putting something like that in the A wing on the first floor, so that we can manage our emergencies from there. There'll be some crisis action kind of offices there, a press briefing area, so we can bring the press in quickly and give them any information. And then there'll be additional operations. There's a security operations center. Our folks with security will be located on the second floor of the B wing. And then there's an advanced meter operations center. We have all of these advanced meters out there, 1 million of them, and they will be a control room there where they'll be monitoring the status of all of those. So today, we're in the planning phase of the build out and detailed planning. RE Lamb is doing that for us. We have had several detailed design meetings already, We're moving into detailed design, pre-construction, and construction. So you can see this is the overall schedule, about 12 weeks for detailed planning, 36 weeks for design, and 16 weeks for pre-construction. So this is all slated to come on in 2028 as we forecast, doing the predominant design in 26, build out in 27, 28. And you'll remember that this is a part of the grid modernization plan that we all wanted to be initially operational capable by the 1st of January of 2029. This facility, the System Operations Center, all of the radio systems, all of those distribution automation switches, all of it coming together so we have the new modern grid on the 1st of January of 2029. And so that's why it was important for us to get moving on this. And so we have the budget in place to do this. You all have approved that. So this is just where we are. There's nobody out there right now except for Smith & Nephew and our engineers who are working out the design of the space, and then we'll keep you updated on the status of construction as we go. So that's where we are today.
Thank you for this. In the queue, I have, let the record reflect that Councilwoman Logan has joined us. Good morning. And Councilman Warren, good morning. I had a question. If you mentioned this already, I apologize, but the Smith & Nephew presence,
Yes.
Is that part of the total package negotiation, or are they paying rent?
Yes, ma'am. They're paying rent. So in exchange for their continued occupancy there, now that we're the owners, they are paying rent for Wing C. That will offset our operational costs, the maintenance and cleaning costs that we have out there. That was something that our team negotiated with them. They were willing to do that as a part of it. So we are separating out their operations, so they'll have a separate entrance, and then we'll have a separate entrance there as well. So far, it's been working out just fine. We think that they'll be there for at least the next 2 years, potentially for a third year. That C wing is really an innovation center. There's a big conference space in there. It's like a 200-room theater, that very high amphitheater like you've seen at the FedEx Institute over at the University of Memphis, with that the very high stack with microphones at every seat. So we think there's an opportunity there for us to have a conference center there that doesn't compete with other things, be technical, probably a good opportunity for the city and MLGW and other folks to help take advantage of that if you need to have some folks there. So we're going to focus on the control room now, and then we'll focus on that once we get the control room all done, and when Smith & Nephew moves out. We'll have some ideas on that. We'll work with y'all to let you know what we're working on out there. So, but that's kind of the state of play right now. So it's all design, engineering, and then construction for about the next 2 years or so.
Okay, thank you. So we're moving on to our final item, item 3. It is an update on street lighting and right-of-way ramps near the Memphis Airport, specifically Plow Boulevard and Winchester.
Yes, ma'am.
District 3 and Super District 8, requested by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Well, in this case, great minds think alike. Chairman Swearingen Washington sent me this yesterday, asked for an update. Last week, we had talked to our team and said, look, there's an issue, especially after that most recent lightning storm. We're having a significant number of outages on the interstate. We had talked to Councilman Ford Sr. about this as well over in the area of I-55. As you know, when we implemented the streetlights, I said, I want to focus on making sure every neighborhood's lights are working, and we'll get the interstates there. So we've shifted our focus back to the interstates to make sure that they work. There are three things happening. Number one, I told you about the theft that we're having at many of the interchanges, and we've had a lot of theft out of those power centers, and that causes broad-ranging outages. Our security team is trying to come up with different solutions for how to keep people from breaking in. They just cut through our fence, go in and steal the wire out of there, and it just breaks that causes the power center. I have to imagine this is not a prevalent problem. There's probably a couple of people who know what to do here. So if we can catch those couple of people, it should stop that problem. The second thing is that we are having underground cabling issues, as I mentioned, this old underground cable. In the area of the Airways interchange, we found, after a lot of digging, we found 2,500 feet, which is a half a mile, of major power cable that had fused itself together. That caused all of those lights at the Airways interchange to go out. Our team had been trying to pull new cable through that conduit, but because it's fused, you can't pull it. So we have to create an entirely new run of cable there and to construct it. So the first thing we're doing is to have our engineers design a temporary solution, because that'll take a little while to run that cable underground, run a temporary solution, probably overhead, to connect those lights to get them back on. And they're out there in the field. They've already started that design last week, and that should be completed here very shortly. The second thing is that our team is out there doing underground cable faults and fixing the cable faults in any of the lights that are individually out. So last night, and again, I thank you for asking me that, because they had been out there, they knew this was a focus, and they were already there, so I'm glad you allowed us to ask that. Last night, as a part of their work, in the area they were working, they had about 330 of those lights out. They got 270 of them on last night because of replacing the underground cable and replacing those lights, and they're going to stay there. Today, they're in the area of Airways and Ketchum, which controls a lot of those lights there, and they're going to work that way south to the airport until they get all of them on. So this is a known issue. The underground fusing of that 2,500-foot line was something that we just discovered. That was causing the root cause. So now we have to design a completely different solution, a permanent solution. We'll have a temporary one in place, then we'll get the permanent solution, so the lights should come on more quickly. You'll see more on tonight. Over the next few nights, a couple may go out as they depower them to put some new cable in, and they'll bring them back on. But this is a known issue, and our team is working hard. I also want to say I have a new, many of you knew Brad Gates, who was my director of electric construction. You've seen him down here before. He has moved on. He's now the chief operating officer of Lawrenceburg Utilities, and he's in line to be the top guy over there. So talented guy, got recruited away, and good for him. But now we have a whole new streetlight team. They have renewed focus. They understand what our objectives are. They are also working on, remember the system I told you where we're going to have the automatic outage detection? That's called TerraGo. We are ready to go live this summer. When that system detects an outage, it will send a work order. It won't alert us. It'll actually just generate a work order. So when our guys show up in the morning, they'll have a work order ticket to go fix the lights. So that's part of the system that we acquired when we did the streetlight conversion. Remember, there was a software system and the detection things on top. This was part of it. And so we've tested it in the Bartlett area, because they had a smaller footprint of lights where we could test it out. And now that we've worked the bugs out, we're going to go live with that this summer, so that now the system will generate work orders instead of our team having to say, you all tell us there's a light out, or we see a light out, or we look at the system and see a light out. Now it's just going to automatically generate work orders. So we're very enthusiastic about that, and I think we're on a good path. The two issues that we had at 55 and Winchester, and the issue we have at Airways, and then, as you know, Councilwoman Logan, when we had the issue on the North Parkway there, that's part of that vandalism where people continue breaking in the power center. So we just have to crack the nut on theft, and we have to crack the nut on the underground power faults. But we're on a path, so we understand what the issue is.
Please add Democrat to that as well.
That whole area there, Democrat
Yes.
as well. So that whole interchange area, there's a lot of lights, and so our team has circled that entire area there. So we're going to put some focus there for you.
Okay.
Till we get it solved, ma'am.
All right. Sounds good.
Yep.
In the queue, we have Councilwoman Logan. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The vandalism, the theft, all of that, to me, is really a high priority as it relates to our public utility.
Absolutely.
What are your plans? What are your thoughts in terms of? I know you said we got to crack them up, but
Yeah.
specifically, are you looking at adding security or whatnot? Because that's a problem across the city in terms of theft of wire and
It is.
copper and all of that. So
And it's interesting because it seems to be rotating around. We had some theft at some of our facilities, so our security team put some solutions in place there to keep them, some additional cameras and some notifications and those things, and that's seemed to be tamped down. Now they've moved on to the streetlight conduits, and so that's not a facility. That sometimes those are an isolated place where there's not a lot of people. So one thing we've done is, copper has a lot of value. And so people were focused on the copper. We actually replaced it with aluminum wire, which you can use aluminum wire and electric as well, which has much less value. I don't know that the thieves know the difference in the value until they try to go cash it in, because they're stealing the aluminum wire now as well. So that was our first thought, was we'll just replace the aluminum, copper with aluminum, and that should, once they go try to cash it in, they'll find out it wasn't worth the effort. That doesn't seem to be the case. So our security team, we have corporate security, they are working with our engineers to figure out what is the solution, from an additional camera to some notification systems to human beings trying to catch these folks. These power centers, you've seen them on the side of the highway, they look like a little 10 by 10 chain link fence with some electrical gear inside. We'll look at every option that we have there, from additional hardening or whatever we have to do, because it causes a huge disturbance, and our guys are very frustrated because they're tired of fixing the same thing over and over again. So, but it's a priority for us too, Councilwoman, for our security team to, our streetlight guys have had it. Our security guys are working with them to try to find what the solution is. So we have got to come up with a better solution. And I think if we just catch probably, as you know, a couple of people that are causing that problem. If we can catch them, then I think that's also part of the solution.
Just the fact of catching them, because
That's
when
exactly
the lights seem to be out a long time when that happens,
That's right.
and that's the interstate, and
That's right.
it's really dark. So I'm glad to know that you are addressing it. I do hope it rises to the highest priority.
It's a top
before
priority
the
for us.
summertime comes, because that's when it's really going to be a problem.
For our streetlight team, that's a top priority, because
Yeah.
they are, they have enough other work to do. They don't want to be redoing work.
Right. One last question. You said you changed it out for aluminum. Does that have any adverse or any effect on the utility or the quality of?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It doesn't have any effect on the quality. You can use either product.
So if it is less costly, why don't we change them all out then? If we're using copper and it's not going to have any effect on it, why wouldn't we change all of them out?
Well, that would be a lot of wire to pull. So you're talking,
I mean, not at one time, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, is there a plan to go to that?
I can ask our team about that. That would be a pretty robust conversion process. So I'd have to see if there's any second and third order effects of doing that more broadly than just at the power center. But I'll ask the team and see what kind of answers
I'm
they have to
interested
that.
to know,
Yeah.
because copper
Sure.
is expensive.
Yep.
So.
I
right,
hate to
thank
see the commodity costs change overnight and then we go back and suddenly aluminum's more valuable. But yeah, I understand.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, President McGowan, for coming today along with your team. This was some great information as usual, and seeing that there are no other items to bring before this committee,
Initiative. Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 9:32 a.m. I call this committee meeting to order. Mrs. Eggert Bernat, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford Sr. Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have an exciting item on the agenda today. I see a few smiles. Is it other smiles? Okay, the rest of y'all. All right. We have an exciting item on the agenda today. We have a presentation from Crosstown High School U.S. Government and Civic students on public policy issues. District 6, that's actually District 7. Super District 8, requested by Cooper Sutton. Cooper Sutton, did you want to say anything before we had the presentation?
I just want to say welcome. It's good to see your bright, smiling faces here this morning. And I'm so excited and my colleagues and I are so excited to have you here. I know you've had a long spring break, so you're ready to swing now. And you're ready to swing and start in the city council. So I'm just ready to hear all of your hard work and what you've done with your studies and to hear about your policies and all the good work that your teachers have poured into you and now you pour into us. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Can we please get any individuals that are going to represent your presentation to come up to the seats? Pretty please. Yeah. And then we'll turn the mic on. And can you all, before their presentation, just give them a hand of applause since they're here this morning. And are you the teacher?
I am. Good morning, council members. Good morning to my students from Crosstown High. I am Miss Rideout. I am a 21-year educator in the school district. And I've been teaching at Crosstown for 5 years. I want to thank Councilwoman Sutton Cooper for responding and her legislative assistant, Daisha. Boy, I've been working Daisha really hard. This morning, students will be presenting public policies that vary across different issues: education, social welfare, homelessness, and housing, just various different subjects. And I'm trying to catch my breath because we just came off spring break, so I'm just like, why would I schedule an off-campus trip after spring break? But however, thank you all so much for having us, and thank you for listening to the students. So let's go ahead and get started. And they are nervous too, so please bear with them. I'm not sure who's first. Oh, there we go. First on the list, that would be Walton and Cajellan. Come on up, Walton and Cajellan.
And your peers that are in the seats, make sure y'all get pictures of y'all peers while they're up here presenting so y'all can share to them afterwards. Yeah.
All right, guys, you can, and yes, you're projected there, and you can go ahead and get started.
Ms. Rideout, before we get started, I do want to say, I saw we have a couple presentations. Can we do about 2 to 3 minutes per? Is that okay with y'all?
That's exactly about how short each presentation
Okay.
is. So,
Thank you.
okay, sure.
Good morning, council members. My name is Atticus Walton. I'm in 9th grade,
I'm Avery Cajellan. I'm also in 9th grade.
and we are presenting on air pollution in Memphis and some of the ways that we could downsize that.
So the cause for pollution is the new XAI center, and the Valera oil in the Allen plants have increased the amount of air pollution in Memphis cities. It's centered in South Memphis, and due to the illegal solar methane turbines, they have added, and things have gotten worse for the air pollution because of that.
Ozone emissions averages in and around Memphis have exceeded federal limits for the last 3 years, marking an increase in emissions since 2020. Last year, the American Lung Association gave Shelby County an ozone score of F, saying if you live in Shelby County, the air you breathe may put your health at risk. The Sterilization Services of Tennessee is a facility that uses ethylene oxide, ETO, to sterilize equipment for businesses and medical staff and medical facilities in Tennessee. And when the SST facility was founded, there was not much known about ETO and the effects of it on people. But now we know that a lifetime exposure to ETO, like the exposure that people in South Memphis get, could lead to long-term health impacts.
The existing efforts and policies that Memphis has is that the Shelby County, Mississippi, and Arkansas environmental and health agencies enforce the Clean Air Act rules for Memphis. And the Shelby County Health Department requires airport permits for different factories. And public hearings allow the community's input about pollution. And the air quality monitoring stations around the city track the pollution levels. And these efforts cost money for inspections and equipment, but they help create a cleaner air in Memphis, so we don't have as bad of a score as we usually do. And they protect wildlife and they reduce health problems.
We would love to know what feedback you all have as the City Council of Memphis.
Thank you all for your presentation before Councilwoman Cooper Sutton gives her feedback.
Yes. Thank you all. It's a lot sitting in that chair. That's a big seat there that you have to sit before us, but you all did a great job. And of course, if you do the research on what you all have already done and know that South Memphis has been a target for many, many decades. And we do have, as your studies showed with your presentation, there are laws, there are things that are in place, but however, it makes it very hard when we decide to deviate from what we have in place to safeguard our communities and our city. And so this environmental epidemic that is happening now, that has raised its head like never before, is a major, major, major part of your future and your now, because you all have to live here. And seeing your input and your energy in this presentation is very, very impressive. Continue to do your studies, because this is not the end of that. We know what the federal laws are coming down. They have stripped the EPA laws in protecting us in the now and in the future. So your voices are very important. Your studies, your research. So continue the good fight with the good faith of making sure that we continue to be steadfast in what you do to make sure that we get a good quality and we breathe good quality of air. So thank you. An amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more, Avery and Atticus, Councilman J.B. Smiley.
So first of all, y'all did a phenomenal job, but I do want to shed some light also to provide information. The City Council has a limited purview over some of the issues you have here. There is also another governing body that legislates when it comes to health, and that is the County Commission, and by way of the Health Director. So there's a county mayor and there's a county commission. We're the City Council, and also have a city mayor. So there's also a county commission. So hopefully when you start teaching about this, you also teach us there's at least two forms of government here. You have the City Council, city mayor, and you have the county mayor and the county commission. Thank you.
Councilman, and what's purview?
Purview is authority. I'm talking like a lawyer. My bad. My apologies. Authority.
Thank you. Thank you, Avery and Atticus.
Thank you.
Next up, who we have?
Little and Butterick, come on down.
Butterick, you have a brother? Yes. Does he go to East? Okay. All right. I met him the other day.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Mary Frances Little, and this is Alice Butterick. We're both in 9th grade. And we're going to be presenting to you about education policies. Okay. Okay. Do you want me to say it again?
Okay, so this is our overview. First, we're going to go over our problem description, and then we're going to go through evidence and data, and then to our existing rules or efforts, and then we will ask you guys for some feedback.
So for the problem, what's happening? There's a budget shortfall. We need a place to put the funds. We need to ask for community input and evaluate the trade-offs.
Our evidence and data is that everybody has different priorities of what they want in education, and also that students will recommend an education policy that best supports their own success.
So for the existing rules and efforts, education policies, we need an education policy that supports student success.
Some changes for the city of Memphis. We would really like to hear any feedback that you guys have that could help us with this and help students with their own success.
Thank you.
Do we have any council members that would like to offer any?
One last.
Councilman Smiley?
Okay, so state law gives the county government certain responsibilities. Again, we're the city government. State law says county government is responsible for a few things. One of those things is corrections. One of those things is health. Another thing is education. City government is not required by, not going to use a legal term, not required to address education. However, this administration, the previous administration, has increased this funding to support education, particularly in the pre-K space, and we've expanded how much money we give to after-school programs so that we can support education, support youth. I'm done talking.
Thank you.
Go across the street.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Dr. Warren.
There's a long history here that I would suggest that you read, but back in the late 1800s, early part of the 20th century, Memphis City decided they wanted to have much better schools than were being allotted by the amount of money that was being presented to all the county governments. So we established a city school system. We taxed ourselves, and we had the best public school system in Western Tennessee because we had the money that came from the county and the state, and also money that came from the city. In 2013, the school board, which I was on, voted to give up the charter to try to force a merger with the Shelby County school system. I opposed that at that time because I was afraid we were going to lose that 10% of extra funding that we got from the city, and we would never see it back. That's pretty much what happened. And it was a way that at that time what had occurred, the city had been giving raises, had been going on, they hadn't maintained the amount of income coming in, and they saw extra money at the school system they thought they could get. So it was a big legal battle. It was ruled that the city had to pay that. They couldn't get out of doing it. But once the city school board gave away the charter, it was done. So I encourage you to read about that. It's made it difficult for us because politically, it's almost impossible for us to be able to get into funding schools again because of that. But what we've done instead is we've tried to fund pre-K and before school and after school programs that we can do legally, just so you can be aware. That's the history that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Cooperson.
Thank you. And in my closing, my two colleagues have gave you all some very important information, and I will continue to say, let your voice be heard, sound the alarm like a trumpet, things that you disagree with, that you see that does not affect your now and your future, is very important. Your research that you've done was explicit, okay? So thank you. But remember, your voice is important. And the people that sit in these seats are only elected by you. And so remember that part and advocate strong. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Thank you, Little and Buttery.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Canfield, you're up.
Your other person isn't here?
She couldn't make it.
Anybody want to sit with Miss Margot for support?
I mean, I'm fine.
Friends are nice to have. There we go.
Margot says she's fine, but okay.
I'm
I don't know what this presentation is.
okay. I'm Margot Canfield, and this is my environmental policy. So our problem is that our water source, which is the Mississippi River, is heavily contaminated, and it's very dangerous for consumers. And we are looking for ways to make that more safe. However, those ways to make it safer can become very expensive. And then that is an image of the river downtown being heavily polluted. Some facts and observations is that city leaders are looking for new regulations on these factories, and they are trying to get business owners to do more eco-friendly habits. However, it can be it can become very expensive. And because of that, people are trying to find fundings for these cleanup efforts. And even though the money can be a very big concern, it's still a problem that needs a lot of action because this can become a health hazard. Some costs and benefits. One cost is funding in order to clean up the river, and the benefit of that is having the money to clean the river. And then another one is business owners change their habits to become more eco-friendly. And then benefit of that is less pollution would be produced. And then I would love some feedback on changes that we can make on these problems.
Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this presentation. So as it relates to this particular topic, there are a lot of questions about hydroelectric power coming from the Mississippi River. We had a mayoral candidate the last go around in 23 who was advocating for this. And the main reason, one of the main reasons why it has not taken place, because on this side we have TVA and on the other side of the river we have MISO, but the river is highly polluted. And so you bring a great point. If the river could be cleaner and some other things have to be addressed, there's a fish in the Mississippi River that is on the endangered species list. And although certain things like that may not be important to the most of us, but we know that in this society that there are people who advocate for animals on a bunch of different levels. So I would love to follow up with you all offline as well as your instructor about that whole piece and what it could mean for us in terms of energy if the river was free of all of this debris. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And I am so excited to hear your presentation. Memphis City Council, my colleagues and I really hold this topic dear to our heart. And we voted on a task force to study Wolf River bottoms, which is something like the pictures that you're talking about. And it's the watershed that flows alongside of the Mississippi River and Wolf River, rather. And if you'd like, we'd love to have you all have this committee or your group to sit in or listen in some of our task force meetings, because we're addressing this mediation, mitigation, prevention of polluting the Wolf River bottom, which flows into the Mississippi River. So this is a very needed topic. I'm so glad to see that you all are concerned about it and understand how it impacts your future, impacts your quality of life, our water. That's one of our greatest assets here in the city. So we're looking forward to your voices speaking to our committee, and we'll be reaching out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another?
Councilman Dr. Warren and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. On that Wolf River Bottoms, that's really something I think we can actually begin to do. And as we're trying, one of the things we're looking at are blueways. I don't know if you guys have looked into that, but we've been doing a lot of work on Greenway and bike paths. I'm sort of been really pushing that since I've been on the council. And I'm hoping that what we're going to see eventually is we're going to see actual jobs come out of people renting bikes on the Greenway, renting canoes and other navigatable, floatable devices, inner tubes that people can use on the Wolf River. If you go north of Memphis, you can actually swim in the Mississippi River and jump in, and you're fine. It's where our pollution, our sewage goes in that makes the river pretty foul as you get to Memphis. You can smell it if you're on the river on a canoe. Once you get to Memphis, you can tell. The nice thing of the best thing that I can say about XAI is that they did give us money to do water treatment for our south sewage system. So we've got to figure out how we can pay to do a better job treating the water north of us, because we're not doing as good a job as we need to. And a lot of that's got to do with money and taxes. And the real way that works is you all stay here and live in Memphis, you buy a house, you pay taxes, we grow our economic base, and then we're going to be able to afford things like that. So when you go off to college, remember, we need you back here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My advice, and I'll close with this, as my colleagues has just alluded to, that we had a committee. Go back, watch, listen, and see what has happened and how we have evolved and where we are now and where we're trying to land. Margot, when Councilwoman Logan and she saw the Wolf River, she was like, woo! So that was very exciting that the work that has been entrusted in her hands and this council is not in vain, that it has the attention of our city and the importance of it. So my advice to each one of you to go back, look on YouTube. I'll send your teacher the information where you can start, and that will give you some leverage on where we are and where we need to be. And your input would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give Margot a hand.
Good job.
Colleagues, I just want to remind you, we're going to limit to one council person comment after these presentations.
Carter, you're up next. Come on down. Which is probably a little bit, well, this looks like the same, but it's a little bit different information. You want some support too? No? Okay.
This is my project about improving water quality in our local river. So what's happened is the Mississippi River has increased in pollution and it's harming wildlife and affecting drinking quality and stuff. And in the air, it can affect people's health.
Next.
So the city can spend money on monitoring and cleanup. The benefit would be cleaner water and safer drinking
Move your
water.
mic up.
And the cost would be budget limitations and stuff.
She's very shy. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. So oh yeah, feedback and stuff. And stuff I recommend is funding for cleanup, stricter limits, chemical discharge, and you could partner up with people to help. And why this policy is to protect wildlife. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. One
Said
person.
one.
So you gonna take it?
I will take it.
Any other? Okay.
Because the importance of it, that is really a good subject. My colleague and I, Councilwoman Walker, were at NCL in Washington, D.C., And we went to clean water, clear path, navigating compliances and affordability, which was a very, very good class that we were able to attend. And so on the federal level, we have they are advocating very strongly for the improvement, especially our aquifer here and how important our water is for us. And so to see that that is important to you should give us the energy and the boost to even fight even harder for policies and to making sure that we push our federal legislators and the person that represents us to let him know how important it is to you all. So I just wanted to share that part. And I know the chairwoman has only given us one person to talk, but when I saw that, that was very interesting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Serenity.
Thank you, Cooper. So,
Do you know who your federal is? Congressman Steve Cohen. Write him a letter. Send him a letter. Let him know, okay?
since you mentioned Councilwoman Walker, she wants to add 2 sentences.
That was her thing.
Yes, thank you for that. And I did make public comment at the session. I just want to add, what I just said applies to this segment as well. And what I didn't say was hydroelectric power is cleaner and more affordable. That's it. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman White.
Hello. Cody. Come on down, Cody. Four, but 2, 4, 6. 3 of the groups have 2 or more people. Yeah, like Gil has a group of 2, Gordon has a group of 2, and McRitchie has a group of 2. So it's 4, 4 left, but yeah. Okay. Thank you, Cody.
Cody, we're ready.
My name is Cody Covington. I'm in 9th grade, and I'll be talking about the education policy. My claim is that the community should go to more school board meetings to have a voice on decisions made. I say this because in Miami, South Dade, Florida, when they said what they wanted the school board to do, there was an increase in test scores. The state tests got better. They had better grades, and also attendance boosted and mental health boosted as well. Yep, like I said, in Miami-Dade, when they listened to what the school board said, the community member said, it was a bunch of contributing factors like test growth and stuff like that, like I said. Some benefits are growth in student achievement, access to rigorous instruction, effective staff, supportive climate, and post-secondary outcomes. The cost of this is there'll be probably billions of dollars to pay for to get all the things that every community member wants. And please share with me what changes the city of Memphis may make for our presentation. Thank you.
So I agree that we all should go to more school board meetings and pay more attention to that, but also all of our legislative bodies. So you're welcome to the city council. I'm not over there, but I welcome you to the county commission as well as to our school board too. So thank you for bringing it, Cody.
Thank you so much. Thanks,
Yes,
Cody.
ma'am.
All right, next up, I think it's Gil and Crocker. Come on down.
Good morning. I'm going to be talking about public policy scenarios. And the problem I had picked was the homeless and housing policy. And the city council members are debating whether to invest more money in affordable housing units, expand emergency services, or increase funding for job training and mental health services. The evidence is city council members are debating whether to invest more money in housing units and expand emergency shelters and job training. And another piece of evidence that I have found was some residents are concerned about public safety and cleanliness, while advocacy groups argue that housing is a basic human right. Some cost of this will cost money for both mental health services and builders. It also takes time to build houses, and some residents might be concerned about housing for the homeless being built near the residents. But some benefits to this will be reduced homelessness, improved cleanliness, and a stronger community. My question for the City Council Committee is to please share what changes y'all will consider per my presentation. And thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Again, you all are spot on, and it's so encouraging to have you all here to talk about the things that we are actually dealing with right now and discussing and putting forth policy on. We do have the Hub North. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Hospitality Hub. It's a nonprofit in our area that provides services for the unsheltered, unhoused population. And we're working with them to have a hub in the north. Myself and Dr. Michael and Easter Thomas and Dr. Warren and the entire body have been working with them to bring those services to specific communities and specific districts, because the homelessness nuances in each district is different. So to be able to have a place where families can go, people can go who are experiencing homelessness, can go and still remain in their environment, their schools and their surroundings is very important. There are so many things happening in our community that's impacting housing and being unhoused, that this is a priority for this council to ensure that we're doing all we can do in providing funding and policy to increase housing opportunities for our citizens. So I'm so glad to hear that we're not the only ones thinking about it. You all are thinking about it and coming up with ways in which we as legislators can enact policy to help and assist, because again, we're going to be handing this city over to you all, and now is the time to be thinking about those things, and we are glad to include your voice and your ideas and your thoughts to our thoughts and give good policy back to you. So thank you so much, and this is spot on.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job, Gigi.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, thank you for your presentation. Although this is specific to homelessness, Mayor Young did announce an initiative to create 10,000 homes by 2030. Although this was not specific to homeless individuals, you may want to follow up with his office to see what the intersectionality would be with his initiative with respect to homeless individuals. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Good job.
Great job.
Hawkins and Fischelo, come on down. And Narvik, sorry. Oh, we need another. Okay. Go ahead.
Our policy was the environmental policy, and you're going to talk about pollution of the Mississippi River, and yeah.
So our problem is that a local town has been having issues with pollution in the rivers nearby, and it causes
Make
a
sure you
problem.
speak in the mic, Narvik. Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can pull the button. There you go.
Wait, do I need to repeat myself? Okay.
There you go.
And this causes a problem for the local people living there and animals,
Business owners and the people in the community do want to help, but they're worried about how pricey it would be in order to help.
As students, we have taken this serious problem into thought and have collected the following evidence to support our claim. City leaders are considering new environmental regulations on factories, increasing funding for cleanup efforts, or incentives for businesses to adopt greener practices. Some business owners worry about higher cost of these practices, while environmental groups push for immediate action.
Some cost and benefits is the cost is factories and businesses might have to change the things that they produce, how they produce them, and worry about the price of production. And it will be expensive for them, but a benefit is it will result in a cleaner environment and new ways to maximize use of our materials. And we would love any feedback that the city council has. Thank you.
Thank you all. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? No?
My colleague and I gave each other an eye again, and we're going to really have to get to working on this because we saw the Wolf River again. And so that is confirmation that we are headed in the right direction in our city, and the policies and legislation and all the government entities that we are working with, from the state level to conservation to the wildlife and everything. So thank you. It's just thank you for your hard work. And once again, find out who you're in your district and wear us out with letters and emails to making sure to keep us committed. Okay? So thank you again.
Good job, guys.
And Councilman Dr. Warren.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just real quick, one thing we found on that Wolf River bottom is a lot of the stuff that's there is due from construction dumping. And we don't have enough in-city dump sites right now, or we're not getting the people to dump them there. So this is where people take it so they don't have to pay for dumping. So we're trying to stop the dumping, but a lot of this is construction. And it's small level construction, so it's hard to get to. Just so you know, we're looking at it.
Wow. Thank you, guys.
Great job, y'all.
I think there's one last group. Two. Horton, Jude, and McRitchie and Farmer. You're up next.
Hello, council members. My name is Jude Horton, and an issue I want to bring to attention is the pollution in the Mississippi River. So a river running through the community has become very polluted as of late, and this threatens drinking water and like a good sustainable habitat for many animals in the environment. That's a picture of the Mississippi River after lots of pollution and chemicals that are being dumped into it. So like north, in states up north where the Mississippi River runs through, there's a lot of power plants with lots of chemicals, and a lot of those are being dumped after they're being manufactured into the Mississippi River. So that's a big problem that we need to stop. So evidence of this is that city leaders have been considering solutions, and there's been lots of environmental groups that have been pushing for action, and us, like students, a lot of people in my class have also been bringing this to attention. So the costs and benefits of doing this, Cornerstone and Chevron, those are two big chemical companies that are some of the main polluters in like for the Mississippi River. And if we can find a new way for them to get rid of their waste, or just find like alternative ways to get a lot more energy, that would be a great way to cut down on pollution. So if there's any feedback of what changes to the city of Memphis can be made, appreciate that. Thank you for listening.
Any council members?
Yes.
I know you couldn't resist.
You sit there. I would. We've spoken on every student. I would not allow you to sit there and not get any feedback. Great work. Great work. Great observation. And you've heard from each one of our council members on where to start, in the middle, and where to end. And I'm going to say the same that I've said to each and every one of you. Councilman J.B. Smiley told you where to start with government. We have an astute environmental person, which is Councilwoman Pearl Walker. We have Councilwoman Logan and Dr. Warren and myself that's on the ad hoc committee that is focusing on the things that are concerning to you all. So just remember, we're here, reach out to us, but just don't stop here. Get every entity of your government involved. Let them hear your voices. Thank you, Jude. Great presentation.
Good job.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Great job, Jude.
McRitchie and Farmer. There we go. All right. This is the last presentation, guys. Thank you so much for your patience.
Hello, this is our presentation on education policy by me, May McRitchie, and
Zoe Farmer. What's going on? The funding for schools is low, and they have ended up having to cut funding to a few departments and only have the money for one of these issues. Reducing class sizes, increasing teacher pay, expanding mental health services, or investing in new technology and career readiness programs. The staff and families are having trouble deciding on what to cut and what to fund. One of these factors that often gets cut first is the mental health policies.
why mental health matters. The second leading cause of death in kids between 10 to 17 years old in Tennessee is suicide. For most youth struggling with mental health, help doesn't feel close and they don't find any. Approximately 66% of young people in Tennessee with clinical depression go untreated. Teens with mental health difficulties are more likely to struggle with academics or drop out of school. Funding mental health services is in everyone's best interest because it keeps all of us growing and learning.
The cost and benefit is if one issue is given funding, the others will suffer and possibly not receive any funding.
We would like to know what changes you could make based on our presentation, especially in the funding department.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
All righty. Well, thank you, ladies, for that great observation. Mental health is on the rise, and there's not enough funding. That's part of my past life, dealing with mental illness, and it's real. And what I did find out, there were some most students that I interacted with and did not understand and did not really have much insight on how mental illness is affecting our young students. And one of the schools, I think it was White Station, two of the young ladies created a club within their school and had a forum, a place, a safe space. That's what I'm trying to say. A safe space where other young adults like you all could come and talk about issues that sometimes adults and parents are so overwhelmed with other things that they're actually, the evidence is there that something is going on. But what they created, and when I heard you say that, was phenomenal because it gave them an outlet and to address your needs and your concerns. And of course, they had an adult, someone that was open-minded to what the issues are. So thank you for that observation. Thank you for bringing it openly, that we could really address it more and maybe put more funding into it because it's so important in this time and age for you all, because you all have so many things to look up to instead of your parents and good people like us. We make mistakes, but however, just know that we hear you and you should be advocating on all levels of your government, okay? All level of your governments for funding and the importance of what's important to you all in the now. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Chair, do you want to say something? Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
We're so excited by your presence, and we are thankful that you all have come down. Thank you, Ms. Ryder, for your leadership and having high standards for your students. It starts now for you to have a voice and become involved in your community. So just continue the work, and we look forward to your progress and stay connected with us.
Ms. Rideout, thank you for being here. Students, I just want to offer you 3 lessons from today, if you caught it. 1, people make time for what they want. So yes, there you had all of your presentations. We only allotted 20 minutes, but we wanted to hear what you had to say. And so we ensured that we made the time. If you take a look back to your right and around you, we made the other adults wait because we wanted to hear from you. So lesson 1, people make time for what they want.
Thank you.
2, teamwork matters. Okay? Some of you all had solo presentations, some of you all were with groups, but when you work in government and policy, you all have to do it together. Okay? So we have people in the audience, we have the 13 of us who sit up here, we have our amazing staff, we have a chair, co-chair, we all have to work together to make sure that things happen. And I think that you all are noticing that too, and I'm sure Ms. Rideout is doing that. And thirdly, passion is going to make sure, passion is what makes policy. So all of you all, I counted the river 4 times that you've all brought that up here. Education 3 times. Also air pollution twice. That's how policy gets done. That's how things get on the agenda. That's how things get in the budget, is because people care. So continue to be educated on what you're learning. Continue to be engaged with everyone available, getting all the adults in your life engaged. And when you become adults, you stay engaged. And definitely stay encouraged, and what you're doing is the right thing. And so thank you all for coming. Thank you so much, Ms. Rideout. And thank everyone here for being a witness to the great things that we have going on in the city of Memphis with our youth.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other items.
There we go. And Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item. Let the record show that Councilwoman Walker is present. Colleagues, we have one item, presentation from Mid-South Construction Careers, requested by Councilwoman Green. All right. Mr. Brown, please sit at any chair you'd like. Give us your name, address, and you can proceed with your presentation. Good to see you.
Great. Thank you. My name is Matt Brown. I live at 396 Alexander Street, Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm the director of Mid-South Construction Careers. We are a pre-apprentice program here in the city. What we do is strive to bring folks who've historically been left out of the building trades to skill them up to be ready to become union apprentices in carpentry, electrical workers, iron workers. There's 7 training centers that we go to. Do I move it forward or do y'all? Aha, there we go. So there's several big construction projects going on. We learned from the Blue Oval construction that Memphis does not have enough people ready to do these jobs. So we are looking, also, our construction workforce is old and has pensions, so they will be retiring soon. So we want to make sure that we have folks ready to fill these jobs. Oh, one more. This is kind of what we do. We break down kind of the barriers that have kept people out of the building trades. So we are targeting specifically people of color, veterans, women, people who've been justice impacted. So those are the folks we're recruiting. In fact, we just did another round of recruitment. We've got a class starting Monday with 9 new students. So we're excited. We'll go one more. So yeah, we do 4 classes a year. We work with 12 different JATCs, which is Joint Apprentice Training Centers. That's union and company training centers. We will be touring 7 next month. Our community partner is the Memphis Urban League. One more. These are the things you get. So you'll end my class with an OSHA 10 certification, specifically in construction. You'll have a CPR and first aid certification. You will have 40 hours of construction math. Training directors across the city have told me if there's one thing these folks need to do, it's how to read a tape measure. So we do a whole day going through buildings, reading tape measure and doing the fractions around tape measure. We do a know your rights training. We do all sorts of things. I think there's a better display of it. Hands on. Yeah, our core curriculum is approved by the U.S. Department of Labor. We pay our students. We are union folks. We like our folks to be paid. We don't pay them very much, but we pay them $15 an hour. We also, with our partners, have wraparound services so that if a student can't afford light, gas, and water that month, or is about to get kicked out of their apartment, we have funds set aside to help them with those problems. We've also, in conjunction with other unions, built a kitty of money to help our students buy their tools as they're enrolled into new programs, or we get them construction boots. Fortunately for our students, OSHA 10 in construction has become a mandatory for some construction projects. So our certification is getting folks immediately into apprentice programs and immediately out to work. In fact, I got a call last night from one of my students who's going to work tomorrow. So yeah, we do tutoring for our folks for their preparatory tests to get into apprentice programs. We do mock interviews with employers. Go one more. These are our numbers now. We've had 54 graduated. Of those, 25 have applied. 12 are accepted. 7, we're still waiting on interviews. That's the things they said. None of that was made up. That's actually what they said. And then these are the unions and some of the community groups we work with. So you can leave our program and become an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter, a millwright, an iron worker, a sheet metal worker, a laborer, sprinkler fitter, an insulator, an operating engineer, an elevator operator. You can be like me and be a Teamster, or you can, we work with the Tennessee Workforce Development, obviously I said the Urban League, and Workers Interfaith.
Kind of question.
Somebody had a question? I'm cool either way. What do you want to do?
Yeah, let him finish.
Go ahead and finish. All right, so we look to expand this. We want to bring in a forklift certification. We're finding that that can help some of our apprentices move equipment on the construction site. So if they can go with fork, a big block of bricks, they can move it. It'd be helpful to move them forward. We also want to bring in a nutrition class. A lot of folks are not healthy enough to go out and work in the hot Memphis summer. So we want to make sure our students know, you're better off going to Kroger and buying lettuce than going to Hunt Brothers. We want to start working with Habitat for Humanity to get our folks some more hands-on training so that they're actually swinging hammers. And what we'd eventually like to do is get partnership with some of our other union employers here in town, be it Riviana, be it Kellogg, Valero, and begin an industrial readiness program so that those companies can come to us and we'll provide them a workforce that is week-improved, can show up on time, is drug-free, and ready to work. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley and then Councilwoman White.
All right, two questions. First of all, Councilwoman Green is not feeling well, so she sends her regards. Second thing, what is when we get presentations like this and seem like y'all are doing really good work and getting people trained up so they can directly enter the workforce? My ultimate question, since we got the big boss over here, one of the big bosses, Chief Adams, what is the direct ask from the city of Memphis? Is there a direct ask?
There is not. This is just.
So you're not asking us for no money?
I mean,
you're a good man.
No, at this point, we just want to make you aware. I know that workforce development is a huge thing. So we saw this opportunity. We want to just put our name out there, let you know that we're working in the community. I'm sure we will come back in the future, but just as of right now, there's nothing.
All right, and then also there are some very fine preachers with some sizable congregations here and some deacons in churches. You probably want to pass out your information to them so they can let the folks in their church know that your program exists, because what we want to do is give people in our community an opportunity, and I think opportunity is the way that we address crime. Opportunity is the way that we address people living at or below the poverty line. Thank you for the work that you do. Please connect with these good preachers here. You see Pastor Mims, my good fraternity brother. I just had to shout him out, Derek Harrington over here. Councilman Ford's fraternity brother, and then the legendary Dr. December Gray here in Salisbury. We got a lot of good people here, so please connect with the folks and let them know about your program.
Happy to. Thank you.
Councilwoman White?
I just wanted to understand for the program, so when they leave your program, you're able to connect them with different other apprenticeship programs?
So let's say you came to my program, and so you're going to go to 7 different training facilities. And at the end, you'd come to me and say, I really think I could make it as a plumber, or I really want to be an electrician. So then I spend the last couple days of our program, and then after you graduate, getting you exactly ready for that. And it's not a guarantee, right? It may be that you want to be an iron worker, and there's not iron work, right? So I can't get you in a program where there's no work, but I'm going to make sure you know what the test is. I'm going to make sure that you're practiced for your interview. I've guaranteed you the interview. I'm sending a letter of recommendation, and I'm essentially funded by the building trades themselves. So they're expecting me to provide grade A candidates to be in these programs.
Got it. Thank you. Great program. Very glad that you all came to present today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Please keep us updated with all of the things that you're doing, because like you said, this is very needed in connecting and filling in that gap between the trade builders and the folks
Colleagues, today we are taking an important step, not just in enforcement, but in accountability, efficiency, and how we care for the public spaces that belong to the people of Memphis. Right now, Memphis is facing a persistent issue. In just 1 year, our city has removed over 10,000 illegal signs from the public right-of-way. That represents thousands of signs, thousands of staff hours, thousands of taxpayer dollars, and yet the problem continues. While our ordinance prohibits signage and allows a $50 fine, we know that it is not a real deterrent. More importantly, we too often we don't know who placed the sign, while it's there or when it's supposed to come down. So the city is left doing the work while others avoid responsibility. This ordinance creates accountability before the sign ever goes up. It requires registration, contact information, purpose, location, duration, and a clear plan for removal. So we are no longer asking who put this here. We already know. Simply put, if you can put it up, you're responsible for taking it down. This is a smart policy. It does not remove the existing prohibition, and it does not create unnecessary barriers. Instead, it builds a system that protects public spaces. It reduces repeat violations, and it supports efficient enforcement. At the end of the day, this moves Memphis forward from reactive enforcement to responsible management, from anonymous violations to clear accountability, because Memphis is rising, and part of that rise is ensuring that our city reflects the pride, order, and responsibility that our residents deserve. There are other cities that have done this, and it is successful. Dallas, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia, Phoenix, Arizona, Portland, Oregon, North Liberty, Iowa, Durham, Oklahoma, and also Dublin, Ohio. So we want to continue to lead and not follow, and we want to make sure that we are taking care of our city.
All right, Chairwoman, quick question for you. I read item number 1. You went to item number 2. Do you want the community enhancement presentation to go first, or do you want to get straight to the ordinance? Looks like you want to get straight to the ordinance.
Yes, let's do the ordinance first.
All right, so excuse me. So I need to do something else then. All right, item number 2. Ordinance to amend the Memphis City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 12, by adding a new section 1012-9.1 relative to temporary signage registry for the public rights of way. All council is sponsored by Chairwoman Swearengin Washington. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Warren.
Second.
Second by Cooper Sutton. All right, we already had the introduction of the ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances. Let me read the top. Ordinance to amend Chapter 20, miscellaneous offenses of the Code of Ordinances of the Memphis, Tennessee, to regulate signage on public property. I think it's a good move. I'm going to support it. Although many of us who seek public office have violated this consistently, but I do think it's a move in the right direction to keep our city as beautiful as it should be. Dr. Warren, you're in the queue.
I just want to make sure this particular ordinance does not affect a private individual putting a political sign on their own property. This is public property only. And I thought we weren't supposed to be putting these political signs on public property, period. Is that not correct? Is this a way that you can get permission to do that? That was my question.
No, this is for our right-of-ways and medians and different areas that they're not supposed to be having signs.
Okay, now, right now, aren't they prohibited from those places?
They're supposed to be.
Okay, so I was reading this, I was wondering, does this give someone the right to register to be able to put something within a public domain?
Yes, sir. That is exactly what this would
Okay,
create.
what is the cost of regulating that and monitoring that, and how many people are we going to have working on that during a political campaign?
Currently, we have let me introduce myself. Melanie Neal, Community Enhancement Director, 499 South Hollywood. Currently, we have one individual in our ground services operation who they're responsible for canvassing for signs. We don't often get very many complaints. It is more reactive sweeps, because we know that there are key areas, especially in District 4 and I believe District 1, that have the most signage, illegal signage. So historically, we have assigned a member of the team to actually pick up the signs that are in the public right-of-way, and our environmental enforcement team will send out correspondence if we have contact information. As Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington mentioned, the challenge is contacting the responsible party, and most people who are putting out the signs, they're putting out as many signs as humanly possible. So it does create visual blight. And again, it creates certain safety concerns, especially in intersections.
I agree with you. I guess one of the things that I would like to see if it would be a friendly amendment is I am completely behind the purpose of this is to make our city look better and to make the people who put signs up responsible. But what I'd like to have is I'd like to keep it to where if it's in a public right-of-way, you don't have the right to put it there. And if we go out and pick it up and it's my campaign, everyone in my campaign, every time you pick up a sign from me, you give me a bill for $50.
Yes, sir. That's
okay.
Exactly,
So what happens is a person who's campaigning gets to pay the money for the signs that we pick up.
Yes,
and
sir.
you know that makes sense to me, because otherwise, you know, it sounds like we're going to cause a huge problem with registration and people coming in and you know, people fighting over public spaces when they're not supposed to be because they paid their registration fee. So I'm thinking, I just wonder if the maker of the motion that would make sense if what we did is kept public spaces out but charge people $50 per sign.
So Dr. Warren, so basically you're saying, so I remember, I don't know what year this was, it's all a blur at this point. Mayor Strickland, I think it was his last term, and there was like one day where he sent out a crew and they put up every sign, and they took it to a public dumpster area and said, hey, if you don't have it in the next 2 or 3 days, it's over. So I think you're just saying just a complete ban, and we don't require you to come in. We're just gonna pick them up and dump.
I think if you're gonna put up a sign, you should put it up in somebody's private property who's backing you. Okay, public property, it's a public domain. You know, you don't have, you know, then you have people fighting over, you know, you put your sign in front of my sign, people start pulling up everybody's signs, you know, and it looks bad. It blocks the right of way. So if you're putting them in people's yards or in their businesses where they give you permission, that's okay. That would just be my thought process. I'd like to hear what my colleagues think. Thank you, Madam.
It's not my piece of legislation, but I'm cool with it. Yeah. So do you accept the friendly amendment? Accepted. We have a couple members in the queue. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when candidates are confirmed, they receive some paperwork, and this is in that paperwork, they receive a document on what they can and cannot do with respect to the signage. My question is, if this goes through and it's approved this election cycle, okay, it's already approved, so we're just doing it.
So the legislation that was still in place essentially authorizes then Mayor or current Mayor Strickland to go up and take. And I think this is more to reaffirm what we already know to be true.
Okay, so can the current candidates receive this updated information if there are going to be any changes?
I mean, I think the biggest hurdle when it comes to any enforceability of whatever we pass is, do we have enough manpower to get it done? You heard from Director Neal, is they have one person. And was it 314 square miles, Chief Adams? Something like that, 314 square miles in the city. It's a lot for one person to cover.
Sure, and y'all know how I am about information, so I just don't want them to be in violation because they didn't know something. So if what they've received already covers what we're discussing today, then that's fine.
I'm conferring with the chairwoman, it's her piece of legislation. I mean, I'm open to whatever. I think
Just send it to the election commission
Send
and
it
make
to-
sure that they
Yeah.
update their
That would be a good
information and send it
idea.
out. It would be, the burden would be on them.
Sure.
Whoever's sending out, they have to stay current with the information, with the laws.
Okay.
we passed.
If we're relying on election commission, it's gonna be next year.
Well, that's not, we can send it out, but that's not our burden.
Well,
If
technically-
they're sending out if they're sending it out, then they have to make sure what they send out is accurate and true. So if, we can send it to them and let them know, but they gotta let all the candidates know.
Well,
We would also send
enforceability
out
is on us.
correspondence.
You would do that? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
great.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
But enforcing this is on us. The next person is Councilwoman White, then Logan. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Warren, but Councilwoman White, Logan, then Warren. Cooper, son, you in the queue?
Yeah.
No, it's Councilwoman White.
Questions just asked, I'll withdraw.
Okay.
But I'll listen to the other councilman.
Thank you. So I know you said that you'll have one person going around the city. What is the process in terms of the application, applying? What's the manpower that's going to be required to be able to review these applications, approve them? I'm imagining that it's going to have to be a whole process behind this.
What we're asking is, again, primarily a registry where there is, both online and in person, a form that pretty much includes contact information as well as, again, ensuring that there's proof of address, ensuring that we have a mailing address, ensuring that we have an email address. We don't have that currently. So the biggest change is just truly in being able to enforce this with the responsible party. So instating this registry would allow us to do that. Right now, we're chasing ghosts. We don't have information and people aren't responding. We don't have email addresses. We may have a name on a sign. We may have a number on a sign that leads us to a phone number that doesn't exist or that leads us to someone who doesn't want to be found. So this would allow us to have a responsible party to charge the fees to. So that would be the biggest thing. We have the authority currently to do this. We have, again, historically had one person, but when this increases, then this would be an assignment that would be shared amongst our environmental enforcement officers. So we would have one person, as we do now, per council district, and then with special assignments such as tire shops and those other items that the illegal dumping team addresses, this would be added to their list of duties. So as this grows, as the need grows, then of course we would devote additional resources.
So as of right now, it's completely it is completely impermissible to place signs in the public right of ways,
Yes.
correct? And so this is saying we'll give you, if you get permission, you're allowed to do it.
No, this is saying that in order to do it, you must register.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you must register to be able to.
No, when you're registering, that means if you are in violation, we know who to call. It doesn't change any of the restrictions. It does not allow or make it permissible to place signs in the public right of way. This only gives us contact information. Right now, there's no path that leads us to who placed the signs in the public right of way.
Yeah. Okay, because
I'm on the same page. We on the same page.
Well, hold on. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that what's the goal here? And maybe this is for the sponsor.
To hold someone accountable for a violation.
And so we're asking the people who are violating to register.
So
prior to I guess the idea scenario would be prior to placing signs, we would actually need to know who you are and ultimately that you are placing signs, be it campaign signs, rent to own signs, Obamacare signs, water heaters, whatever the sign becomes, then this would allow us to have a registry to indicate who the responsible party is. In the event that you do place a sign in the right of way, we would contact you and we would let you know that you are in violation. So once you've been contacted just with any other code enforcement violation, then we would give you time to comply and remove your signs. If you want to come pick them up, we'll keep them for 5 days at our office. If you don't pick them up, they'll be disposed of. At the same time, we're sending you a $50 invoice. We can't send an invoice right now because we have no contact information for that particular person. Campaign signs do look a bit different because we have contact information from the Election Commission, but the majority of the signs that we're seeing that are in violation, illegally placed in the right-of-way, are the signs for Obamacare, rent to own, we buy junk, we buy houses. Those are the signs that lead us down a rabbit hole of who placed them out there.
I understand, and I do, and I'm for it if you all believe it works. I would simply submit that I don't anticipate that the people who are putting up rent to own signs or Obama care signs are going to thoughtfully register to be able to receive citations. But I'm always for trying something new in an effort to make things better. However, I just want to make sure that it doesn't come at the expense or cost of resources that could be used in another place more meaningfully and have more of an impact. So I'm just curious to know what the actual manpower required, what that fiscal note would be assigned to this in terms of implementing such a program. And I would like to hear from the sponsor kind of how you anticipate that happening to achieve the goal.
We will. We'll definitely remove
That's the goal.
signs.
I just want to remove them because they are everywhere. Taxes and all kind of stuff.
And
the
because
signs
this,
are awful.
because this is a violation and because of the numbers that are shared in the presentation, then that does offer us an avenue for possible expense recovery. We know that we are devoting resources to this. We know that there is a compounded problem throughout the city. So not to speak for Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, but I believe that's what prompted the discussion, that we have a violation that's being identified constantly throughout the city, and now we have an opportunity to hopefully recover some of the costs that we're exhausting related to picking up the signs.
Is it an option to just have that one person just drive around all day and pick up signs?
They do. They currently do that. But the
Okay.
challenge is it's happening over and over again. So with everything, we're attempting to change behavior and just hold people accountable.
And so that's one other thing that I was about to say really quickly. The other reoccurring thing is we have several things on the books that we can assess fines to. Assessing a fine and collecting a fine are two whole different worlds of things.
Of
So I
course.
just don't want us to implement something where we're incurring an additional expense to not really achieve the goal and then probably not gonna get this money back from these people. So I'm just wondering, is it more meaningful to hire some type of investigator person that can start doing a trace back of the phone numbers or a trace back of addresses, somebody that can just simply locate the bad actors.
That's a good
Things
idea.
look just more direct to the thing that we're trying to fix. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay.
So, all right, hold on, y'all. So, y'all know my favorite word. Brevity. All right, we getting a little long-winded. We got a couple Baptist preachers in here.
Excuse me,
Go
council
ahead, Chief.
members. So, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. So what I'm hearing is we want to make sure that we kind of regulate or clean up our city, but then most importantly, there is a pedestrian and driver safety issue in some areas as well. And then, of course, with regards to enforcement, there is a reality testing that we need to do. If you would give us an opportunity, because I think I understand the spirit and the intent that you have, Councilwoman, and I know Director does as well. Can we maybe come back and we talk through as to how we could, what this looks like and how we can implement it? You have a lot of laws on the books that we just need to flip the switches and make sure that we move forward, and we need to make sure that on our end, the enforcement is realistic as to how we can do it and when we can do it, and then regarding the content itself.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, let the record reflect that Councilman Espinoza has joined us today. Councilwoman Logan has been eagerly waiting in the queue.
Yes,
You're recognized.
because thank you, Chair. As they said, District 1 has a plethora, a boatload of this, and I've talked to both of you and shared with Chairwoman that we have an epidemic with sign pollution in our community. If you go to any other municipality, you're not going to see that they have regulations. You're not going to see all these banana signs and all these illegal signs of commercial properties, commercial business, private owners in our public spaces. We need to, what my request is for us to enforce it. If we have one person, we got to add money to the budget to fix this, or else it's not going to work. Just having that one person is not going to fix it. So the request is, and I've shared with you, we're good at putting the law, but and we're good at opening something and doing shining, but the maintenance of it, we have to do better. We cannot have one person responsible for enforcing this and expect it to be a reality in our city. We're going to continue to have these laws. Most of the signs that are out there for these private companies have their phone number, their name, and all of that. The ones that that can be picked up, pick them up. But the problem is we got to add some enforcement to that. And I like your idea about adding it to their duties. That's something we have to do on the front end. Just putting the law in and still using that one person is not going to fix it. So adding it to the enforcement is great, but these are about the illegal signs, not just necessarily focusing on the election, but the ones that are there day in, week out, day in. So that's what I've seen in my district. Anywhere you go, you're gonna have that sign pollution of these illegal commercial signs. So not having them register, just put in what we need to do to pick it up.
Okay. All right, we heard it. Is there any other council members in the queue on this? And then I'm going to ask Councilwoman Washington a question. Nobody in the queue. Chairwoman, what do you want to do? You want to push it forward? You want to hold it?
We can hold it.
Mike.
What I would ask is if you can hold it, allow the director and the chairwoman to get together, and we then develop a plan of action as to what we are doing, how we're going to do it, and how there is a possible expense recovery so that if we send out 1, 2, 10, then we can be able to pay for that.
Yes. All right, so one last question for you. Is there a sign sweep coming?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I remember Mayor Strickland, there was a sign sweep, and it was like, come get your signs in 5 days, or the dumpster that your sign sitting beside will be
right
in it.
So that
it was like 19, 20.
A cleanup is going to continue to be. So that includes signs and or things that are in the right of way that shouldn't be. So yes.
Sounds like a sweep coming. Candace, if you're listening,
We have laws.
grab your stuff.
By the law.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. So you back in the queue?
Well, yeah, and I totally concur with what you all are saying. However, we are about to add like some new code enforcements, am I correct, to our department, am I correct? And I did hear, if I'm correct, that we're going to add maybe some more roles and responsibilities and duties, am I correct?
The environmental enforcement officers
Yes.
that we're in the process of hiring.
And
ma'am.
hiring. So that is a good segue to start, to get them involved when they're riding around, because I see them riding around.
Yes, ma'am.
They can stop and get these signs off the corners, put them in the trunk of their cars, because they riding and leaning. You understand?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
make that a part of their roles and their responsibilities. We don't, I know we're always trying to fund, and we're always saying we're looking for money, but we have something in place that's about to,
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
about to birth.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Use what we already have. Use what we already have, and let's see how that works. Because what Chairwoman is saying is, and Rhonda Logan is saying is true. We know that. But use what we already have and what we're trying to make happen. Use the 25 to 30 people that we're about to, whatever, put that as role and responsibility. When they're riding around, pick the signs up, put them in their trunk, take them to the dump. If you don't come get them, then we dispose of them.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a very simple fix. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, Councilman Espinoza.
Yeah, real quick, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the ladies for bringing this up today, and I would humbly ask that I be down as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
All right, I added to.
Is it against the law for citizens?
But it's
to
being
pick up
held.
signs?
So I do want to be abundantly clear. It's being held. The administration said they're going to come back with an action plan, but sounds like a sweep is coming pretty
Mr. Chair.
soon.
Thank you, colleagues, for all your input.
Dr. Warren.
I just want somehow, as we're doing this, I know when we pass an ordinance, it's not good for the current, whatever it is. But if we make this not good for our current primary, but make it good starting for the next, election, or for the general election, or, maybe the August election, because I don't know when we can do that. So bring us back a legal opinion when we can start this, because we want to be able to start it now if we can, but we may not be able to find out when we can.
I can give you a legal opinion right now.
What's that?
The city can enforce whatever laws we want to do. So if
We can do that.
If the council decides to vote on something today,
And I would like to have us get this going ASAP.
But-
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
it already can be done. It already can be done. It's just, bringing it back in terms of enforceability, make sure we have the resources allocated so we can address the concerns. The only thing additional that Chairwoman Spurgeon Washington was seeking to do was saying, hey, here's a place where you can sign up so we can have information so we can track down the folks we can track down. You can track down the political candidates through the election commission, but the folks with the rent to own or, here's this garage sale or I'm about to file your taxes for the lowest cost ever and you get the biggest return ever. Those are the folks that's harder to find. So that's what Chairwoman Spurgeon Washington was seeking to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, this is about enforcing what we already have in place.
Both
and then
of
she's
them.
she's adding that.
There you
Same
go.
thing like with the short-term rentals like we all talked about last week. And, there's the laws that already exist and the fines that already exist. So, appreciate y'all for bringing this up.
All right,
So let's
enforceability,
enforce it.
manpower.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much. Item number 2 is held. We've kind of touched on item number 1, so I don't think we need to touch on item number 1 anymore. Item number 3, resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in a total amount of $865,518 from Poplar Sweetbriar Interchange PW01181 and Repair Brook Bridge PW01252 for FY24. Bridge Repair PW24401 and EB James Bridge Repair PW02040 to secure additional funding necessary to complete project under construction. District 2, District 3, 4, 6, and 7, Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request to say 9 minutes, moved by Ed Ford Sr., seconded by Spinoza, and seconded by the chairwoman. Meredith figured that out. All right, Director.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what you have to act on this morning, we're asking is to transfer and appropriate additional dollars for various bridge repairs. 2 of the projects have already been completed, and it had some additional funding within those projects. And so what we're asking for is to transfer those funds.
Budget neutral?
This is a budget neutral action, and it's intended to repair roughly 5 to 6 bridges. We've had several instances where vehicular would hit a bridge railing, and so we can't plan for those. Those just happens occasionally, and we'll have to make those repairs. So with that, we ask for your
Any questions, concerns by the body? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Before I say what I want to say, Councilwoman Logan appears that she wants to say something. Councilwoman Logan.
Can you send an update on the city's bridge repair schedule? You had sent that out previously.
Yes, ma'am, we can certainly do that.
We need to know those priority levels. The way you sent it out last time had which ones are in disrepair, the worst ones, and if you could update that and send it to us.
Yes, ma'am, definitely we can do that.
All right, we have 2 more questions because I was getting ready to approve this, but the ever inquisitive council has questions. Chairwoman.
This is something else.
Something else? All right, so, okay. All right. Okay, it's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Director, please don't leave us. Chairwoman, the floor is yours.
I would like to know between Director Davis and Director Morgan for us to have a regular maintenance assigned person to clean up Plow Boulevard every day by the airport. If it takes 45 minutes or an hour, but it looks with bumpers and trash or however, but just Plow Boulevard off of the airport and those right-of-ways. It needs to have a daily
Chairwoman says she don't care who does
maintenance cleanup.
Somebody clean
Yeah,
it.
let us take that back, and I'll make sure that whoever needs to be appropriately assigned, that we can maintain that. the one thing that we need to make sure of, and I know that's a very important corridor, that's not the only one, so we want to make sure that we are hitting our major corridors as well. So I'll take that request back, and we will come back with a...
At the next
Yes,
council
ma'am.
meeting, what's that date?
14.
The 14th.
So, all right, okay, then Councilman Spinoza, then we go to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then we're gonna adjourn this committee. 'cause
So I'll
we're well
second
over.
your motion on plow. Thank you again, Madam Chair. I'm thanking you a lot today. Director Bellin, I wanted to thank you. I was going to look it up. I texted you, as you know, at around 10 o'clock at night, the other night, an accident by my house at the Graham-Gillett intersection. There's at least one every week, but you replied back to me. The sign team was out there. I need to go see the sign folks at the new building, but y'all responded very quickly, and I just wanted to thank you for that. You know that's a problem. We know that's a problem intersection, but you're always responsive, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Spinoza. You know, many of these roles are thankless jobs, so to get a public kudos every now and then doesn't hurt. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think Chief, you and I have spoken about this, and I think I've spoken about this with Director Melanie too. We should not have to be asking you to do something that is a hot spot in our city. That should something should be routinely already in place to be done on a regular basis. None of us should be asking you all to repeat the same thing over and over. This is a hot spot. It is a routine, should be on a routine schedule that someone should be doing it or going by to make sure, especially in the airport area. We just had the President of the United States, States come through here. And so we gotta think out the box, people. We should not be doing this. That should be routinely your hot spots where you know that debris, blight, things are happening. Your department should already have a list of routines. And Chief, I think we talked about that. And that should be something that you should be doing, and we should not have to ask for reporting. And so I hope this is the last time that this should ever come up. Our main corridors, where things are being seen, the presentation of our city is very important when people come in. And so that should be your focus in all these departments. So what I'm gonna ask again, what I asked the last time, get from behind them desks, do departments and directors, and canvass this city and see where the need is. I give up my mic.
What she said. All right. So I do need to reiterate, item number 3 was approved with same
Hello, colleagues. We're running a little bit behind, almost exactly 1 hour. I'd like to call the Parks and Environment Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. I see Councilwoman Cooper Sutton over there.
Cooper Sutton, present.
And Committee Chair Warren.
Present. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. One is going to be an appropriation with same night minutes. I'd like to go ahead and have our presentations first, and then we'll do the appropriation. Item number 1 is an update on the Metal Museum move into Rust Hall at Overton Park. Same night minutes. I wanted to bring this up. Could you please come up with your, give us your name, title, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm Carissa Husong, the Executive Director of the Metal Museum, 1293 Central Avenue. Is this the first slide? The slides appear to be moving on their own. At any rate, I wanted to start by just thanking all of you for entrusting the Metal Museum with a former Memphis College of Art building in Overton Park. This is the image of the building when we inherited it almost 18 months ago when we started construction. Slide.
It's what you want is just say, please move slide.
Please move the slide.
We'll do it for you. There you go.
So this is what the building looks like today, in case you haven't had a chance to go by. One of the things that we really wanted to do was to make sure that the building was very inviting and very intuitive and welcoming. And so we have opened up the ground level to make it much easier for people to approach the building and to enter it. Next slide. This is the rendering of the space when you enter the vestibule space. The gift store will be to the left and our education wing to the right. Next slide, please. This is an image looking kind of outside towards the, those entry steps and also at what will be our new museum store. It has come a long way since this slide was taken. There are the glass is up and they're putting millwork into the space. Next slide. This looks into the main lobby on the ground floor. And then the next slide. This is what the rendering of that will look like with the auditorium to the left and a visible storage area that you can see into our collection storage and always experience artwork on that ground level. And then straight to the back is an entrance to the new metalworking facilities. Next slide. This is what it looks like today. So we are getting close and we'll be bringing art in the next few months. Next slide. This is a rendering of a classroom. It's part of our education wing. And one of the big things that we've always talked about with this renovation is the fact that we are increasing our dedicated education space by 8-fold. Next slide. This is that classroom coming to life. It has access to this interior courtyard. It can be separated into 2 classrooms or be one large classroom. In addition to this space, we have an enameling studio and a fine metal studio, which also are full of light. Next slide. This is the lobby, the space that most people know in the building. We've opened up the windows and again, bringing the sense of the park into the building itself. Next slide. This is the new restaurant space. It was a former library. It has this great access to the outside. Next slide. And you can see here that we have heaters and fans, and you can see that patio area where people will be able to dine, and it has a great connection to the shell. Next slide. This is looking at one of our gallery spaces. To the left is a library collection, which will continue to grow quite a bit and will have national significance as more and more artists donate to the collection. And then you can see here the grand staircase that will take you up through the tower, through the galleries. Next slide. This is a second floor gallery. Again, you can see the staircase. You can also see the rooftop terrace beyond the glass walls. Next slide. And this is a top floor gallery, really beautiful space. There are no columns, it's very open. When we bring in gallery walls, they will be temporary and really feel more like they're inserted into the space and give us a lot of flexibility. Next slide. Here looking down, you can see the rooftop terrace. We did replace the skylight, and it has this really beautiful clear glass on it now, bringing a lot of light into the building. Next slide. This is the new metalworking facilities. It's located between the Breast Hall and the Shell. It is 3 times the space that we have in our current location. Next slide. And you can see inside great tall ceilings. It's a lot of workspace for us. We'll be able to teach classes, invite more apprentices and interns into the space safely. Next slide. This was a rendering of the great new demonstration space where we'll do casting and forging demonstrations, and people will be able to look out onto the shop floor and safely watch artists at work. This is the space, next slide, as it looks today. So we are getting closer to finalizing all of these spaces. Next slide. And this is the exterior of the new building. You can see the loading dock areas. This is where we'll also have the staff entrance. Next slide. And then very excited about the addition of a sculpture walk, which wraps around the building. You can see the sidewalks going in now. Next slide. And where it will take you, and you can see those plinths. If you've been by the park, you will have noticed that we have actually started installing sculpture in this area. And it's a space that I'm very excited about because it is obviously free. Everybody can enjoy the sculpture, and it has this wonderful connection to the Shell, and they've done such a wonderful job adding their own artwork, and it's a great experience where people can follow that path and continue to follow the artwork around our building. Next slide. Just a couple of the images of the artwork that is being installed. And many of these pieces came from collectors in Little Rock, which was a really wonderful gift of about 40 pieces. So again, this renovation and expansion has really brought a lot of interest, not just locally, but nationally in what we're doing, and some incredible gifts that will be coming to our community. Next slide. 3 pieces by Tom Joyce. Those have also been installed, and you can see them as you go around the park. He is a MacArthur Fellow, so it's really exciting to have his work in our collection. Next slide. A couple more pieces that you'll be seeing. And finally, the next slide, just an image of the building at night. We really felt it was important to light not just the front of the building, but the back of the building to really remain committed to that kind of welcoming 360 sense of the approach to the building and really be an amenity for the park and for the city. So again, I just want to say thank you. We are getting close to substantial completion, and we will be opening the museum to the public the first weekend in September, that Labor Day weekend. And so all of you will be receiving invitations. I also encourage you to reach out to us if you would like to tour the building and see the progress in person. It really is quite a stunning building, and we are truly honored that you entrusted us with it.
Thank you for that presentation. I just want to say, colleagues, that I know there's an open invitation to every one of us to take a tour. One of the things that I think they've done so dramatically well is this space is open the way the original architect wanted it. And there's so much light in there. I'm looking forward to a restaurant being in there. I'm looking forward to the educational programs. And I really would like to thank fellow council members for helping, for backing this and allowing them the extra time they needed to raise the money to make it happen. And so I don't know, we did that. That was our part. We have 2 people in the queue. Councilwoman Walker, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. This was a great presentation. So with respect to the education that will be offered? Do you have your curriculum set yet? What will you be offering?
We'll be offering quite a bit. It really allows us to reach a much larger group of people. So we will be doing kind of the traditional classes we do now as far as casting and forging, enameling, but it will allow us to expand our after-school program and really teach advanced techniques. We haven't been able to teach soldering and anything that involved flame or ventilation because we don't have the facilities where we are, and we can't really create that in community centers easily. So this will allow us to expand that to do Saturday programs. We have a Saturday STEAM program we've started up. It'll also allow us to do advanced educational programs. But I do have a packet, which I would be happy to send you, that goes over all of the programs we'll be offering in the new space.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Can you get that packet just to all of us so we can see that? And once again, I remind everyone, this is it is the National Museum. So we're lucky to have it here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for keeping us updated about what's to come. It looks beautiful. Just because I don't know and I'm curious, what's happening with the former site?
We are keeping the current location, and we are creating an artisan residency program, which is something that is needed in the metalsmithing community, but it keeps the space open to the public. You'll still be able to come and view the river, view artwork, and interact with artists. But our heavy programming will be in Overton Park.
Okay, thank you.
I just like, I'm sure we've all been down there, but can you imagine, the pull of being able to invite a guest, artisan to come in and live down on that space in the river? I mean, that's what a primo space to be. It just got great karma when you're there. So I think we're going to be able to attract a lot of people there as in-house residents. Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you for everything you do. Former Metal Museum board member myself. I love the place and excited to see the progress. And now we're talking about the residency. I think we've done that, right? But now it's going to be more robust, I guess.
So we've always had artists living on the grounds, and we've done some kind of informal residencies in the past, but we focused on doing the apprenticeships and having the internship program as well. So having the current location be able to provide more housing will allow us to expand the apprenticeship program, the internship program, and also bring in artists and residents in a more formal way than we could in the past.
Well, it's an amazing group. The Metal Museum's amazing, and people come from all over the world to visit. And so I'm excited about the progress. And thank you, Chairman Warren, for having us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Sung. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, sorry.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, I hear this is going to be a place of residence. Am I correct? For the artist?
The current location.
The current location?
Yes, which already has residents in it. The building in Overton Park will not have people living in it. No.
Is there an increase?
An increase in?
For the residency and the artists, people wanting to move here, and is there, what does your data looks like? What does the numbers look like? Is there an increase?
I mean, and we are still working on that program, but we would be bringing in more apprentices. We'll basically be immediately doubling the apprenticeship program.
So you have an increasing capacity coming up once that becomes primarily a residency.
And we will have to do.
Could you answer the question? Do you have the data to prove? We like numbers, and what you're saying is I'm in agreement with it and what you're saying. But when you're saying what you're saying, are there numbers? Is there an increase? Is there a huge, more big ask for what is happening now?
We do know that we will increase the numbers of the apprentices and interns that we have, and we do know that there's a lot of interest in the residency program. We have not formalized it yet because we wanted to have time to really bring artists in and understand the types of residencies they want to do, whether it's a year-long, a 6-week. So I do not have hard data on that yet, but I do know that there is a lot of interest, and that is one of the big things that we've gotten feedback on, that we don't provide a residency like this. And there are very few places where metalsmiths can go and have access to a fully equipped studio. And most of the time when you do a residency, you get an empty studio. And if you are a metalsmith, it is very expensive to go someplace and move all of your equipment. So this is something that'll be very desirable for emerging artists, established artists, and international artists as well.
Okay. But I would just love to see the increase in number they ask. I would just love to see that. I would like to see the numbers.
I can bring some numbers.
And you can send them. You don't have to bring them. You can email them to me.
Okay.
And we can have a discussion like that. And then I can come and talk with you a little bit more offline.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Okay, Councilman, item number 2 is a presentation on a proposal for Robert R. Church Park. This is District 7, Super District 8. I've requested that, and I would ask the presenters to please come and introduce themselves and give us your presentation. I just want to thank you for that history that we got as a preliminary in our packet. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, let me thank you and your staff for facilitating our presence today.
And just give us your name and address as we start, Reverend.
Lasimba M. Gray, 70 Island Place, Memphis, Tennessee. And
Johnson, Salisbury, 2078 South Parkway East.
And we also have with us, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Darrell Harrington. He is recent graduate of MTS, and then Mr. Pinkston. Then there's John Glaze. They are with us in support of this proposal today. And let me say that we're thankful for the opportunity to come. And the progress that's been made on the east end of Beale Street has been largely due to your support. We now have a plaza for Ida B. Wells. We have a street for Ida B. Wells, and we have a statue for Ida B. Wells, thanks to your support in making that possible. On the east end of Beale Street, there is a major hole in our soul. That is, nothing is being done to celebrate Mr. Robert R. Church Sr. And I've given you a little handout. And Robert R. Church Sr. was born in slavery in Holly Springs, Mississippi, to a young slave girl and a white, rich steamboat operator by the name of Charles Church. During the yellow fever epidemic, he made his money off of real estate. And when the city of Memphis would not build the park for African Americans to use, he built it with his own money. Now keep in mind the premise and purpose for parks in the city of Memphis was for the mental and physical well-being of all citizens. But that did not include us. And Mr. Church took $100,000 of his own money and built Church Park.
That in today's money would be what? 10 million, 5 million?
It'd be a bunch of millions.
I mean, just to give an idea how much money this really was.
Yeah. And G.P. Hamilton, a historian from Memphis in Beale Street, said that it was an oasis in the midst of a desert. And the National Urban Planner said there was no other park in the nation like Church Park. The landscape, banana trees and flowers and strolling peacocks all over the campus. It had a 2,000-seat auditorium. It was used for all kinds of meetings and banquet halls, commencement exercises for the local high school, and concerts and dances, even office space in its historical use. But the potential use could include senior citizens, African American museum, child care, community recitals, and outlets, event center, office space, concert and civic meetings, green space, basketball courts, and tennis courts with walking trails. Presently, it's open space. And since it was dedicated in the late 80s, that's the way it's been sitting. Now, let me say this. This is the dark side of our history we have to face. That was an intentional effort to erase every memory of Robert Church in the city of Memphis. Purposely burned down his private home under the disguise of experimenting with firefighting equipment that happened in 1953. Burned his home down to the ground. And his family members, many had to leave town out of fear for the safety of their lives. And so I'm saying the time is now to make this correction, to make this change, that we can correct history. And I believe that it would be an infusion of economic growth and development on that east end of Beale Street. Presently on east end of Beale Street, nothing is happening. All of the policies and programs stop at Ida B. Wells. I've talked with the merchants. They're concerned. They get none of the benefits of the new programs that come to Beale Street. They all stop at Ida B. Wells. But the hub, the epic center of African-American life and culture and the soul of Memphis was from 4th Street on down to Danny Thomas. That's where the doctor's offices were. That's where all the cafes were and the office buildings were. And I'm asking you to consider taking a shot at restoring that and giving us this epic center back. We have major endorsements coming from the Heritage Tours, Rainbow Push Coalition, April 4th Foundation, Ms. Salisbury is here with us. The Baptist Ministers Association is here. Dr. Mims is with us. First Baptist Beale Street Church and the Shoba Community Resource Center. Dr. Harrington is with us. Africa in April. Africa in April still holds major activities. Right at Church Park. And that's right. And WLOK has endorsed and Andrew Pouncey of the past chair of the Shelby County Historical Commission. And so we ask you to consider that and make that happen. You have the power and the votes here to do it. And Memphis will be proud of it. I watch people come every week and they stand and look, and is this how we pay tribute to Robert Church? This is it. And I noticed the budget for this year, there is no money for any improvements at Church Park.
Thank you for that presentation. We have people in the queue? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Greg, for coming, and it was such a pleasure to meet you for the very first time in person.
Pleasure.
And all the gentlemen that are sitting there with you. Well, this year, and I think my colleague Walker could attest to it, during our set time in February for Black History Month, I decided to polarize Mr. Church, Robert M. Church. And I don't think that he's talked about enough in this city as being one of the first Black millionaires in this city. And the charter, if it was not for him, I don't know if you mentioned that or not, about the charter. It's in there. It's in this. And so that's very important for us to know. And as I was speaking to my other colleague, Councilman Ford, Senior, he said not only that, but he said something that it is Black history. For Memphis to not put one dime or implemented or even put anything in such great history here. And maybe our young children and youth, if they would see more things of us downtown, maybe would deter them from doing some of the things that they do if they understood their history and how important they are and what has previously happened before they came here, before they were even thought of being born. So I completely support you 100% in doing this. When I did my own research, I think it was on Lauderdale, the house, and I'm sure you have it in here, I have not even, was burnt down, and I have to be careful about certain departments that I say things back, We got yellow journalism and tabloid journalism that would come after me, but I thank you for making that very known, who burnt the house down. And that's history.
That's history.
Let's talk about history. No pun intended. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. And prayerfully, something will be done and some funding will be found. We find money all the time.
We're counting on you.
Thank you, sir. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. I support this project, and I think it's a great idea and overdue, and I'm really wanting to take the rest of my time. I'll be brief. As a point of personal privilege, Reverend Gray, before I was on the council, and everyone, not everyone, but some of you know that I'm with SACE, the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and I was hosting public town halls virtually. And you participated in the last one I did at the Whitehaven Branch Library. And I want to thank you for your environmental stewardship and just caring about this environment. And Dr. Warren, I think you participated in that one as well. I know you did too with me. And also, when we were fighting the Byhalia pipeline, and all Plains American was sprinkling money around the city. And I sent an email and I said, what y'all gonna do? Because they had given you all $5,000 toward the Ida B. Wells statue.
That's correct.
And you all gave the $5,000 back. You all were the only ones who received a donation from them who gave your donation back. And we appreciate that. And in turn, Representative Pearson did a GoFundMe. He wasn't the representative then, but he did a GoFundMe, y'all, to replace the $5,000 for you all.
You did.
And my organization donated the first $1,000. And so I want to thank you for your continued work on behalf of this community and seeing fit to support preserving the history of this. And Dr. Acey, you all didn't start right there, but you all have been there many years, and I know the property still lacks some things that it needs, and hopefully something can be done on behalf of this project. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, colleagues. I think what I'd like for us to do as far as just the Parks Committee, and I want us to, I'm going to contact Jimmy Tucker and Jackson. And I think this is something that we're not going to be able to pull $20 million together to do this year, but maybe we need to come up with like a 4 or 5 year plan where we know we can get this in the budget and gradually build what we need to build here. Our 3-year plan, we see what we've got as we move forward. As everyone knows, it's crazy out there as far as the economy is concerned. We've got people acting on the national and state stage that are tying our hands and putting us in bad situations economically. We haven't seen what it's going to be like. We don't know what we're going to have coming in. But this, I think we need to make a priority of something that we decide we're going to start, even if we can't finish, because if we don't start it, we'll never get it done. So if I have the committee's permission, I'm going to try to contact Mr. Tucker and see what it would take for us to get some preliminary thoughts on this, because I'm sure we're not going to be able to rebuild his $30 million. I just Googled that. $100,000 can be up to $34 million in today's money. So this $20 million sort of sounds like it's about right if we're actually rebuilding what he built. I'd like to see what Mr. Tucker thinks about it. Okay, we have one more item on the agenda. Thank you very much for yes, sir.
Could we have Dr. Acey say a word about how important
Dr. Acey say a word? Maybe we could. I have more than one, Dr. Acey.
Yes, well, I really appreciate all your work that you all do, and we ask your continued support. We started African April in 1986. No money, nothing but an idea. Anything you can dream, you can do. Put it in and put God first. Started with nothing, and today we're celebrating 39 consecutive years of African April. People come from all over the world to visit Africa. They come from Switzerland, They come to Bill Street, the only thing they see down there is Africa in April, right behind the FedEx Forum. So I just want you all to take a good look at this history. This is some history we got W.C. Hand, the house down there. We got a whole lot of things that we need to really promote. And the $20 million will come back in economic development in 5 years. You know, you'd be surprised how much African April bring. I didn't know that much. But $5 million every time we have African April, $5 to $8 million economic impact, according to University of Memphis. And tourism. Tourism is important to any city. Y'all know that, right? That's why you generate the money in art. Okay, thank you. I'm through.
Thank you. That was a really good word. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
Would you, anybody else care to speak before we go to the next item?
Let me
Go
thank
ahead, sir.
Councilman Ford for his 50 years of service. 50 plus.
Go right ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Opportunity to speak, and to all the council members, thank you for what you do. Thank you, Pastor Gray, for his leadership. I represent Memphis Baptist Ministerial Association as vice president, over 200 pastors and preachers, and Pastor Gray has brought this to our Ministerial Association. We've educated our members, and so this has been a lost history in a sense. Thank Dr. Acey what he's done. I would say from his effort, he has led me to go to Africa. My wife and I and some other members go to South Africa on numerous occasions. The motherland, when we go there, they say, welcome to the motherland. And the last thing I'd like to say, through Dr. Gray's effort, education, this is great education. I represent St. Mark Baptist Church. We celebrate 116 years next month. It is located in 940 South Lauderdale, the place where Miss Church House was born, same street. And so I think that's symbolic of what we're looking to build. And our church is a cornerstone of the community there in South Memphis. If you pull about 4 or 5 churches out of South Memphis, it'll be a desert. And so there's hope, there's love and community, and I think that's what we're looking to inspire today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Good.
Can I say one thing?
I think I'm going to have to go right ahead, Councilman. Of course you can.
Thank you, Reverend, for bringing that up where your church is. Okay, I see one of our directors, he walked out, but I want him to hear this, and I'm going to talk to him about it because he's over the development and everything else, and he might be a little pissed off at me. I don't care. You know, they get pissed off anyway when you tell them the truth. Okay, but no, I'm serious. The city has come across Crump. Black area. I'm gonna be black today again for a while. I ain't gonna say I'm gonna be a TN today. I'm gonna just be black. I talked with him and he kind of really insulted me. He had a meeting for black folks on the other side of Crump that wasn't in the neighborhood. How you gonna have something not in the neighborhood and you want to bring it to the people that live there? You are, and quite a few other ministers, we want to preserve that area. I want parks, I want everybody, all these directors that may be here. That's gonna be what I'm gonna advocate for. Because I don't want coming across Crump Boulevard to destroy our black people that's been living there 40, 50, 60 years, like what you said, to bring something that was not. He mentioned to me Florida Street. Like I said, it's a cross. Oh, it's industrial, it's this, that, and the other. Of course. But they forgot about the people that's been living there 60 years. Okay? Those facilities been gone long time ago, but not the people's homes. That's why he walked out, because I'm going to be on him today about that, but I'm glad you brought it up. But that particular area from really Riverside Drive coming all the way down to where Lauderdale is. I want to preserve that for us. I don't want to give it back. And y'all please forgive me, but I got to say this. Germantown was black. Collierville was black. Bartlett was black. Okay? White folks moved away because they didn't want to be around us moving around, so they took our property, gave us a penny on a dollar. Okay? Said it wasn't worth nothing. I don't want that to happen back here again because they want to come back downtown again. I ain't got nothing against white folks coming down here. Okay? But a lot of things have changed where they want to come back but move us back out. We want to preserve what we have. How long you say your church been there? Okay.
Good.
And I don't want them to come and take things away and put other things in that don't represent us anymore. You know, I tell folks I'm day by day, but I will stay here until my time is up to make sure those things don't happen. That's why I think you got a little pissed off at me. I don't care. And it goes up on the 7th floor, okay? A lot of things that's on the 7th floor is not really good right now. And it goes for my mayor. He might be mad at me too. Don't care. Probably wouldn't be the mayor if I didn't support it. So I'm just being honest. I didn't campaign for myself. I campaigned for him. I campaigned for him. He didn't win by much. But I do carry a little weight in my district. You know, wherever my district is, because they move my district so much. You know, sometimes I have to kind of figure out where my district is today. But I represent people. I represent Memphis, okay? Yeah. But a lot of times when we're looking at this, they say, oh, 6. I said, hey, that's not my district. It is. But they move me from one place to the other and move me around, but that's okay. But I got a little clout. I won by 76% of the votes. That's 100% of the vote for me because 25% never would vote for a forward period. I don't care if it was the dog in the race, they vote for the dog first. So I got about 100% of the vote, okay? But I do not want them to come in and destroy what our people represented, like what you just bringing to us with church. We need to make it happen. Spend money worthwhile. You know, there are $1 million and millions of dollars out there that, hey, they blow. Not only that, and that's hiring people. You know, why pay somebody $100,000 to sit on their behind all day? I'm an alpha. I wouldn't hire my alpha brother just because he's an alpha. I'm having issues with that. Because if you keep adding those up, those are millions of dollars that might can go into rob the church. Okay?
Thank you.
I'm gonna be quiet, but
Mr. Chair, can I say one more thing?
Let's if you don't mind, let me finish up. I've got one other item of business I'd like to get to, and it's almost lunchtime, but make it very quick if it's okay with the council.
Yes, sir. In regards to Councilman Ford's statement, our church owns 20 parcels of land, and so there's a need, as you expressed, for housing development. So we welcome a conversation meeting with you regarding that.
Excellent, excellent. I can tell you I had lunch after going to Zion Cemetery's 125th celebration of Robert Moses' lynching and his burial in Zion Cemetery this Saturday. I rode my bike over there from Overland Park and then rode to Four-Way and had lunch and then rode from there downtown. And the amount of building and new housing that has been done in that area is good, I think. I think that's a sign of ways that we can actually do what you're saying. If you take that sort of building and move it in the areas you're talking about, Councilman. So let's go to item number 3, which is a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer funds from 5 completed Memphis Parks Accelerate Memphis projects to various Memphis Parks Accelerated Memphis projects. This is in District 2, 4, and 6, Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by administration.
Move it.
We have requests for same night minutes, moved by Ford, same night minutes, seconded by Swearengin Washington. Let's go ahead. Director Bolton, you have the floor, my friend. And thank you guys for that presentation very much.
Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded by Ford and Swearingen, Washington. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, so.
Get the mic close to you.
All right, so first off, good morning. Justice Bolden, 2599 Avery.
Marsha Allen, 2599 Avery.
Okay, so we're here to request the allocation, appropriation, and transfer of remaining funds from 5 completed Accelerate Memphis Parks projects in the amount of $192,391.08. Next slide. Okay, so the first project, Chandler Park Pavilion and Playground, located in District 4, Super District 8. Currently, right now, we've got $550,000 dedicated towards this project. The request is for an additional $87,000. The good news is we have the bids back now, so we know exactly what we need. This park and pavilion is going to include new playground surfacing equipment, grading and drainage improvements, benches, grills, and as well as ADA or accessible tables. Also, there'll be additional ADA improvements, new concrete accessible pathways, drinking fountains, and trash receptacles. Those green ones that you see throughout the city will also be installed at this location. So thus far, we've spent about $160 on the procurement of furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and we're requesting the additional $87,000 to go towards contract construction. Next slide. What we have now is just a diagram. It's more or less an aerial view of the Chandler Park Pavilion and Playground. So you can see in the green area, that's where the pavilion will be installed, and then the areas in orange will have the playground installation. Also in, I guess that's going to be like a light yellow. Those are the pathway improvements that will be added to the park as well. And then off to whether it's the north or the left, you'll see some grading as well. Next slide. And what we wanted to do was just kind of give you an idea of what the pavilion architecture will look like. So this is a slide that just shows what we'll be installing at Chandler Park. Next slide. Okay, so the second project that we're requesting the allocation, transfer, and appropriation is CL Fitness. So this is phase 1 of a 2-phase project located in District 2, Super District 9. This is the renovation of existing outdoor fitness areas at CL Park that will be replaced with new equipment, ADA improvements, as well as additional concrete accessible pathways and the planting of trees. Thus far, $275,000 is dedicated toward the project. Currently, right now, we're waiting to receive bids back, but nonetheless, we're requesting an additional $80,000 for this project. This project also, the $275 includes $125,000 of which were grant funds that have been utilized to procure the new equipment that will be installed.
So you're going to use this money to pay for the installation, and the other money is there. You already have it. So we're going to have this spent on this project and the first project. That's the goal by the end of June, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and let the record show Councilwoman Logan has joined us. Keep going, sir.
Okay. All right, and then just proceed to the next slide. What we wanted to do, this is a diagram just to show the, I guess to the left, you can see the trees that will be added, and then also the 3 fitness pads. So there'll be fitness stations that will be installed to replace what's existing. Also, if you look, there's some areas that are not shaded in, as we talked about it. This is phase 1. Phase 2 would be the additional pods. There's an additional 3 that would be done, but right now we're focusing on the first phase. You can also see some of the existing pathway as well as the new concrete that will be added as a part of the project. And next slide. Which brings us to our last request. So aquatics facilities, specifically District 6, Super District 8, we're requesting $25,391.08. Parks currently, right now, we're working alongside General Services to replace some aging fixtures and perform some aesthetic improvements at our pool houses. So as of right now, the locations we've identified, Pine Hill, Riverview, and Westwood. Westwood most notably is a large project that's already under construction. But as we've toured the pool houses, we want to make additional improvements. So whether that's replacing the urinals, fixtures, flooring, et cetera, this is the start of Parks, identifying these assets and working alongside general services to improve them.
And we have the projects and the people ready to do the projects for all of these pools, correct?
Yes.
All the aquatic centers. Okay. I see no question. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Director and Alan, you know I love y'all, but I got to ask you, when are these projects proposed to happen and be completed?
All of these projects are to be completed no later than June 30th.
Okay. That's my issue, because my projects ain't been completed for the last 3 fiscal years.
Yeah, so
we talking about
Well, you know,
Goose
we've been-
Pavilion. Dr. Warren,
We've
we talking
been
about
holding
Goose
up on you is what we've been doing.
Yeah, all of that. Gooch Pavilion was a park director and a half ago. Bigford Pool. I'm saying these out loud not because me and Director Bolden haven't talked, but there may be other people who need to hear that this is an issue. So this is not fully directed at you because we've talked about this. Whoever needs to understand that none of this stuff on this board, if all of this stuff happens before June 30th and we got a single pavilion at Gooch that has not been put up when the money was allocated 3 fiscal years ago, somebody needs to be held responsible for that.
Well, what I can tell you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
And we're not even getting the grills and all that other stuff. We just getting a pavilion. We're not even getting any additional amenities.
I'm not aware of that. Can you show me that so we can address it?
We
And then
can.
we'll
We've
bring-
had people come down to full council yelling at me
we'll bring-
about
we'll
it,
bring it in our
sending
next committee
emails.
meeting.
This has been a whole thing when Steve Schuler was still here and I think Strickland.
So,
was under
so let's bring this at our next
And
committee
Bigford
meeting as an
Pool.
action item.
As well.
Okay.
So just to reiterate, we have already talked, but this is on the mic, on the dais, so that other people who need to hear this can, because this is ridiculous. Now I think we need more because we've been waiting so long.
One of the things we have done in parks is not only the community engagement to understand what the residents want, but also the engagement alongside the council to understand what was a priority. That's one of the reasons why we previously, and we'll be giving updates as well later during budget committee in regards to the pavilion projects. So those are out for bid right now. And so we're talking MLK, Alcee Warren, Gooch Pavilion, as well as the Mitchell, which also includes a playground. So we have prioritized those particular projects. Once we receive the bids back, we will be going towards the construction.
When is your date to receive back the bids? Yeah,
So for Gooch, as well as those others, it's April 1st.
April
So
1st.
it's
So
just
at our next committee meeting, you'll be bringing that back to us about a timeline?
Yeah, so what we're doing now, each
Councilman Warren,
month.
we didn't have 4 timelines at this point. We need an actual date. Like we said, June 30th for these that we're approving today. And let's be clear, we need adequate and efficient and vibrant green spaces and aquatic spaces all over our city. But we can't just let money be sitting and then prices continue to go up. Somebody in somebody's division is not making this happen, and they need to know that that's not acceptable.
In parks, we identified that the projects were underfunded. That's why we came back to you all as a body and requested to add additional funding. This request is from 5 completed Memphis Parks projects. So as we are closing out and completing projects, what we're doing is coming back to the table to add additional funding to those that we identified that may be underfunded. we're at a stage where on April 1st, once we open up those bids, we'll be moving through the contracting process once we select that contractor, and we're pushing towards a June 30th.
I'm afraid I misunderstood. You said you're opening the bids. I thought they were
closing.
they're closing the bids.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different.
Yes.
It's April 1st. All right.
Closing April 1st.
Councilwoman, I think you've been heard loud and clear. At least by your chair. Okay. All right, good.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, I'd like to, all those in favor of moving this down with same night's minutes, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The chair's there. And with that, with no further issues, I believe this committee is adjourned. Thank
call our Budget and Audit Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas? Present. Councilman Dr. Warren? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Councilwoman Logan? Chairwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Chair White?
Present. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before we get started, I want to make a quick announcement and remind all of my colleagues that if you all would like to have those one-on-one sessions for the budget sessions in April, please let your analysts know so that they can get with Ms. Mauricio and get those set up. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Number one is a resolution to allocate $2,000 in FY26 Council Community Grant Program funds, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
A motion from our Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, second from Dr. Warren. Who do we have to present on number one? Is that, I guess that is Smiley. Is he here? No. He left. Yeah, I was gonna say, we do have the resolution in the thing. Are there any questions or discussions about the resolution? All those in favor of moving that down with the favorable recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Item number one will go down with the favorable recommendation with the request for same night minutes. Second is a presentation on priority-based budgeting system, all council districts, requested by Councilman Spinoza. Okay, and I don't think we have anyone here to present on that one. We're gonna move on to number three, which is a presentation on a comprehensive analysis of property tax assessments and revenue distribution for the Shelby County Property Assessor's Office, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And we have Mr. Javier Bailey here to present on that matter. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Bailey, for showing up. Thank you for answering the call when I had a few questions, especially when it comes to our taxes and our constituents really understanding the dynamics of what's happening. And so thank you for your expertise and your presentation and what you're about to present. And I'll hold my questions until the end. Thank you, Chairwoman. I yield. Thank you. Mr. Bailey, it's always so good to see you.
You as well. For the record, I like to be called Jay Bailey. So
yes, sir.
So Jay Bailey, Chief Administrative Officer for the County Assessor's Office, 1075 Mullins Station Road, Building E2. I did not do a PowerPoint, but I did prepare two presentations. One, which is dated today, which summarizes and gives some revenue projections for the city of Memphis. And then because, as Councilmember Cooper Sutton had mentioned earlier, because I had already met with her at her request and divided or portioned out property tax revenue by district, I also provided you what I had provided her back in February. So each of you would have that as well. It was provided to her at her request, but since I'm here, I felt I should give each and every one of you a copy of it as well. So you have both presentations before you. The long and short of it, and I won't take too long, is that currently, and by the way, with this presentation, there's some exhibits attached. As of the end of February, we project property tax revenue for the city of Memphis, we being the assessor's office, at $481,355,207, and if you will, 18 cents. Now that's going to increase. And the reason that is going to increase is at the time that these projections were made, I did not have the figures from data centers, including the new XAI facility on Tulane Road, which after conversations with them, we didn't have those filings are done because most of it is personal property, so they're self-reported. So I did talk with their representatives, their boots on the ground, if you will. They did report on time. However, they are increasing it. They reported to meet the statutory deadline, and I got to say this because it would be fair to them. They have worked with us very well. Anytime we've made a request, they've allowed us to reach in, and so they've worked with us very well. I must say that. But anyway, so their filing was for all practical purposes a placeholder, and I am fully aware that they're increasing those numbers. With that said, you're going, if you, from the number I just gave you, we anticipate an additional, if you flip over, I think I put it in here. Well, the total revenue coming from this particular company and their subsidiaries will be right at about $26.7 million. And it is a big difference, Councilman Ford. And I'm sorry, sir? About 12 or 13, he's correct. The new facility that they put in added an additional almost $3.5 billion in assessments, in value, I'm sorry. And when you do the math, it comes out to approximately, let's just call it 26 million. Now, mind you, and this is very important for you to understand, that revenue, you have to capture that revenue as it comes because the computer chips burn up pretty quickly. So the depreciation on those is, although they do replace them, but the depreciation is advanced, okay? But, so you'll add, there will be some additional revenue to the 481 million that I have not included in that figure because we have not finalized it. And I want to say that. One of the other things that I am touring all the municipalities to make them aware of is that we anticipate there will be a recapture for most of the municipalities on your certified tax rate. Recapture is a statute, and I put the statute in your packet, but it occurs when the certified, the state law says that you can only make the same amount of revenue that you made the year before after a reappraisal, not including new construction and additional, additional revenue. You cannot make a windfall from a reappraisal period. Unfortunately, and I personally met with the state comptroller's office on and on and on again during as the cities and the county were setting their certified tax rate. And the reason for that is that they were overshooting what you have as an appeals allowance. And when we came out, the last reappraisal was coming out of COVID. I felt that they should not use those figures when they did their trending. I argued till I was blue in the face until I was told I was wrong and they were going to do it anyway. So your certified tax rate overshot the mark. Fortunately, with the city of Memphis, I don't think it's going to be a huge drop. They're going to, when they do the recapture, you're going to have to lower your certified tax rate. You can put it back as a council, as a legislative body, but when it occurs, you're going to have to lower it by a certain percentage. Now, the money you lose in lowering it, you're going to, it's going to be covered by the new construction, also the additional monies that you're getting from these data centers. The city of Memphis, XAI, is not the only data center that's going on the rolls. There are two others that I'm aware of, and I'm fully aware that there's a larger one that is looking at downtown Memphis. But there's one I know that's going on going on Old Getwell Road. And there's another one that is actually going to be in that same district. I forgot the street, but they're looking at those now. Another company just purchased the old Century building on Sycamore View, and it will be a data center. And so we're reaching out to them now. I fully involve myself in those discussions because what we want to know from them way ahead of time is how much work, how much staff we're going to have to allocate towards reviewing their filings and so forth. It's very technical, It's time consuming, and frankly, I don't have the staff to, at the current time, to follow. If there were five of them, if there were 5 XAIs to open up in Memphis, we'd have to get additional staff. So, but this area has become, and I'm going to close out the data centers with this. This area has become very attractive to high tech. Economically, they look at Memphis, the city of Memphis. We're a state with no income tax, and if you're bringing a multi-billion-dollar operation into an area, you don't want a state income tax. Land is cheap compared to California and Northern California and the state of Washington, which is where most of them had been housed up until a few years ago. And there's water available, which all of these data centers have to tap because it requires sufficient cooling.
That's because they're doing it wrong. Madam Chair, can I interject?
Yeah.
These cooling centers are cooling the way we cool our houses with air conditioning. And there's technology out there now where they can actually cool them without using water. And I don't know how we can sort of try to nudge them in that direction, but.
Well, as a legislator, or I'm sure that you will push policy in that direction. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Well, and I appreciate that. As we assess these properties, I've become fully aware that that they're now the new economic engine, and our largest accounts are now data centers. So that's an economic indicator that there's more to come. Google just broke ground across the river there, so it's very clear that the area has become attractive for that. Additionally, if you look at, and I'm not trying to get too deep into this, but if you look at the amount of pilot revenue or property tax revenue that is being absorbed or taken away by pilot projects, that is significant for your consideration to take a look at. I'm not advocating against.
What page is that on?
It would be on the second page of the March 24th report or memorandum that I gave you.
Okay.
It says property tax appeals impact.
Got
and
it.
then under
Okay.
that is the pilot agreements.
Mm-hmm.
I must say Edge Board has worked very closely with us over the last 2 or 3 years to kind of get us ahead of the game. Miss Washington and I'm sorry, Miss Massey and I have been in constant contact, but there has to be greater accountability.
Is there any particular reason that these things need anything from Edge Board? Why do they need any tax rebates?
No, I'm not talking about the data centers at this point. Just to be clear, XAI did not get a pilot, nor any other kind of tax rebate.
Quick question right there, and I don't know if this is an easy kind of percentage to say. Had they requested one, about what percentage of this 26 million would we not be getting?
There
or
would have
around
been,
about?
You would have gotten, there would have been a 75% decrease.
Of the 26 million?
Yes, if it got the standard pilot.
Right.
Yeah, roughly 75% decrease.
Thank you.
But I only bring that to your attention because it is my job and my mission to make you aware of those things that impact your revenue base, your tax base, because as you go into your next budget period, you need to be aware of those things that are going to hit. You've only used 24% of your appeals allowance, which is why I'm saying to you there's going to be a recapture. The appeals allowance is that part of your budget you built in for appeals, changes to your assessments, so forth and so on. We just the vernacular is it's an appeals allowance. And again, as I said earlier, the statute requires that the comptroller's office notify the municipality when they don't use that up, because you got to give it back to the taxpayer. You cannot have a windfall from a reappraisal. And so that's coming. That's coming. We are, although you've only used 24% of it, most of the large appeals that you have, there are a few left out there, we're complete with those. Most of them. There are a few that are large that are still out there. But you're not going to use up that appeals allowance.
And so, just so that everyone understands, is that once we went through this new reappraisal, there's an opportunity for taxpayers to appeal their assessment. And so, based on the predicted amount of what was anticipated that taxpayers would appeal, we only had, 24% of that has been used, meaning that when the state comes back to do this recapture, kind of a true up, we're going to have to give that back. They don't take it, but the certified tax rate will change. And so we can take it, we can vote to take it back up, but the certified tax rate that comes from the state, that's going to change.
That's correct. They'll reduce your certified tax rate by that portion that is unused. Well, that would be your...
That would be that would be what we would have to discuss. But I do have one question. With the recapture, in terms of them getting it kind of back leveled, does it exclude new projects that were not captured in the previous year? Does that make sense? Or does it just take the total amount and say, you got your tax?
No. New projects cannot be included.
Perfect.
New construction cannot be included. New personal property projects or accounts cannot be included in that. So you don't get penalized for growth.
Got it.
Is the best way to look at it.
Okay.
You are entitled to that growth. I suggest that the statute needs to be changed. I mean, they forced us, they did trending, and they forced us to use years that were anomalies. Using the reappraisal, last reappraisal was done in 2021. That was right in the heart of COVID. It was ridiculous to use that year. We all thought there would be 50,000 appeals because people were having a rough time. The markets were topsy-turvy. Interest rates were crazy. And nonetheless, the state said that they did not feel there was any wiggle room, that the statute required that they use, going back to 2009 and coming forward every reappraisal year. I object to that. Today, I object to that. I don't think that's what the statute requires. However, it is the comptroller and the Department of Property Assessment's prerogative to override that. And that's what they did.
All right, thank you. Any other members in the queue? Councilwoman Walker, and then also let's reflect that Councilman Espinosa has joined us as well as Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. And this is great. Thank you for coming for this presentation and the great information. So with respect to data centers, I was told that the two-lane property, they are going to use coolers. That is subject to change, but they are going to use coolers. And so that's a type of air conditioning, but that's what we want, clean energy. And with respect to how we light, gas, and water, with respect to our light, gas, and water, that's what we want to advocate for as well. And I know off the grid, President McGowan and his team, they are constantly looking into those options. But as we move forward with these conversations surrounding data centers, the great question to ask is, what are you doing in terms of clean energy and green energy? Because there are turbines that release a very low amount of emissions, but they do cost more. So I just want y'all to know that there are cleaner energy choices with these data centers. They just have to be implemented. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
On that one point, of course, that's way above my pay grade, but I would suggest to you that the council, and I've said this to other legislative bodies, other municipalities, and the county commission, that you have to begin looking at some policy initiatives that address those issues, because you're gonna get more. Frankly, I do not believe the assessor's office should be the ones that are assessing those. I think those should be considered utilities, and the state should be the one doing it. However, the ruling has been that it's our problem, and because it's our problem, we're trying to stay on top of it and stay ahead of it.
Okay, and to that, I might add, when you say other municipalities, so didn't you all get an award for being the top municipality in
Absolutely.
the state?
I must say, I got one too, as the Chief Deputy of the Year statewide. But Shelby County Assessor's Office was awarded strongly, actually, by all 95 counties. They awarded Mr. Burgess as Assessor of the Year, and I was the Chief Deputy Assessor of the Year. We've been really innovative in our approach to this. Rather than just sitting there assessing properties, what we've tried to do is provide the kind of data that we're providing now, which is rarely done. We've expanded and our approach to how we manage our office, and we try now to make municipalities aware of those things that are going to impact their revenue base before you end up with a deficit or end up in a crisis. And so that's why I'm here today. I'm here to tell you ahead of time that you're going to have a recapture. I'm here to tell you ahead of time that you have additional revenue that can help make up for that, so that there's not an adverse reaction to it when you don't need to react negatively to it.
Okay, well, congratulations, and Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you so much. And we had Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue, and then followed by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton as Councilman Ford. Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that I properly addressed you. What do you like being called by again?
Jay Bailey.
Jay
Yeah.
Bailey. All right, Jay Bailey. Thank you for coming. Thank you for taking my request. But I want to make sure that my colleagues look at the detailed property valuation by district, which is very interesting. You really need to look at those numbers, look at our districts, and then he was able to give us the numbers of the super district and the super district 8 and super district 9. And you can see there through your calculation the gap of how these taxes should really be reviewed and really taken seriously and really looked at on what we need to do differently and how we need to approach this, because we're coming into our FY27 budget, as you said, and how we this is what real legislation, when you are collaborating and talking with Shelby County and the city of Memphis, we should be working together, understanding what this is going to look like for us in the future and what we're about to face down the road. Secondly, I want to ask you about the tangible property taxes. Did you talk about that? Any tangible property taxes?
It is included in the figure that I gave you.
In the 27, in the 26.7?
Well, most of that is
Is that
tangible personal property.
Okay.
The real estate. So let me be. Oh, I'm glad you asked that.
Yes.
So someone else also asked about data centers and XAI and pilots and so forth, right?
Right.
XAI did not get a pilot. They're paying full freight on the real estate, and what they are doing with respect to their personal property. They've been made aware that if they bring the chips, the hardware, the equipment into my jurisdiction, I'm going to assess it. So what they're doing is bringing it in as it is installed. And so there was no need for a pilot, you understand? But they're paying full freight. We are not giving them there's no incentive, there's no reductions, there's no abatement whatsoever that they're getting on these, the tangible personal property. And we're talking about billions of dollars in assessment.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so what I would like to know is how can we establish a stronger provision? I'm not sure what the delinquent looked like back then and what is owed to the city of Memphis. And thank you. I want to recognize Chief Person is here. Our chief is here.
Yeah.
But I want to, there is some delinquency that's going on and some money that we have not collected on. and has not been discussed, or we have not looked at, and I don't want to get off the ranch, but I want to make sure that I'm on the record with this diocese, and while you're here, that we understand that we really need to look at that, and I would love for us to meet and talk with Chief Person on how we can establish a better relationship, because we need revenue. And we can't keep putting everything on the taxpayers' back and thinking that this city and this community is going to keep toting the load, and it's not going to be some long-term damage or some long-term injuries behind this. We got to do things differently, and we got to look at it differently as a legislative body, working with you all and all of us working together and collaborating.
Well, if you look at the details of, I said I wasn't going to do this, but if you look at
Come on, do it.
If you look at
Come
the
on, do it.
details of district by district, and
Yes.
you look at Super District 8 at $168,773,909. Then you look at, now that's actual projected tax revenue. If you look at District 9, 260 million, there's approximately a $40 million gap there. If you look at where the majority of your tax abatements and incentives occur, they're all in, well, not all, but the large majority would be in Super District 8. And so that would be, so that's where your offset is.
Your offset is.
Yeah.
And I just to clarify, to make sure that I understood clearly, Memphis has about 563 pilots.
That's close.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of apartments around here that are not adhering, am I correct,
So the assessor's office, at the request of Commissioner Henry Brooks, did a study over the last year where we pulled every single pilot agreement that went to multifamily properties. And we sent a 4 or 5-member staff out to review their agreements, to review what they promised to do, and to review whether or not those agreements had been met. And the majority of them, in our opinion, have not been met. The majority of them, particularly in what I call inside the Beltway.
in my district, in our district.
Yeah, part of it.
Thank you.
The majority of them, in my opinion, were not meeting what the obligations that they were given or that they promised to meet in order to receive pilot agreements. Now, we didn't look at the other projects where there were people promised jobs, people promised other things, economic incentives, but particularly the statute that sets forth pilots says that it's primarily to create workforce development and housing, affordable housing. So we started with the housing. That's what I'm getting at. And in reviewing it, we just found that it wasn't, they weren't where they should be. There should be greater accountability. I'm not saying get rid of it, but I am saying that accountability is a must. It's my job, and the oath that I take is to assess accessible properties. When there's a pilot agreement, you have now taken that assessment from me. And they pay a payment in lieu of tax. And so if they're going to pay a payment in lieu of tax, I feel that it is my responsibility to make sure that they're living up to the reason why they were abated. Otherwise, I should be assessing them.
That's right.
And so, again, I'm not anti. Some pilots are good and bring in jobs and other things, but I'm not a fan of apartment complexes getting pilots. I mean, we have a slew of them. We have an abundance of them. We're saturated with them, and it just seems to me that at some point there has to be some accountability. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bailey. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
I just want to ask a question. I know our revenues with XAI, two-lane.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if South Haven is getting any revenues from that?
I do not.
Since it's on the line.
I do not, but I'm glad you asked that question. So here's why. So the power plant, it's my understanding, is on the other side.
Right.
But the lines coming across from the power plant to the facility, I have not ascertained whether that's my responsibility or the state of Mississippi's.
Okay.
Because it's hooked to the power plant in Mississippi, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so we don't have that included. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
In these numbers I gave you.
I'll find out. Because, you know, right now you need water. Mississippi's giving us a problem about our water.
Yes, sir.
Say we don't own it, they own it, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Some of y'all may not know that. That goes way back. Actually, it's shared with Arkansas too. And the reason why I was asking you if they're getting any revenue, I know Google is going right across the bridge.
Yes, sir.
Because if they're getting revenue, I want to get revenue from Google.
I didn't think about that, but it makes sense.
Same way, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because, hey, we're looking at water, too. So if you can find that out, kind of let me know, and I'm going to be checking to see what's going on with that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. And then Councilwoman Walker, and then we're gonna wrap up because we're way behind schedule now.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Belen, since we kind of still talking about data centers, there's a new red light at the two-lane location. It's at two-lane and State Line. Did we pay for the red light, or do you know if South Haven paid for the red light? Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bailey, for this presentation. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for requesting this presentation. What I will say is that we will be in touch. So the county did have a task force that looked into pilots, and they, and Mr. Bailey was a part of that task force. They also did a report and recommendations, which I'll make sure that Tara Neat, my analyst, sends out to all of you all. I have it, and I'm looking into it and seeing what type of legislative action we need to take in regard to, I think, what we equally share as a concern regarding the accountability as it pertains to pilots. So thank you so much for this information. Number 4 is a monthly update on December 16, 2025 budget committee transfers, $13,788,056.20, all council districts, requested by the budget committee. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Good afternoon,
Chief Zena.
Council. Thank you. John Zena, Chief of Development and Infrastructure. Do we have a presentation? Excellent. Okay, this presentation is in your packet for today. This is the same template that we used the last 2 times, I suppose. And so we're just going to continue to use this template, and anything that is new month to month is going to be highlighted in yellow. So as you review it coming into the council day and then through this presentation, we're really just going to focus on the things that are in yellow. All right, so again, this is related to the transfers that took place. They were executed at the first meeting in January. And so we're doing a monthly update on the status of the projects related to those transfers. Some were related to Accelerate Memphis, which, as you know, has spending deadline of the end of the fiscal year. Some were related to CIP, which of course does not have the same deadline. So as you can imagine, our focus, at least on timeliness, is to get the Accelerate stuff done first so that we can hit the deadline and then complete the rest. So group number 1, resolution number 1, had to do with using Accelerate dollars for the sign shop acquisition and program management. Nearly all of that is spent. As you remember from the last presentation, we closed on the property for the sign shop prior to the last presentation, so that was already counted in your last update on this. What really remains here, we can go to the next slide. There's some a little bit of remaining dollars on the sign shop that will be used on furniture for that building. And then there are some remaining expenses on our construction engineer inspections and project management contract as we finish up the final projects in the activating Memphis 3.0 section of Memphis 3.0. So, excuse me, of Accelerate Memphis. So this should be wrapped up fairly soon. Next one is CIP, refunded Chelsea Green Line. If you remember, we took some dollars out of Accelerate for Chelsea Green Line that were in Accelerate for Chelsea Green Line, gave it to some parks projects, we'll touch on those in a second, and then took some money out of CIP, put it into Chelsea Green Line so that we could basically give ourselves a little bit more time. Okay, so Chelsea Green Line is wrapping up design. Bids should be ready to go out once we turn the page to FY 2027. There's $2.5 million in CIP for Chelsea Green Line. We'll need an additional $1.5 million in order to be able to get that project going in FY 27. And so even though it's 0% spent, this is very much on track. Moving ahead to number 3. These are the funds that came from the Accelerate Chelsea Green Line project and went to 10 parks projects. Go to the next slide. There's 10% that's been spent. Next slide. What is highlighted here, the paving at Toby Park is complete. There's additional money that you've put into the Westwood Pool repairs. That's a new change. Next slide. Contract has been executed on the Glenview Park Pavilion. Bids are due on the Gooch Park Pavilion and the Mitchell Community Center Pavilion. Those bids are due April 1st. Those were just talked about in the last Parks Committee. Next slide. And so here's the updates. Notice to proceed has been issued on that Glenview Pavilion, so that's moving forward. There should be demonstrable results to be able to share at the next meeting. The bids are due April 1st for Gooch and Mitchell. Same thing. We should be able to have a new update for you at the next meeting. And then we're negotiating pricing now under an open contract to be able to do the community center doors. I mentioned the Toby Park paving is complete. FF&E is scheduled to arrive in May on CL Fitness, which should allow us to begin install once that's once we've received that. We're negotiating pricing on the sports lighting through an open electrical contract. And then, as I mentioned, we've gotten those additional funds for the Westwood repairs, and work is on schedule there. There's also been some additional work that's happened at Galloway, but installation has been delayed a little bit, but it should only take 3 weeks to do. So well on the way there. Okay, going to number 4. Again, this is CIP. This has been less of a priority because it's CIP, no deadline. We want to give the priority to the Accelerate projects that Parks is managing, so we hit the deadline. Next slide. So you're not going to see a whole lot of new information this month in these projects. Next slide. So we've got the Raleigh Civic Center A&E, Audubon Splash Pad A&E are complete. So there's been some money spent to date on these. So these are moving forward, but just like I said, not with the priority as the ones that are funded with Accelerate. Moving to the next slide, and then Audubon Golf Clubhouse. We are working on an MOU with Tennessee Golf Foundation related to that project. If you remember, that was going to be sort of a cost share between the city and the Tennessee Golf Foundation. They were doing some fundraising. We want to make sure that MOU is in good shape so that we're holding the Golf Foundation accountable for what they've committed to. We're able to still get the project moving, and we're only spending what the city has committed to on that. And if we go to the next slide, please. Let's go to the next one. Okay, and then on the Bellevue Jesse Turner, the design for Phase 2 and the master plan for Phase 2 has sort of begun in earnest with some initial stakeholder meetings. And then funding for that construction was requested by Parks in the FY27 CIP, which will be what we bring to you during budget season when that is ready. But those are the updates for item 5, and I'm available for any questions on any of the items so far. The bottom line is nearly 75% spent on the Accelerate total, so we feel good about hitting that deadline.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
That was my question is like, I'm looking here, it looks like we've got a lot of things that we expect are going to end on June 30th. Okay, so do we have to have the money contracted, or do we have to have the money spent and out of our coffers? Do we have to give this money to the people doing it before June 30th to make it official, or do we just have to have it contracted?
We have to spend the money.
Okay, so does that mean if someone's in the process of doing it and they haven't completed it, we're going to spend the money? I mean, how are we going to make sure they complete it?
Okay. The question is how do we make
So
sure?
this construction,
Yeah, so
someone's got 2/3, 3/4 of the thing full. We're supposed to pay them. We're going to pay them the money and then count on them finishing it.
Oh, no. We wouldn't do that. So Parks probably is the best to address this, since most of the projects that you're talking about are in Parks. Parks has project managers that are assigned to these to make sure that they are moving forward and we're holding our contractors accountable. Director Bolden, if you want to.
So I guess the question I have is, let's say you've got a project and it's 80% done. Okay, I think we'd be much better off to pay that 80% by that date and then lose the 20% and have to pay it later than we would. And maybe we need to let the contractors know that we're going to split that difference between them if they don't get it done in time. You know, just something so they know that, you know, we've got this money, and if you're not getting it done, we're not sure you're going to get paid for all of it. So you better really make sure you get it done.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's my comment, 2 cents for what it's worth.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other members in the queue, this committee meeting is adjourned. Unadjourned. Item number 2 will be held until April 28th. Adjourned.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the March 24th meeting of Public Safety and Homeland Security. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
And Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have two discussion items on the agenda today. The first being a monthly crime update, and the second being a GVIP update. We'll do the monthly crime update first, and I believe Chief Davis and Chief Brown, AC Kula can get through it pretty quickly. And if we have time, we'll do GVIP. If not, or we need to bring GVIP back again, we certainly will. So, Chief Davis, the floor is yours, or whoever wants to start.
Test. There we are. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to just give you our biweekly crime update. Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Assistant Chief Kula, 170 North Main.
Deputy Chief Andrew Brown, 170 North Main.
Okay, so we're going to start off just really talking about our Part 1 crime overview. Year over year, the comparison. As you can see, January for the first month of the year, in the 3 preceding years or the 2 preceding years, we see consistent reductions for the month of January, significant reductions considering in Part 1 crimes. And then for the month of February, the same. We see significant reductions. And then in the month of March, there's almost no bar for the crime comparison for the month of March. We are barely a bar on the chart illustration, more than 680 less crimes for the month. Next slide. And so our crime trends, excuse me, this is just a little bit of a deeper dive into what those crime categories are. Our key crime categories: murder, aggravated assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, larceny, and motor vehicle thefts. Year to date, we're about 50% down in our robberies. We're down in all those categories, but we're about 50% down in robberies, which is really good. And a little over 40% down in larcenies, and that's all larcenies. And almost 1,000 less vehicles stolen year to date, which is excellent. Good news for our motorists. Next slide. This slide always illustrates where we are in all of our 9 precincts. All of our 9 stations are showing reductions, considerable reductions. Some of them are moving into the 50% tile as it relates to crime reductions throughout the city. We're continuing to work on Rain Station and, of course, Crump Station. Even though they have reductions, we want to push the needle even more. Next slide. Calls for service. Calls for service in January, there were significant reductions, as you can see. Same with February and March, we're kind of teetering. In the decrease, however, when the weather changes, we have a tendency to see more activity and more calls for service as well. This isn't a bad thing. It's just that we know that our calls for service sometimes are seasonal as well. We decided to put in or keep in our slide on traffic crashes because our traffic and our motorist behavior is really important, in our city. And so even though we have support from Memphis Safe Task Force, we still are trying to be preventive and proactive in making our roads safer. As of March 15th, Memphis continues to make progress in roadway safety, with crashes falling from 5,595 during this time. in 2025 to 4,984 in 2026, a decrease of approximately almost 11%. Next slide. This is a new slide I wanted to add because our pedestrian fatalities are always an issue for us, and we really started analyzing the data as it relates to our pedestrian fatalities, really looking at the locations where we're having pedestrians injured, and even counting those incidents where there is no injury. So as you can see, the comparison between 2024 and 2025, even though we have less, is still quite a few people who are being impacted by motorists on our road, our pedestrians are. And so 2024, our top 5 corridors were in the Union Avenue area, Poplar Avenue, Danny Thomas, Winchester, and Lamar Avenue. And as you can see, for 2025, some of those same corridors are listed, where we have more pedestrian accidents and more pedestrian fatalities. And so we are working with the city traffic engineers to really think about other elements that might be contributing factors, you know, lighting, speeding, reckless driving, and what was the condition of the person who actually got hit. Sometimes we're finding that that individual might have been intoxicated, that individual might be homeless and wandering, or the individual may have some other issues as well. And so we're starting to really evaluate that. Chief Brown and his team who do our crime analysis, we're gonna be working with city officials to figure out how do we reduce our pedestrian fatalities in our city. And a lot of it, I think, this is just my personal opinion, if I could add that, is that we don't have as much public transportation where people are finding themselves moving around, you know, the best way that they can on bicycles, you know, and other apparatus, and whether or not they are moving around on foot too, as well. Okay, and we added in our overdose trends, a 3-year comparison. And as you can see, our fatal overdoses in 2024 were at 17, non-fatal were at 106. In 2025, our fatal overdoses were at 32, and our non-fatals were at 63. And this year, our fatal overdoses are at 14 and non-fatal at 35. We're paying a lot of attention to the various drug issues that we may have in the city as well. And so that concludes our report, our update for today. And we are open to any questions. I know Councilmember Swearengin, you wanted us to talk a little bit about the incident that occurred on Friday night downtown. Well, as the weather has changed, we have more and more young people that frequent our downtown space. That can be good, and sometimes it can be bad, especially when we have young people that don't necessarily have the proper guardianship in those spaces. And obviously, 2 groups ended up in an argument, and somehow or another, one person decided to shoot at the other group and ended up striking a young lady. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal injury, striking a young lady in the leg. Of course, we made arrests after that. And we're really looking at and working with our downtown commission as well on how we continue to monitor the streets even outside of the Beale Street corridor. Even though they have metal detectors, on some days, you know, during the week, there's some days that there are no metal detectors, and there are days where people can just pretty much roam, you know, and a lot of it is enjoying entertainment and going to restaurants. But sometimes when our young people have nothing to do, they move to the downtown space, especially as the weather gets warmer. but we have visibility and more visibility in the city, and we will be working especially with the administration. We actually have a meeting later on today on how we tighten up even more our downtown space. It's a sensitive issue when we're trying to manage our children. It's a very sensitive issue, and sometimes we find ourselves in a gray area of how we, gently deal with a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, even a 13 and 14-year-old that has a weapon. And how do we discover weapons on young people that come to our downtown space without searching everybody? Yeah. I didn't know if the team had anything else about that particular incident. I wanted to kind of keep it at a high level, but we are making some progress as it relates to shoring up the downtown area. We don't want to lose our gains.
Chief Brown, AC Kula, anybody want to add anything?
Yeah, Assistant Chief Kula. I'll just say, that night we had a mix of people down there from just our EDU officers, regular street officers, and then, some specialized units from the feds, National Guard. So there was numerous people down there and a good response from all parties, from MPD and our federal partners, to assist in that situation, to be able to stop any other further situations from happening and actually apprehending people or witnesses to help us out to solve the cases.
Thank you. Let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us. And Dr. Warren, you are recognized.
I want to just change gears to pedestrian injuries. How many do we consider bicycle car accidents pedestrian accidents? So that's a totally different thing.
I think so, yeah.
Is there a way that as you're doing this, we could have that sort of thing put here? Because I think I'd like to do that. The other thing I think is if you look at all of these accidents, they all occur on a strode. And a strode is like, a road that somehow, it's actually a highway that we're trying to make into a road. That's why they call it, it's not really a street, it's really a road. And what happens is you put sidewalks right next to cars that are doing 55 miles an hour. Okay, and you can judge simply by the number of telephone poles that are knocked down as you drive around town, how dangerous a strode can be. I don't know, as we move forward with development, one of the things I know that makes these stroads safer is when you make them fewer lanes. And as we're looking at these places where a lot of people have been killed, if you decrease the number of lanes, you, increase congestion, slow down traffic, and make it safer for people to actually cross. So it would be interesting to have you guys maybe look at that and see, are there certain areas, just like we've done with Madison Avenue, I think it's been a good example. Park Avenue's been a good example. National, Kicking and Screaming has been a good example. But I mean, it's safer there now for people. And it slowed them down. I think, one of the things we can do to save lives and actually maybe help businesses and things along that line is to make these roads into actual streets again. And you can do that, I think, by decompressing them. So that'll be something that maybe you bring up with Manny. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Think about that.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman White has joined us. And in the queue, we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation and your update. I want to talk about, I think we've already talked about it, but I don't think that there was a solution given. And I want to talk about the towing and just kind of put this on your radar. If you can come back with a solution with the THP towing, and our citizens and our constituents' vehicles are being towed and taken to places and not given enough advancement or time where the vehicles are. And then there's a huge financial burden that has been applied to them when these cars are taken if they're stolen. And I don't think that our citizens should have to deal with that burden. we have our own pound, am I correct?
That is, excuse me, that is correct. It's been operated by a private entity.
So I need a solution to come on how we're going to change that and navigate and take some of that burden off of there.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be working with the administration. I think I've been in conversations with them about what that current relationship is and how we manage to protect our citizens as it relates to towing of vehicles. And of course, that does require us to bring the state in because they have their own authority of how they, regulate our roads as well. But whatever policies we come up, they tend to align themselves with whatever our towing policy is. That's what they do. However, I think when we have private entities that are receiving vehicles, they are layering on other charges. Some of the charges aren't consistent. Some of it goes through the current private tow lot, and then some of the tows go to private entities where they may have their own guidelines. So your inquiry is on point, and we will continue to have conversations and hope we can come up with a solution. And it may require some changes in our own current ordinance.
So while we're waiting on that, I just had this thought. This is just me as a common person, common citizen, and the phone calls that I've had to encounter with my constituents who I serve in certain districts, call looking for their vehicles, have not been given ample enough time that the vehicles have been located, and there is a huge financial burden applied to it. So can we have maybe someone in our MPD department maybe just check every now and then just to see when the vehicles are being found, is there a system in place where it says, or is it talking, are we talking, are the systems talking to anyone that says that this car has been found? There's a report that the car has been stolen. How do we interact and what part do we play in that?
So anytime a vehicle is stolen and we do a police report for that vehicle, when that car is recovered, then our detectives reach out to the victim and let them know that that vehicle has been found, and they work with them to get their vehicle back.
What about THP?
And THP, that's the part that I was saying that,
That's kind of tricky.
It's that their policies and their procedures are something that we've got to drill down and try to figure out exactly what their process is and a lot of times they work with us in those situations, but we have clear processes of trying to reach that individual as soon as we recover a vehicle, because it's important for us to get them their car back, especially if it's still in working condition.
Well, let's see if we can get some more collaboration and some more love between each other, because these are our people.
Mm-hmm.
And we know what our economic poverty, and they are having a hard time. And so when I get these calls, it's so much that I can do. But I want to thank you all publicly for MPD that when I do call, you get on it and you find it and you make it better for our citizens. You lift some of that heavy weight. But I want it on the record that if they're going to be here and we're going to work together, we're trying to make Memphis safe again. We're trying to make Memphis better. We ain't trying to put no hurting on the people. We already hurting enough. So we want to make sure that when they find out constituents' cars and they tow them to these private towing companies, that there is somebody talking to let them know that the vehicle's been found, and don't wait 10 or 15 days later when you got a price on there that I wouldn't even pay for my own car. The car ain't even worth that much. But however, it's their means of transportation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I yield, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let the record show that Councilwoman Logan has joined us. Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Canale. Good to see you all. Thank you. Thinking about enforcement, last meeting we had, I brought up the garage ordinance, right? So that's going to give us more clarity. And a lot of the things that I said last week are going through my head today, just talking about enforcing the laws that we have in place. So if it's the garage ordinance or the short-term rental ordinance we're talking about, or Chairwoman Swearingen today brought up the signs, right? Like, It's about enforcement. And I would like for y'all to educate me as a parent of teenagers. And I know there are other council members up here. A lot of people are talking about curfews and holding parents accountable. And I know it's a sensitive subject, but what are the laws that city-wise, I guess, for us? I think I know what they are. I mean, I know my guy has a curfew and he comes home on time. Not all the time, but he's close and I'm keeping up with him, right? But what are the laws for us as they exist today, you know, for the kids with the curfew times and then holding parents accountable? A lot of people are talking about that.
Absolutely.
Where are we as of today? And thank you all for everything you do. I know you're having meetings and you're going to come back with a bunch of stuff for us on this, and I'm here to support you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Spinoza. We are approaching a subject matter that I think a couple of years ago we tried to come up with 2 years ago, and it was. And we wanted to try to, because of this exact same problem. And I think everyone has the appetite for really figuring out how do we enforce an ordinance that is there and put in place the resources that are needed in order for us to enforce the curfew ordinance. And so we're having broader conversations about what that looks like, to be sensitive to our young people. I've said it before, the 9-year-olds don't belong in the backseat of a patrol car. There needs to be some mechanism for us to be able to transport young people who are in places that they are unsafe to a safe place until they are reunited with their parents. And so that's where we are right now. We don't have the answer to that, but we're having meetings. As a matter of fact, we're going to be meeting today about how do we work together as a city to resolve the issue of wandering young people, especially in dangerous spaces.
What are and thank you for that. What are the times? Like during the week, it's 11.
It's like 11.
I think it's 11.
Cheek Brown, yeah. And then I think on weekends, it's about an hour later.
So Monday through Thursday, if you're 17 but less than 18, you're bound by curfew between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. during Monday through Thursday. On the weekend, it moves to midnight to 6 a.m.
Okay.
And then 16 and under is an hour earlier. So 16 and under, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. is curfew. Monday through Thursday, and then Friday through Sunday, it's 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. And there are some layout in there for, like, if you're coming home from work or have a note from a parent or some things like that. There's some nuances in there, but that's the general times.
Okay, and I think maybe before we get together next time, I know I'm trying to get downtown. I have a meeting with you very soon anyways. Maybe we can just put more around that and push that out so people are just aware of what all of that is. Just a lot of questions about that. And I think it's all coming from a really good space. I mean, everybody's just looking out for each other and wants the city to be safe. And we're here to support you with all these things. So thank you all.
Well, we plan to also continue our conversations with juvenile court because they've been very receptive to discussing, some innovative and new approaches to how we address young people, especially after hours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Logan, and then, Chief, I know you have an important meeting to get to, so feel free to leave when you need to, and then we'll hear from GVIP after that. But Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And regarding this, 2 years ago, we did bring forth a curfew ordinance. We already have a curfew on the books, but the ordinance that I brought was to enforce the curfew law. And at that time, I was told that to give 6 months, and they were going to come back with a solution. So we've had to, from that 6 months to now, I met with Chief Adams yesterday. They're still working on it with, I was assuming you all, and juvenile court. And, that's what I was told right now. It's a matter of detention or detaining the young people. Or
I think everybody remembers the news.
Yes.
When we tried to find a soft place.
Absolutely. But we also remember the news when a lot of teenagers were being shot or hurt or in gangs or robbing and all that. So, you have both sides. And I am very adamant that we cannot keep kicking the can down the road. And I do know that it's, the jurisdiction is under the juvenile court. In terms of detaining youth, but we have to find a solution before it gets warm. I'm talking about this year. We're already seeing some things, and I know pastors that have reached out to me saying, I have facility on this side of town, I have facility on that side of town to do not detention, but holding opportunities or after hours, care. After the community centers close, they're willing to open up their facilities. So everybody has to get in a room because these silos not working. We all have to come in a room, and if we have to bring everybody here and have a conversation, we may have to do that to keep our children safe and in turn keep our citizens safe, because bullets don't have names. And I don't want to see any child hurt, but we're moving too slow on it. I know it's delicate, but maybe if everybody's in the room together and we pull out the law and who's responsible, then you can't, keep passing the buck. Not that you all are, I'm just saying the conversation is. So it is a serious matter and we need to address it immediately.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. And then a solution. I don't know, just a solution. Because right now where we are, nothing working. Like you just said, we're just kicking the can down the road. You have clergymen, pastors that come and do clergy, am I right? So why don't you ask your clergy pastors if we can maybe use some of their family life centers until you find a holding space, and maybe just put those babies there until we can get them, and maybe Jesus will come in somewhere down the line and help us all.
We're going to all call on Jesus. That's for sure.
Or whoever you want to call on. Cheerful.
And we've talked about that too.
Something needs to happen.
Yeah.
We got to stop. We got to stop all this. And it's nothing to you. Nothing. But I've been here for 2 years, kicking the can down the road. I need solutions. We need solutions. We need to hear, sitting at these round tables, everybody rubbing their back and patting on their back, sounding ideas, but nothing happening. That means nothing to me. That means nothing to us. That means nothing to our city. We're trying to take it to the next level. We're trying to get it there. Our babies aren't that bad, but we don't have time. We don't have time to keep doing what we're doing. So these churches, we go to them, get them involved, see what they can do with their community centers, their life centers. They're closed except on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Tuesdays, because I go to church, so it's a formula that happens. But however, we need something to happen. And everybody has to play their part. It's just not on you to try to figure this out by yourself. It's not on you. It's not on you. It's not on you. It's on us. So we have to do it together. I don't have but 2 more years, and I don't know where I'm going to be. I don't know if I'm going to make it or not. But I know this here, we don't have time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, colleagues, for everyone's questions and input. Who's presenting GVIP? So if you, Chief.
Tamika Williams, you present GVIP, right? Yeah. Okay. Y'all need to move towards
y'all come on up, Chief.
Eager to present.
Chief, thank you. I know that you need to move on.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you all.
Thank you, AC Kula and Chief Brown.
Thank you. That's a reporter.
You're so clever, Sam.
I did. I was like, where is he going?
Let the record reflect that Councilman J.B. Smiley Jr. has joined us.
All right now.
And Councilwoman Pearl Eva Walker.
All right. We can start now.
Okay, whenever y'all are ready, the floor is yours. If you give us your name and title, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Tamika Williams. I serve as the Deputy Director for the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. My address is 125 North Main.
I'm Colonel Gates. I serve as the commander over the Organized Crime Unit and Gang Unit, and my address is 170 North Main.
Oh, okay. You tell me. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long time coming. We've been doing a lot of restructuring with GVIP, which is the Group Violence Intervention Program for the mayor's office. I think I want to clear up a little bit of confusion before we even start. So, originally, the GVIP team was comprised of 3 different components: a credible messenger, which was normally a community organization partner. You also had the mayor's team, which was inside of the Office of Community Affairs for a moment, and now it's also in the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And then the third party was MPD, which is also inside of the MGU unit, but now inside of the Organized Crime Unit. So there were a lot of different entities that represented GVIP. For a very long time, when you all heard the presentation, it was just one entity talking about GVIP. So numbers didn't match. Things didn't add up for you. But I hope with this restructure and how we present it today, you'll understand the pieces and the parts and the names that go along with it. So here to do the overview, basically, of the Mayor's Gun Violence Reduction Initiative. We started this back in February of last year. We had a 5-day practicum with the Violence Reduction Center led by Thomas App. During that time, we had leadership from city and county to come over to a central location. And we talked about reducing the silos. We talked about how do we do these things together to make sure that every neighborhood is safe and that we're targeting the right places and the right people for the interventions that we need to provide. So who leads the Gun Violence Reduction Initiative? Ultimately, it's the mayor. There are 2 portions that go along with the Gun Violence Reduction Initiative. One is a people-based strategy, which is called 901 Peace. And then the second strategy is called Code Zero, which is led by MPD. And in essence, the 901 Peace is a people-based strategy. We're targeting individuals who have been victims of crime, who have been suspects of crime. How do we provide interventions if people are being released? How do we provide intervention and resources if they're, oh, go ahead.
Is the GVIP, is it under MPD or is it under the joint office?
So,
because I got some questions.
Yeah, so GVIP on our side of the mayor's office no longer exists. It is now 901 Peace. I'm gonna get there. But GVIP, I'm gonna tell you, yeah. but GVIP under MPD still exists. It is now under the Organized Crime Unit. Together, everything is 901 Peace. And that's what I'm about to
So it's not under the joint office of neighbor. It
Yes.
is.
So there's two portions of this team. One portion of it actually provides the resources, the supportive services, make sure that individuals that are being identified for help actually get to the nonprofits that do the work. For a very long time, our team did that case management, and it really wasn't working out. We really needed to be the stronghold as government and then pass those individuals over to the neighborhood organizations that were serving them best and were already being funded to do so. So you have 2 portions. You have our team, which is under the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We have the 901 Peace program now. And then you have Colonel Gates's team, which is under the Organized Crime Unit, and they have police liaisons, but their program is still called GVIP.
Got one last question, and I'm gonna let you get back to your presentation. What happens if funding is lost on the county side?
So right now, all of this is funded from the city side. The GVRI strategy is only a city strategy.
What does the county fund?
The county is funding prevention. So when we get to the process wheel, you'll actually see where the county is starting to identify those that may not fall into the very high risk category and may need prevention services, and they will be funding the prevention side. And Director Matthews is here as well.
Director Matthews
is the director of the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. The Joint Office meaning it is a city and county funded department.
I got some questions for him. I'm gonna let you get back to it. We'll talk.
Yeah. So 2 parts to the actual initiative. 901 Peace is people-based focus. It focuses on those that are at the highest risk of gun violence. And then Code Zero is place-based, and it is the second portion of the gun violence reduction strategy. It targets high crime areas, hot spots, things of that nature. And so Colonel Gates will talk more about the MPD side of this, and I will be talking more about the 901 Peace side. But ultimately, together, Colonel Gates and I We lead the 901P strategy, and then if you all want to know more about Code Zero itself, that would be MPD led with another team. No. So GVIP, technically for me, is now 901Ps. GVIP on Colonel Gates' side still exists with the police liaisons. It's gonna make sense. It is all 901Ps. Go ahead. I got a whole story for you. Okay, so think of it like this. So the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement was formed for one, to reduce the silos, but also to see another part of public safety that we've been doing for a very long time. We just never categorized it as public safety. So when you think about law enforcement, you know exactly what you're gonna do if someone breaks into your house or who you're gonna call. If you have a fire, you know exactly who to call for those type of safety measures. But what happens when you have a child that is constantly being in trouble at school or constantly truant and walking the streets? What happens when you have a young adult or a family who's constantly being targeted by gun violence? You have a community that's always been there to support them, a community that we've always been funding. And how do we utilize those entities to play a role in what they've always been doing, which is public safety? So the Joint Office is that community intervention piece that now provides not only your rapid response when police calls out and says, hey, something's happened, but also that community crisis response when we know there's been a consistent tragic event or a mass anything as far as incarceration or mass shooting, anything like that, that we can provide resources in a particular spot or for a particular person. The Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Yeah. So the strategic roadmap, just taking us back for a moment. So we knew that there was a rising, there were rising incidents that were gun related. MPD did a lot of hotspot policing, trying to identify areas. That's how Code Zero came about. We knew that we needed to dive a little bit deeper into the root cause. And so when the Violence Reduction Center came, and also NIC Jr., which is the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, we went through a gun problem analysis. So MPD worked really diligently with those groups to provide a lot of data from 2022 to 2024. In those findings, you'll see that some of our crime took a shift from where our group violence intervention program was targeting groups, gangs, crews, to our crime shifting to more of an interpersonal relationship type of issue. And so as we look at what we need to do now, that's why you see number 4 says Memphis adapts and expands. The group violence intervention program shifted from targeted group intervention to focus on the highest risk individuals. So not seeing people as a group, but seeing them as an individual and providing that service strictly for them on what they would like to do and how they can move forward. So what is 901Ps? 901Ps is the city's partnership with trusted organizations. We actually have one of our partners here today, Mr. Calvin, with Heal 901, who provides street outreach, cognitive behavioral therapy, and even we have life coaching within these measures as well, because these individuals need to be contacted on a regular basis. They need to stay engaged, making sure that they understand their options and making sure that they stay engaged with what's the next step. When we did the gun problem analysis, 901Ps projected that there were about 800 very high-risk individuals in the city of Memphis that we needed to provide this intensive life coaching to. 800 is a very high number, but when we started to dive into groups and organizations like Mr. Cowan's, we realized that between Block Squad, Memphis Allies, and Heal 901, about 300 of those individuals had already been identified and were being served by them. So that leaves us with, of course, another 500 that need to be identified, but our processes now are what's going to start us into that era. And so we started our process on 901Ps on February 5th officially. Of course, we were already trying things out, but officially we switched over. That means we changed everything that's going to be talked about in our the shooting reviews to the partner coordination meetings and how we're making sure we stay consistent with meeting and talking about the individuals that we're identifying on a weekly basis that may be victims of gun violence. So what is a very high-risk individual? when we look at very high-risk individuals, the national TTA partner talked about specific criteria so that we can make sure, to you all's point, when we have call-ins or when we have individual meetings with people, that we're talking to the right people and not people that are actually not active. So a very high-risk individual in this situation, we're looking at usually a male between the ages of 18 to 34. They are a confirmed gang or group affiliation, have previous arrest. They have been shot or seriously injured from violence within the past 2 years or 3 years. And they've had a close friend, a peer, a family member shot and or killed in the last 3 years. So they have to meet at least 4 of the 6 criteria. And so as we are being very intentional on making sure that if we're going to classify someone as very high risk and provide intensive life coaching, we want to make sure that the ones that are getting it are the ones that really need it. And then there's other services for the ones that don't meet this criteria as well. So in the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, I know we haven't come before you yet either, we had to do a little bit of shifting as well as we acquired the former GVIP. And so, of course, at first it was just myself in the gray, but now we're building out a team that could support the 901 Peace Initiative, some of the contracts that we were talking about that we've been putting out as far as funding goes, and also, of course, the data piece that you all love to see to be able to make sure that the work is really working. And so if you look over to the far right, you'll see 901 Peace in that lighter blue, well, the middle blue, and our gun violence reduction strategy coordinator, Mr. Chris Johnson, is here as well, and he oversees the entire strategy of making sure that when Colonel Gates calls and says, hey, we have this incident, we start diving into who may be the possible, where the possible retaliation may be, who may be the next one up to provide, services to make sure that another shooting doesn't happen. We have a community risk intel liaison that does a lot of research. We have a violence reduction specialist that actually goes out into the community to speak with individuals right at their front door with MPD and sometimes on our own. It just depends on the situation and who needs us and how they want to interact. Go ahead.
Are these people in-house with the city, or are these through the partnerships that we have?
These people are in-house.
Okay, so then how do they work with the people like the Memphis Allies and the Hill and the other people that we pay or like to go out and do these things? Okay.
Yep. So over to the right, you have our 901 Peace Partners, right? So you have Memphis Allies, Block Squad, and Hill that are our initial partners right now. This group is going to get larger, but we have to start small. Bite off more you can chew, you mess it up. So when we have a partner coordination meeting, which is weekly, we refer those partners over to the entities now. So remember, GVIP formerly was doing case management, but now we're actually vetting with MPD. We're going out and having the initial conversation as the mayor's team with MPD, but then we take the initiative in the same week to make sure that that person A, is now referred over to one of the 3 entities that can take it from there and provide intensive life coaching, cognitive behavioral therapy, and case management. So does that answer your question?
That did answer my question. Thank you.
And then you also have additional referral partners like courts. We're working really closely with juvenile courts. Our group has always had a partnership with 201 Poplar and making sure that we're talking to probation and parole. We still provide court referrals. We're giving court referrals, and we still provide those on a weekly basis as well. So some people are mandated to talk to us, but normally after shooting has occurred, those people are not mandated to talk to us, but they do want to talk to us. We also have TDOC, which we haven't really started our call-ins back up yet. We're starting small with the individuals that are here, not the ones that are being released from incarceration. Our HVIP groups, I'm actually in discussions to get these MOUs back on the books. They don't require any money, but our people do need to go bedside. When people are in the most vulnerable space, they're willing and wanting to talk and get those services, and we're missing a key piece of that if we're not able to go into those hospitals right now. And then the last part, the CSS. So CSS just stands for Community Safety Specialist, and that's the way that we refer to the entire group of Memphis Allies, Block Squad, and Hill 901. And then I'm gonna let Colonel Gates talk a little bit more about the MPD side.
Okay, so this is our organizational chart. It's comprised of a commander, which is the colonel. That would be me. So we are housed out of the organized crime unit, but the gang unit and the organized crime unit, that's drugs and gangs, because they both go together with violent crime. They're both housed under the organized crime unit. So I have one lieutenant that reports to me. He's responsible for the day-to-day operations for the GVIP liaisons and the GVI intelligence lead. We have one intelligence lead. That person is responsible for the custom notifications, ensuring that all the shootings go before the shooting review. They will go through those shootings and see which ones are most likely to have a retaliatory piece attached to it. That information is put on a slide, and it's done every Thursday at our shooting review. The liaisons, so we have 3 right now. We're expanding to 3 more on the evening shift, and what they do is they respond to shootings. So whenever there's a homicide or a shooting, a liaison with GVIP makes that scene along with the gang unit, depending on the criteria, and the violent crimes unit that responds to all the non-fatal shootings. So we go out as a team, we go out and we process the information. We take that intel and we determine if that shooting is related to a gang or a group, or if there's been a previous shooting at this home. Who do we need to intervene with? Who do we step in and have that conversation with to prevent another shooting from occurring? Or if that victim needs services or they need relocation services, emergency services. The gun violence intelligence analyst is a future position. We're in the process of posting that position, and that person will be responsible for the patterns and supporting the shooting reviews, and letting us know like how we do our code zeros, what area we should be targeting, where we should be moving code zeros in this area, where there's gangs that are feuding with each other. If they're in Rain Station and they're feuding with another gang that's in North Main Station. Okay, so now we know that there's a problem in this area, so we want to move our resources into this area until my team and Tamika team can come in and provide those victim services to prevent them from being in danger from another shooting. And let me see.
Go back.
Okay. So this right here takes us into the process map. So everything starts at the shooting review. And during the shooting review, we determine if individuals are victims or suspects. Most of the time that's determined before the shooting review, but we take every shooting and it's put on a PowerPoint presentation. During that shooting review, we have entities in that room from juvenile court, DCS, we have prosecutors from federal prosecutors, state prosecutors. We have a representative from the jail on the gang side. We have the gang unit in that meeting, the fugitive team in that meeting. So everybody's in the same room so that when we have questions or there's an incident, we want answers right then. We don't want to say, we're going to come back next week and we need to know why this kid didn't have his ankle monitor on. The question is, why didn't he have his ankle monitor on? And if he did, we know that this kid was involved in a shooting. Who's monitoring his ankle monitor overnight? Who's notifying us and letting us know that, hey, this kid is on house arrest, so he's supposed to be in the home, but he left the house. MPD, we need you to come out and respond. So we get those questions answered in real time, and that's how we're successful in determining where the next shooting is going to occur and where we need to put our resources. So once we determine if they're a victim or a suspect, the individual, if they are a suspect, they'll move to enforcement. Enforcement comes to me. So when we go out with Tamika's team, Tamika's giving a message, hey, we have these services, we want to help you. We want to help you get out of this situation. Because we all know you can tell a person they've been released from jail or juvenile court. We release them into the streets and we say, hey, you can't do this anymore, you need to stop this. Well, it's easy to say you have to stop this, but who's giving them the resources so that they can go another direction? So that's where Tamika team, she comes in and her teams assist with that. So if they're not coming to enforcement, and it's determined that there are a victim, then a notification is given. So with that notification, we determine if that victim is in need of services or they need a safe place to stay, or they need to be relocated because they're not in a safe space right now. So the notification is sent to our victim services unit. We have victim services within MPD, and we have VSIF. So they usually take the family if they need to be put into a safe location. And once they're put into a safe location, then they're moved to outreach to Tamika's team, because before they'll deal with her team, we have to make sure that they are able to go through the program, because if they're worried about somebody coming to shoot their house up, how are they going to function when Tamika team, the outreach comes in and they're trying to provide them with services? And I think this is where you pick up.
So the light blue at the top is all MPD, and then it flows back into more of the joint office and where partners come in again. So when we look at the immediate left, and I'm gonna run through this because I know we're on a time, you have courts, like we said, the community safety specialists and HVIPs that can actually bring in referrals to these partner coordination meetings. In the partner coordination meetings, which are weekly, they're held on the same day as the shooting review. So that way there's no lag time in making sure that these victims actually get services right away. We do go out on the custom notifications with MPD, and then you'll also hear about intervention engagements. Intervention engagements are done by either party without the other. So sometimes you may have individuals that are not willing to speak with police, or they may not want supportive services, but police has to speak with them because something has happened. So sometimes you have those conversations alone, and those are called intervention engagements, while custom notifications are done together. I do want to point out the bucket that's orange at the bottom, Councilman Smiley. You asked about preventative services. That's where the county starts to flow. So this process map will get larger as the county flushes out their preventive services, and you can ask your question.
Nah, Director did a phenomenal job of getting me together. So thank you.
Good job, Director. Okay, so ultimately, you all, the life coaching itself, once they're enrolled in programming, and they do enroll in life coaching, which is really led by Memphis Allies right now, but our other groups are being trained on doing the life coaching in a different format so that we can all be on the same page. When that happens, they stay in programming for 12 to 18 months. We're going to be monitoring these individuals on a regular basis to make sure that they're getting the services that they need and that they're also supported by wraparound services. And when we say wraparound services, the mayor's office actually does fund Safer Communities. That falls under the joint office's purview as well. So when we say, hey, someone needs mental health services outside of this that may not be very high risk, when we have Boys and Girls Club, or you have Girls Inc., or you have equine therapy that we're funding in other spaces and places, we want to make sure that entities still have those wraparound services that are here, not just the life coaching and cognitive behavioral therapy, because it's going to take more than just getting their mind right. They also need family support as well. Any questions before we move forward from the process now?
Hold on, we got several in the queue. Do you have a specific question about what she just said?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to know, for what you all have right now, is in terms of the way that you all keep the information, do you all have like a file where you're able to see all of the different touches that an individual has, for instance, perhaps criminal history, or either being a victim of a crime, in addition to interactions they've actually had with the various partners that you have, including Jones?
After they've enrolled with us or been identified on the shooting review, not technically all of the previous things that may have been done, but anything moving forward from February, we actually require our partners to keep a tracker. Every time they're interacting with these individuals, they put it in the tracker for us. So we're actually able to update that with our team on a daily basis.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead. We're almost there. All right, so data tracking. So just some of the different things that we will be tracking. One of the things I want to make sure I point out is that there's a different category, which is the AHRI, which is adjacent high-risk individuals. I told you all that sometimes people fall into these categories and sometimes they don't. But we understood that before we start just focusing on 18 to 34 that have these different things going on, there's another group that's peaking up always. And so we wanted to be proactive about making sure that we provide an additional service to individuals that may not meet this criteria, but are well on their way to meeting it if we don't do something now. And so the adjacent high-risk individuals we're tracking as well. We're not obligated to do that right now, but we are doing that already. Yes, Coach.
Colleagues, that's all right. No, you're good. I've got you in the queue. Let's let them finish, and then I'm going to get everybody in the queue.
Okay, yeah. All right, so two more. So the oversight and governance. So we have about 4 different meetings that are, some are already underway, some we've already spoken about, but we will have an executive committee meeting monthly with Mayor Young. We're working on starting that next month. There will be a performance management overview as well, working with the Office of Performance Management that will make sense of all of our data from the Joint Office, from MPD, and from VSIF that's funding a lot of this work, so that it all makes sense for you all in one bucket and you're not hearing it from 3 different places. So we'll be working to get all of that, our first quarter report in next month as well. And then the shooting reviews and the partner coordination meeting we've already discussed. So of course, we'll still have regular community forums. The Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is always looking to connect with community. We have Safer Memphis 365. We're starting that back up really soon. I think several of you have participated in those countywide meetings where we're asking people for their input in how they would want to see public safety shaped. And so that will also probably lead to what we're building as the strategic plan as well, which shouldn't be a government plan. It is the people's plan. We also have the impact meeting for community partners. So entities that actually say they do public safety. I urge you that if you're even funding entities that say they're doing public safety and you want us to engage with them, to do, a request for a discovery meeting. We would love to bring them on board so that they can provide wraparound services for these individuals as well. And then, of course, we'll report that back to you. The courageous conversations with young people leading the charge is coming about as well. We launched this when we launched the Joint Office in November of 2024. But we've heard from youth a lot that they would rather hear from their peers than to hear from us. And so we're working on bringing that into the fold in government so that they can actually lead the conversations that they want to lead in a strategic way, and then come up with plans of how they want to carry out those actions as well. And then last but not least, we have the Lunch and Learn with the Joint Office. Last year, we did a really deep dive into the nonprofits, the grassroots organizations that are here on the ground, you all, that are they really have the willing hands and big hearts, but a lot of times they don't have the capacity to do the back office work that is needed to keep the funding in the door or to keep the data coming to you all. And so we asked them what did they need. We partnered with the University of Memphis. We provided 8 to 10 sessions. Those sessions led from fundraising, which were all taught by University of Memphis professors. Fundraising, your strategic planning, how do you do scale up for your staff? We're thinking about being very intentional about your grant writing, not just coming to local government, but how could you expand in other areas? And so even those entities have now more capacity to be able to understand some of the things they need or the staffing gaps that they need to fill to make sure that they're on the right track and that their presentations speak for them when they're not in the room. And that's it. So any questions?
Thank you to both of you. Colleagues, I do want to say something really quickly, and then I'll turn it over to questions. Last November, Colonel Gates, Tamika, you were there, right?
I think so.
You were there, and if you weren't, you were there in spirit.
Yeah, I think I was.
The mayor, Chief Davis, and myself went to Indianapolis. Yeah. They have a very similar program. It's called Indy Peace, and they've had tremendous success. We kind of modeled this after Indy Peace, am I right? So I think that this is something that has the potential to be extremely beneficial if we all get behind it and support it, because one of our peer cities has had such a great success with a very similar program. So in the queue, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
I just want to congratulate the administration, because what you've actually done is you've actually successfully administrated the group violence intervention plan that we started to try to do here in 2020 and 21 and 22, because you've got the mayor in charge. And then you have all these different groups working together. You're identifying people that are high risk or would-be shooters. You're like doing that. I guess the question that I have, and I assume this is Memphis Allies, who's doing our 10 to 17-year-olds? Who's doing our younger kids? How are they getting involved here? And I just want council to realize that the way this thing works is it's got to be mayor-driven and mayor-led, but when you do that, then you take all those silos that we had, you take them out. As we started this, everybody decided, oh, I'm going to do one. Chatty County doing one, Memphis Allies doing one, the mayor's trying to start his up. We had all these silos still in this, and Paul Young has done a great job in bringing this together and bringing all the groups together. So I think that's important, and Hill 901 in the background knows they were sort of pulled side to side all over the place. I think now what we're hopefully getting is everyone's rowing in the same direction. So what about our younger kids? What's going on with them?
Yeah, so they would fall most of the time in the adjacent high risk. We are able to refer to the switch program with Memphis Allies, but we also have a number of street organizations and discovery meetings that we've had that other entities are stepping up. And so we want to make sure that we give them a space and a place so that we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket, so that we can have comparison data, and so that if young people don't feel comfortable going to one spot in a different community, that they have options all around. So there's several, to be honest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had to say. I think we're heading in the right direction. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference what you call it. I think that's the problem. This is the process that we need to have happen. And if you pull out your old copy of Bleeding Out and read it, you'll see you're doing exactly what it says.
Thank you, Dr.
Great.
Warren. Thank you for that plug. Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your presentation. I had just a couple of questions. At the core of the work seems to be the street intervention, the core operating partners that are referred to. Once you get drilled down to all of the administrative and all that, you get to the people on the street. So what are we doing to ensure that they are sustainable and they are building capacity, that they're getting paid so they can expand the work? Because making certain that they eating and they're growing and they're multiplying, so we can have different groups in all parts of the city, because we know crime, violent crime, the nuances are a little bit different, and you got all different kind of gangs, and you bring all of them to one side of the city. That's a problem. So once we identify those that have the capacity, or they have the street credibility, they have the capacity for administration, they have all of that, how are you all scaling them up, as opposed to keep getting, because this is a big packet with a whole bunch of squares and circles and dots, and I just want to know, because I know how important that work is, the people, the boots on the ground. How do we maintain that integrity in the big scale of things? Yeah. Number one. And number two, I do see some added. How are we vetting those? Because I know some that were original, like, some of them may be new, but they may have money behind them. So they new and with a lot of money, and they are able to have a certain system in place, whereas they may not have the street cred. And people get hurt when that happens, when you don't know what you're doing. So not that you don't know, but you're not as familiar or have that rites of passage with the folks doing it. So how do we keep, because this is real life and death. So, and it's not just a study, it's not just some dots and lines. So, and it's getting ready to be getting warmer, and all the alphabets that have been here to help us are getting ready to leave. So how do we ensure that we are here? How do we ensure that we are keeping those entities well, established and a part of this program?
Great question. So one of the things the Joint Office was formed to do was to build capacity, not only for the funding portion, but also for the training. And so with the ongoing process that we have now, we still have the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform that we meet with on a regular basis. They come here as well, provide training. National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform. So it's Nick Jr. if you just Google it. But David Muhammad runs that group, and he is our TTA provider. And so we're actually still ongoing with training. Right now, we're in cognitive behavioral therapy training for those entities too. And we're about to go through our third process, which is the catalyst training, which will be train the trainer. So these entities will actually be training other orgs and the entities in their orgs, and this is all city funded. We're making sure, and a couple of foundations as well, any cases help to pay for some of this training. But then we have the portion of your street outreach where you need to be able to make sure people they know what they're doing when they're out there, and that they get recertified or whatever that means, and making sure they're working with a correct or at least a standard model for what we need to evaluate. So Nick Jr. is providing that as well in the coming months. And then you also have the outreach portion, the violence interruption. They will be trained on that as well. So even if you're a larger org and you've gone through this training, your organization will be required, if there are people that are being paid through our visa funds, to make sure that we're all on the same page. Everyone will be required to actually go through that training. I think it's not a problem for everyone to have their standard of what they do as a model, to your point, but for the city of Memphis, we need consistency. We need something that we can actually evaluate and not say, oh, well, in this model, A means Z, and in this model, B means Z, right? We need to have consistency. And so Nick Jr. is providing us with those trainings. We'll be updating you all as those things happen as well. But ultimately, we just need to get some traction going. But we're definitely on the move to have those trainings as well. And then as far as funding goes, we are still trying to figure out, exactly like where we pull from. But as far as the joint office is concerned on the city side, not asking for an increase. We're going out for grants. The mayor does have funding that's coming in this way as well, from the 80 million that's coming here. And so we know that there will be buckets, but we just want to make sure that when that money gets here, to be honest as well, that it's going in the right hands, and that the processes that have been followed qualify you for those funds. And so if everyone's on the same page, we should be in a great spot.
Okay. You mentioned, last thing you mentioned, the horse therapy. Equines, yeah, therapy. That's a part of the ongoing.
It's a part of the wraparound services.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we can actually tap into those. Those are not tied to visa funds. Those are tied to Safer Communities funds.
Okay.
But that's one of the services that we can tap into. And so we're actually getting those funds out the door really soon. And so as we, want to engage with anyone and they know their options, that should be one of the options that they're presented with as well. Because sometimes people just don't know what they're really into.
And they can, if we know those organizations that do that type of therapy, can we send them to you if they're not already a part of the program?
If you want to do a referral for a 901 piece, yes. If they just want to come and do that class or Safer Communities, that's a different thing, but we could definitely still have that discussion.
Are you back, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I think the key performance, and I was listening to you, and I looked here where the 901 Peace GV are community partners. We got Memphis Allies, 901 Block, and Hill 901. Are you all partnering with any of the small organizations that are sitting in the core of where all this is happening, using their resources and them allowing to help you all to navigate through whatever is happening in the communities, and they're always there? Sometimes you have small organizations that are doing the work. I think 901, Hill 901, you were a small organization before you got to be the man. However, are you partnering with those small organizations? Are you connecting with them? Because they're in the community. They see what's happening. They know that Lil John may had a gun and he's going to, or may be beefing with someone down the street. Because what we're finding out, these people know each other. We know each other. These are not outsiders doing stuff to outsiders. They know each other. We know each other. And so are there small organizations, are you all tapping into them, and you all are the parents and letting them branch from you all and learn and collaborating with them?
Yes, ma'am. So what happens right now is that through the VSIP funding, these three entities were funded through VSIP.
Right.
So they were the largest that started the process. We do still fund a lot of those small grassroots entities in safer communities, just at smaller amounts. They are still a part of this process. And like I said, this group will grow, but we had to start somewhere, knowing that there was going to be a standard that we had to put in place, trainings that we had to put in place. And then from there, we will grow into more of a collective from each different division or each different district by next year. And so some of those smaller organizations will also be pulled into this fold, and you'll actually see that really soon.
Okay, and I understand the training and all that. I'm talking about real talk, real time, real talk. Sometimes training ain't gonna get what we need for what's happening in our community. I'm talking about real time, real talk. But I hear what you're saying, and I get it. And what you're doing is great, because this is something I just heard Dr. Warren said. You've been trying to get here for the longest, and you're here. But however, we got to keep it real and just be, I know that the gang and drug prevention, you all out there doing your part. But however, we got to keep it real. We doing all this training, we getting all educated. But who's in these streets on the grounds, boots on the ground, really, really, with these little small, because it's about to get hot. And we just saw Chief Davis. And so what happens to that group of children in that age? Because I say you deal with 18 and 30 something, right?
They have to fall into 4 of those 6. It doesn't.
So it doesn't
age
matter?
is just one of those categories.
Okay.
Age is just one.
Okay.
It could be 4 other categories that you fall into.
All right. Well, I'm just curious because I got a phone call about what happened to that little 7-year-old about the scooter. However, that's an inside. They knew each other. These are not strangers. So how are we tapping into that part? It's about to get hot. Summer's about to start. They're about to get out of school, and these kids are still beefing. They're still beefing. And so how are we going to stop them from beefing and getting them to understand, hey, y'all look alike. Same picnic, same stuff going on. I see you. I can talk to you. I see you. I see you. Same stuff going on. But how do we prevent that? We need prevent. How do we prevent that? All of this is good. The training, getting niche.
The impact meeting. So the impact meeting is for partners that may not be into with the very high-risk individuals, but everyone else that's in the community. And so as those partners that have a willingness, like I said, to do public safety with individuals that may be at risk, they have a willingness to come to those individual meetings. There will be support there for them as well as saying, hey, I'm dealing with a 7-year-old and this is what's going on, or a 17-year-old and this is what's going on. There's a host of other individuals in that meeting that are orgs that represent something that you can tap into for that young person that you're working with. And so it's more of making the space for them so that they can actually come together and not be all over the place looking for where the city or the county put the funding. We're bringing those entities to one room. So that impact meeting will be there, and I will gladly, invite you to that meeting as well. Yes.
I don't know if anybody, I know Councilman Canale, he was able to go on the trip. But is there anyone just sitting in there, just kind of, they're really understanding what's happening, and they can come back from our side and just kind of feed to us what's going down and what it looks like. But I would love to come to the meeting to see, because I'm talking to, we out there in the streets, we're talking to them. And these kids, these children, they really want some help. They really want it. And the parents want the help. But however, it's about to get hot. And I don't know if the alphabet's going to be able to do what they're supposed to do. Because our president just said 2-3 months we're going to be crime free.
All right, colleagues, we got to close this out. You all will come back on a regular basis, right? All right, we'll have you back. Before we close it out, Councilwoman White, and then we're going to adjourn this meeting.
I'll hold my questions. I will just say that from day one when I got on this body, this is what I wanted to see. And I want to commend Ms. Williams and both Directors Matthews and Director Williams in the work that you all are doing in terms of bringing these groups together in a collaborative way and helping us to be able to actually see the impact of the dollar. So you all are doing an amazing job. I just will tell my colleagues that budget is coming up. We keep saying we want public safety. It's not an overnight thing. It's something that takes time, but it's intentional, organized efforts like this that will eventually cause us to see the impact. So let's make sure that we put our money where our mouths are.
We got to fund the guys in the field now so that
Yes.
they can bank payroll.
Yes.
That's an issue.
Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're behind, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but we're going to get back on schedule with planning and zoning, or at least get back to close to on schedule. So welcome to the Memphis City Council Planning and Zoning Committee. Today is Tuesday, March 24th. Clay, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley.
Oh, I'm here.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White. Councilman Warren. And Committee Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, we've got 10 items on the agenda. And actually, just right off the top, I'll go ahead and share with everyone item number 8 is going to be held. That's SUP 2026-002, 3568 Lamar Avenue. It's in District 3, Super District 8. That item is going to be held for next meeting. So I'll get to it. Item number 1 is a resolution addressing public safety concerns related to short-term rental properties and requesting the mayor's administration to collaborate with an organization to strengthen enforcement of the city's short-term rental ordinance. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Spinoza. Requests for same night minutes. So we did vote on this without objection. It went downstairs with a positive recommendation. So it's on the agenda tonight for same night minutes. So that's on here. I don't know if it necessarily had to be on here, but without objection, that's what we're going to do. Any comments, objections? None. All right. That's it for item 1. Item number 2 is a briefing on Memphis 3.0. All council districts. Yep. Director Ragsdale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do have a brief presentation. As you said, brevity is the key. We do want to cover a few things today, and Mr. Woodruff will do that, and we'll try to get through it as quickly as possible. And we're happy to answer any questions, and we are setting up meetings with individual council members as well, so we'll continue working to set those up, and happy to answer any questions we can today and follow up if we need to.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, council members. Nicholas Ward, Division of Planning and Development. As you know, we're hard at work on the 4th floor preparing a recommended overhaul of the Unified Development Code, including the zoning map. As part of that, we would like to come to P&Z committees, all of them from here on until we ask you for your final vote, with the chairman's permission, of course, and give you a presentation on a different topic related to the code update. Today's presentation we've titled Combating Vacancy, Supporting Downtown. We're going to talk a little bit about the map that we published in February, our draft zoning map, and give you a little taste of some conversations we've been having with your constituents over the past 2.5 years. So as you know, about 5 weeks ago in mid-February, we published this map, which looks more complex than it actually is. It cuts the city and the unincorporated county into 20 distinct zoning districts. There's 20 unique colors there on the map. So out of 20 zoning districts, we really get the lion's share of our questions about 3. And those are our residential neighborhood districts, the residential districts. First is residential neighborhood 1 in the yellow district, RN2, which is the light orange, and RN3, which is the darker orange. Of course, folks want to know the rationale behind those. They want to know the relationship between those 3 things. What's the decision-making process for when we were putting together this recommendation? Why are some neighborhoods RN1 versus others are RN2 or RN3? Okay, so that's the stage for where we're going with the rest of this presentation. So keep that in the back of your mind. For context, they step up from 1, 2, 3 in terms of the flexibility, the number of housing types that are allowed. I think it's intuitive, right? So RN1 allows single family. It also allows semi-attached, it's 2 single family homes sharing a common wall. And then RN2 allows duplexes, and then RN3 goes up from there, right? So from 1, 2, 3, they each add a greater flexibility of housing types. Okay. There is something we have said throughout these meetings with Memphians over the past 2.5 years that is uncontroversial, no one has ever disagreed with, which is we want a vibrant downtown. Nobody's ever met with me and said, I want downtown to be worse. Similarly to that, we hear all the time, I want new businesses in my neighborhood. I want cool businesses. I want a grocery store, first and foremost, but also I want to see small businesses in my neighborhood. We're meeting with folks who have lived in their neighborhood a long time. They remember when there was a hardware store in their neighborhood. It's no longer there, and they say, bring it back, right? Here's the key to that. Both of these things, vibrant, energetic downtown and revitalized commercial corridors, require more people living in the vicinity. People don't open businesses out of the goodness of their heart. They open them to make money, right? In order to get this revitalization that folks have told us they want to see, you have to have more people living in the vicinity, ideally living in walking distance, right? So what our draft map does is it proposes more housing flexibility. I'm going to key in on that term, housing flexibility. That means RN2, RN3, the orange colors you see on the map, in areas that either feature significant vacancy, are nearby one of these commercial nodes that we want to see revitalized, or both. And the unfortunate reality is today we have a lot of both in our city. So another word I want to key in on here is in B, commercial node, right? Downtown is one of those, the biggest of those nodes, right? So we're talking about getting more housing built in the vicinity of areas, of commercial areas that we want to see revitalized. So let's talk about downtown a little bit. Here's a rough estimation of downtown proper here in pink. And then here is, you see in blue, a 2-mile buffer around it, right? So then when you look at our draft map, you'll see a lot of orange in that 2-mile buffer, right? Trying to get housing built back near downtown. You know, I think we fall into the trap a lot of times. We talk about downtown and wanting to make downtown better, and we only talk about downtown itself. We don't talk about those neighborhoods that are a 5-ish minute drive away, right? And those are going to be key if we're going to really get downtown to be where we want it to be. So here you can see basically this sort of backward C shape around downtown of RN3 in our draft map, you know, allowing more flexibility in those areas. We think that that's the draft. That's the draft. Some of it is today. It's a mix today. So we think this is a map that's going to get us more people living in a short drive of downtown as we look into the 10, 15, 20-year timeline, right? It's a map that is going to make it easier for MATA to provide a great service. You know, it's a lot easier and more cost-effective to get people downtown from 2 miles away than Cordova, right? And that's the reality of where our housing is getting built nowadays. Additionally, when you look, there is vacancy in these areas. So opening up that flexibility is a tool for combating that vacancy. So I'm going to move away from downtown. Like I said, downtown is just one of the commercial nodes we're talking about. I'm going to talk about 2 neighborhoods. I'm going to talk about the Roswell-Lansdale neighborhood off Lamar. And then I'm going to talk about the Hyde Park neighborhood, which, of course, you all have been talking about in P&Z committee. So here is a general map of roughly the Roswell-Lansdale neighborhood. And these pink squares are vacant lots, right? So you see Lamar here, and then, you know, Southern Avenue here along Milieu Street, and then the Glenview neighborhood to the south. And when you look at it, you see your eye immediately calls out Nelson and McLean as basically the boundary of where there is high vacancy, right? Kind of south of this triangle, there's a significant number of vacant lots, but then north of it, not really, right? So our draft map reflects that, right? We're looking at the area that has significant amount of vacancy that we know that if we continue to use the zoning to kneecap development, is going to be vacant for a long time. And that's the area that we're proposing to go RN2. So we're doing specific targeted interventions on areas we know have a high amount of vacancy.
All right, so real quick, her comment was RN2. She said those are, or you go ahead. Yeah.
Are those the duplexes and quads?
So it would allow duplexes, and it would allow 3 and 4plexes on corner lots only. So yes, it would allow 4plexes, but only on a corner.
And council members, that little exchange right there, that's the point where a lot of neighbors and a lot of constituents, some in the audience today, are like, okay.
They don't want that.
Well, they hear that, and then there's like this constriction, right? And I hear it too. And I mean, even when you hear it today, there's like a little bit of like people, you know, citizens that we represent may not necessarily want that, right? And so I think, but real quick, I think, Dr. Warren, excuse me, Councilman, but that's why we're talking about it today, because nobody's voting on this for 60, 90 days. And so let's just give it like a day to absorb and then come back And if you don't mind, let them keep talking. Definitely ask your question.
I just want to say, if you drive around my neighborhood, Evergreen,
right,
there are duplexes, there are quadplexes, right in the middle of the neighborhood. So you've
But
got.
what works for Evergreen doesn't necessarily work.
What I'm saying
for
is, it
the
is
people
a
in our- yeah.
residential area that has those.
So it's a good discussion, and I hope everybody can absorb what we're talking about today and not necessarily just stay open to it as we go down the journey, because I want the public to know who we represent, that we hear you, and we're not just jamming anything. We're listening, and we're on this little path together, right?
Yes.
Councilwoman, if you don't mind, turn on your microphone.
I was thinking out loud. I was trying to hold a question. I'll hold it. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking out loud. Please.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that we have met with neighbors in this neighborhood as well and talked to them about this. So we're having discussion with people who live. Several.
And so real quick, and so Councilwoman Logan just said how many people, and so our goal with this every week, I've asked y'all to come.
Track there.
Well, and it was this week. It's okay.
I want to make sure we all, like
Yes,
you said,
ma'am.
let's let them go through the presentation, then we can jot our questions down
Yes,
and
ma'am.
have a full discussion is my request.
Yes, ma'am. And hey, real quick, I've asked y'all to come do this every week and talk about the meetings you had last week and the meetings that are coming up this week, because y'all are going out in the community and talking. So the doors are wide open, and we have those dates online, right? So, and we'll talk about the dates here in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if I can just very briefly say, we did have a meeting with the neighborhood association in this area, and when I explained to them, again, we had long conversations about, there used to be these businesses on Lamar. We want them to come back, and when we take the time to explain to them, that means building more housing in the vicinity. Folks are more receptive than you might imagine they are. I think. Yes, yeah. So again, this green star here is the Lamar Theater. We talk all the time about wanting Lamar Avenue to be revitalized. It takes the housing in the vicinity, and so that's the conversation we've been having with folks. And again, I think the conversation has been very positive. So now let's go north to the Hyde Park neighborhood, which of course you all have been talking about. Of course, this pink site with the green star is where we're trying to attract a grocery store. Here are two things that are true. You need more housing, more people in the area to attract that grocery store. That we know. But looking forward to the future, 20 years from now, once that grocery store is built, it will increase the development pressure in the neighborhood. Who doesn't want to live next to a grocery store, right? Who doesn't want to be able to walk to a grocery store? So what we are doing with this draft map is we're encouraging that development to come within walking distance of that future grocery store site. So within a half mile of that site, that's where we want to see the development, which we know will come once the grocery store is built. And we know we have to have to a certain degree in order to get the grocery store built, right? So I'll wrap up. In conclusion, revitalizing our commercial areas, including downtown, requires increasing the number of people in the vicinity. That's just the reality. Our small businesses are running on razor-thin margins. They need people to make the math work. Our draft map would do this by allowing greater housing flexibility near targeted commercial areas, specifically where there's significant vacancy. What's next? What do you expect from us? We're going to have a full text of the draft up by the end of the month. And we'd like to, at next P&Z committee, talk about proposed procedural changes. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you so much for bringing this to us. Real quick, before I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Councilwoman Logan, but before Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, dates, y'all had meetings, right? Last week, do you mind to just share those dates, where you were, and then where you're going to be this week?
Yep, so last week we were at Fraser Library. We had some good success. We spent all day Saturday at Orange Mound Library, and we were at Leftwich Tennis Center.
Okay, and then this week?
We currently are scheduling meetings with individual neighborhood associations. We don't have any more right now on the books, so we're working to see if that's been really successful. We've had, 10 meetings, and not including the 42 that we had for the comp plan meetings. So we've had a lot of success engaging with community organizations and getting those specific meetings with them, and that's been really successful.
Well, y'all have had so many of them, and you've been there late at night. We talk a lot about all of this, so thank you. And if you don't mind, just make sure council members, not if you don't mind, please let them know where you are when you're going to be there. All right, we got Council Chairwoman Swearingen Washington wants to speak. Easter Thomas, you were in the queue first. Or she's ready? You're ready. You go.
You said you all had a meeting at Orange Mound and then one at Frazier. Well, Councilman Smiley, we were at a meeting together at the Cooper Young Neighborhood Association. And there were residents from the Cooper Young neighborhood as well as Roselle Annisdale. And they wore us out about this plan. So it's good that you're having meetings all over the city, but some of these areas, that are especially historic districts, they don't want this, and they expressed it, didn't they?
Not only expressed it, like a lot of people know where I live. I go home and I see nice little notes in my mailbox. My mailbox is not outside of my house. The mailbox goes directly into my house. So I don't like notes like that. So hopefully we can get this addressed.
Thank you both.
And if I may say, a lot of the neighborhoods, we just talked about 2 small areas. The majority of the areas in Midtown we're not proposing changing to an RN2. We're proposing those to be RN1. I think when we had that conversation, a lot of the people that in Cooper Young, we're not proposing any upzonings to RN2, for instance. So Glenview, we're not. So Roselle Ansdale is the only, in that vicinity, the only area. So I think there may be some confusion. People think that we're proposing an upzoning in some areas when we're not doing that. So that's why we're trying to have that conversation.
Okay, please.
And there have been concessions. Y'all have some of these meetings, and you've changed things on the spot too. So that's where I feel like we can, as representatives, say let our citizens know that too as we have this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So my question is, when would be the last time would the council need to vote on this? Because I want to make sure there's clarity before it comes back to us, because there's a lot of upset people thinking these changes are going to negatively impact their neighborhoods and their property values.
And it wouldn't be coming to council until this summer sometime.
Okay,
so
well,
we
I'm
have
cool
some
with that.
time.
So plenty of time to get in front of the people who need to hear.
I mean, I called
put
him
at ease.
60 days ago. I was told we were voting on it 60 days ago. I was talking with the city. I said, what? And I called you. He was like, Spinoza, you're not voting on this tomorrow. I said, so I had to call everybody back. Yeah,
So we got
that's right.
Absolutely.
Deliberate.
That's right.
And we're working to try to clear that up. So.
I love that discussion. Thank you all for bringing that up. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I do think that, these proposed changes to our zone are super important. You have to ensure that, the zoning is supporting and encouraging the ever evolvement of neighborhoods and people and where folks are moving and trends. And I'm glad to hear, because one of my questions was about timeline. I initially thought it was the fall, so the summer sounds better. I don't know. So there wasn't a lot of issue brought up to me until last week. So I'd like to pose a question. The parcel at 1230 North Watkins. Is this ringing a bell with anybody up here? It might in a minute. That's that one. So on that parcel, in 2024, we had a very robust discussion as a council over numerous council meetings where the VECA community outright said that they did not want a recycling plant there. Last week, 2 weeks ago, neighbors and residents alerted me of material circulating that a recycling, bare water recycling, it's called bare water recycling. They got pamphlets made and everything already, are proposing to come at the 1230 North Watkins site, essentially trying to do the same thing that the community and I supporting the community in their fight fought against for at least about 6 months. Two things on that.
And you can let me know now or later. This is not on you, Ragsdale. So one, it was said that after we denied it as a council, that I heard 5. That it was, well, I guess now it's 4, right? 2024 is 2026, so now we got some time. But it still shouldn't be coming back anytime soon. However, this is why this down zoning is important, is why I just want to support what you all are doing, because it was told to me, and you can let me know because you're doing it, that along those stretches of Chelsea, there are suggestions and proposals, bless you, to down zone, and especially take things that were formerly industrial that have left us in a environmental wasteland, so to speak, to make those neighborhood commercial. Is that correct?
Yeah, so, I can't speak for all of Chelsea, but I can show you this on the map right here. And that is true for this site in particular. So this is currently zoned EMP, that's our light industrial zoning district. Under our draft, if you approved it tomorrow, it would go to NS, Neighborhood Services. That's commercial.
So that means that an entity or any of the like of Bearwater Recycling would not or would be allowed there or anywhere else that was zoned NS. Ain't nothing by right now because nothing's right there.
So this would not allow a recycling facility, nor does the current zoning. The EMP light industrial does not allow a recycling facility.
Okay, so next follow-up question. Since we're not timelining this to the summertime, and I guess it's getting to Councilman Warren's question, is it by right? This entity shouldn't even have the ability to apply because it's not within that 5-year time frame, correct?
They could not apply for a planned development at the location.
But they can apply for a business.
I think that I'm not sure what they're doing.
I'm not sure what they're doing either, but they making pamphlets and brochures and passing them out and having meetings all over the neighborhood.
We don't have anything that has been submitted to our office, and what you're describing would not be allowed by right. They don't have any entitlements.
So they would have to ultimately come to council for an approval if it's not a planned development, if it's just a business, because it's not allowed by right?
They could potentially have other avenues, but I don't know. I would have to look and see what they are proposing.
But now it's on your radar. Colleagues put it on your radar. And I don't mean, Chairman, that wasn't just to single out a particular parcel, but just to show why I'm in support of looking at how we're looking at rezoning our areas, because it's such of dire importance when we're talking about protecting our citizens, our neighbors, our areas. In 20, 30 years, you spoke about, housing and supporting the increase in development there. And if we have an influx of industrial development dab smack in the middle of a neighborhood, that's not going to encourage anybody to go over there for anything. So I want to thank you for the work y'all are doing. That was all to say thank you. Right? And to put on your radar that I hope Bearwater is listening. They haven't talked to me, but they spend a lot of time printing stuff. But that's not going to fly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and great example of what, for all council members, of what we've done. Pick a neighborhood and focus on it is what I would encourage everybody to do, and have these conversations with them and get out there and go to these meetings. That's the best way to absorb all this, my humble opinion. Who do we have next in the queue? We've got Councilwoman Logan. You're next.
Thank you, Chair. And I too want to applaud Memphis 3.0 and your Director Ragsdale, Chief Zena, Christina, and her crew, the team, everybody for the hard work. And I know you all get a lot of flack from everybody because I think it's because people don't understand. And so, I've shared with you how I think we need to break it down and really make it plain and make sure homeowners and residents and neighborhoods and communities know exactly what you're trying to do and what the purpose is, because that's when the fear comes, or that's when the pushback comes, when you don't really know. Like I told you, when I first looked at the map, it was just a lot of colors and Lego blocks. That's all I could see. And so when you broke it down, you made it simple and plain. I did understand it. We do have to ensure that we have proper zoning in our communities so that a company can't come in and just open up a car lot in the middle of a neighborhood, things like that. But when it comes to housing and homes and residents, people want to make sure that their investment that they've been paying a mortgage on forever, we're not going to harm that equity that's in that home or the homeostasis of their neighborhood. So it's important as we move forward for us to take it slow and to really talk to people like you're doing and let them know and hear them out. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that and that we have enough time to do that. I would encourage every neighborhood association to call and you come out, churches, neighborhoods, libraries, everybody, have you all come out and draw it really easy and simple and let people know what's going on. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that in some areas you're upgrading the zoning, in some areas you're downgrading the zoning. It's incumbent upon everybody to know what is happening in your area because you can be downgrading the residential areas and upgrading the commercial areas, and that is harmful in some cases. So understanding what's happening is going to be incumbent upon everybody to get the information and for us as council members to help them understand. Whether we got to have podcasts, infographics, picture graphics, Sesame Street drawings, whatever we have to do, we all want to understand so we can increase our community and our city together. We do want business to come, attract business, because every community does, but we also want to make sure we save our equity and save our neighborhoods. So thank you for the work you're doing, and we're here to help.
Yep. Thank you, Councilwoman. We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Logan, who actually joined us too. I need to make that
Thank
comment.
you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Councilwoman Eastern Thomas. You took my questions and my concerns because I've had several phone calls in regarding to Bare Minerals passing out flyers and doing this, and then you all are not knowing. We just don't want people to start something like over there on Shelby Drive, and then we had to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So people not following the process and respecting the order. Secondly is, I think you all were over at the commission. Am I right? Y'all were at the commission, and I think our commissioners have the same concerns with their constituents. And I think, not that I think, I know, Whalum, which is over that, he's the chairman, he's asking you all to come because they represent people as well. I think Commissioner Sugarman, Henry Brooks. I went and I watched that. I watch it because I pay county taxes, so everything that go on over here is important to me over there. And so, and that's how, we ended up watching. I ended up watching and I ended up listening. And you were very robust. I mean, you were kicking butt over there talking about what you ain't gonna do with the developers and what the developers ain't gonna do. So I was proud to see some arm strength in you when you were talking in regards what we're expecting to happen. So I was very proud of you representing and the things that you said and how you've come over here now, and now the color codes are broken down because they need simplicity of what's actually happening. And what's happening also is when the people don't trust the process of government. And so we're trying to build that to make sure, like Councilwoman Logan said, you have older people, you have historical districts like Councilman J.B. Smiley and Chairwoman Swearengin said, this is new for Memphis. If I'm not mistaken, the zoning has not been looked up, and I think John Zeno and I talked to this my first year, since 1950. Am I correct? So that's a long, long time.
That's not true.
Yeah.
I
Huh?
was on council before just.
All right, we got Councilman Ford.
Excuse me, but
Go
I
ahead.
just want to correct that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, you can correct it.
Please don't, you may want to say that, and y'all better put your records, because, hey, we did down zoning when I was there, and hell, I was the one that brought it up, so please.
That's
Yeah,
clarification.
Please clarify it now.
Yes, sir. There has been.
I put a halt on everything. Everywhere. Because first of all, everything was zoned industrial, commercial,
Mike.
and where people could live. And it was only in black areas.
Hit your mic.
Yes, sir.
So correct it.
You are correct.
Yeah,
I
John.
am exactly correct, because I'm the one stopped.
John Zena, name?
John
Ain't been
Zena.
no 50 years ago. I'll be 100 years old.
Chief of Development and Infrastructure, you are correct, Councilman Ford. There has been district rezoning that has happened since the 50s. The last time that the city changed the map completely
When I was on council.
was the complete city was the 50s, but then district by district happened piecemeal during your prior tenure. Yes.
Get it straight, because
Thank you.
I'm trying to be quiet on what this is going on right now.
Yes, sir.
I brought it up earlier today.
Yep.
If
You
y'all
did.
in here, I was talking about this earlier.
You
today.
were.
And you know what? And I don't want nobody to fool nobody today.
Thank you. You know, I'm just a new kid on the block, so I just got to
I'm
trust
an
and
old kid
verify,
on
but
the
you the
block.
old kid on the block.
You know,
Thank
that's
you.
Been
just like
around.
them Parks came up here and they had this money, and I said, hey, go find my money.
Sir.
Almost 30 years ago, they went and found it.
Thank you,
But
Councilwoman.
thank you.
Cooper Sutton. And it was Councilwoman Walker who joined us late and is in the queue. Councilwoman Walker.
Get back on schedule, y'all.
And I spoke too soon. I thought we were going to get back on track with time. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. I did attend one of the meetings in my district. It went very well. I appreciate the way it was set up. I mostly appreciated the way that the constituents they were engaging with the team and asking questions. And I thought that was one of the most positive aspects of the meeting. To what has already been brought up about the Bearwater and the pamphlets, my concern is, since this council, and it may not have been the first time, but since this council approved a development the last meeting without being permitted, I'm talking about Shelby Rail that my colleague mentioned, and I don't want us to set some type of precedence where that is okay. Because if I'm an applicant and I get denied, but somebody else starts a project, this project is underway, and they had not been approved, I think that we are setting ourselves up for a potential lawsuit or something else. So just because they're passing out pamphlets, who's to say that they're not going to move forward and start on this development?
I will say, we haven't seen anything, no, they haven't submitted anything. I did drive by the site actually last week when we left the Fraser Library. There was a for sale sign on the property, but there was no activity, so we'll keep an eye on it. So at this point, I think you're right. We just need to make sure and keep an eye on it. So we will do that periodically to make sure there's no activity going on the site right now, so.
Okay, thank you for that. And what is the status of Shelby Rail?
So it was approved, and so they still have to satisfy the conditions of approval, one of which was that they had to get approval from Public Works and TDEC for the environmental issues that could be on site. So I think they're working on that now with Public Works. I can check back in with Public Works and with TDEC and see if they've had any correspondence, and I can let you know on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. So is anything being done in regard to them starting on the project and not having been permitted?
At this point, what we did was we got those conditions that we wanted to make sure that the environmental concerns, potential, we don't know, and that's why we wanted to have those conditions so that we could make sure that the proper authorities looked at that and made the determination whether or not there were any environmental concerns, and if there are, then they would need to be remediated. So that's really where we're at. So it is approved, but they cannot occupy or do any further business until they get those conditions satisfied.
Okay, but it is occupied.
It's not actually being used. It hasn't been used. It's never been used. They did put some shipping containers out there, but they, to our knowledge, we've seen it a lot. They have never actually used the property, but they did do some fill and put some containers and things like that. So, but they are not, and we can double check that, but.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. To be continued until next committee meeting. Thank you. That does it for item number 2. Item number 3, resolution to approve the Hello Hyde Park Small Area Plan by Self Tucker Architects, District 7, Super District 8. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and without objection, I would like to add this for same night minutes. So is there an objection to that addition? 1, 2, 3. There is none. All right. So a motion. There was a motion made by Councilman Warren. It was seconded by
I need to see something.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Council members, and we are also joined by Chief Zena if there are any additional questions from us too. But Mrs. Edgar Bernard passed out the resolution that is adopting amendments to 3.0 specifically, not for what we just talked about in the last item. Let's be clear on that. But to adopt the Hello Hyde Park Small Area Plan. In our last council meeting, we were joined by Self-Tucker Architects that outlined the plan for Hello Hyde Park specifically to encourage and initially start revitalization with the best source that we know and that we have, which is government-held property. And so in line with the Building Home Act that was both adopted by the city and the county, in order to receive such properties by the Shelby County Land Bank or vice versa, we have to ensure that we do our due diligence by creating a small area plan. Thus, what you see in front of you. You also received this via email last council meeting about 3 weeks ago. I know Self-Tucker Architects made themselves readily available to answer any questions that folks may have had. We have had robust community meetings, 3 to be exact. We have talked to people individually. Self and Tucker has also done a survey that was publicly dispersed and the results made available. And so I will say that with Self-Tucker being a reputable source that does small area plans, I was glad to have them along to also do Hello Hyde Park. Joined by Chief Zena, we also had a great steering arm in that as well. As I am no developer nor architect, if you did not know. But Chief Zena ensured that we were able to cross our T's and dot our I's as far as moving along to ensure that we're able to start some revitalization. So this resolution being brought in, thank you, Chair, for no objection, and thank you all to no objection the same night minutes, but this is to approve the plan. And then our next step is to go to the county commission with a sponsor on that side to be able to receive those land bank properties.
All right.
Self-Tucker is not here today. They are under the weather. Yep. Imagine that with the weather. But Chief Zena and I am very familiar with the plan, are here to answer any questions if need be, but I'd love to just call for the question and we can go ahead.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. A motion's been made, properly seconded on this item for same night minutes. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? All right, this will go downstairs with a positive recommendation for same night minutes. That does it for item 3. Item number 4, resolution approving an honorary street name change on South Parkway East between Oak Lawn and South Barksdale for Frank James Banks, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Canale and Councilman Spinoza. Motion's been made by Councilwoman Swearinger Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. We will celebrate Mr. Frank James Banks at the appropriate time. All those in favor of this, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All right, any nays? All right, the ayes have it. This will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. Going to try something new today in the interest of time. And thank you, Director Ragsdale, for walking up. I'm going to read items number 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10 for the record, but we're going to move them all downstairs for the public comments and the comments that we're supposed to have. And we'll do that at the next council meeting. So without objection, I'm going to read through them. I'm going to ask for a second and all that good stuff, but we'll just send them downstairs. And if there needs to be a discussion, we can have that at the next council meeting. All right. So item number 5, SAC 2025-006, Liddy Place, District 6, Super District 8. We're going to move this downstairs with a positive recommendation without objection. No recommendation? All right, we'll move it downstairs with no recommendation, and we'll get the presentation next week if we need to, right? All right. No objection to that? That does it. Item number 6, PD 2026-0010, IKEA Way. That's a District 1, Super District 9. It's a hotel, I do believe. And we'll move that downstairs without objection with no recommendation. All right. That does it for item number 6. Item number 7, SUP 2026-001. That's 3575 Emerald Street, District 4, Super District 8. I believe that's vehicle sales. We'll move that downstairs with no recommendation for the next meeting. Any objections? All right, there are none. Item number 9, SUP 2026-005. That's at 4180 Elliston Road. That's in District 4, Super District 9. Off the top of my head, that's a child care center, I do believe, but we'll move that downstairs with no recommendation. Any objections? All right, there are none. That's what we're going to do there. And then the last item on the agenda, item number 10, that's Z 2026-001. That's at Tully Street and Woodlawn Street. Is that close to Woodlawn Terrace? Anybody? That's the street my mom grew up on. Sorry. All right, yeah. Z 2026-001, Tully Street and Woodlawn Street. That's District 7, Super District 8. We're going to move that downstairs with no recommendation, without objection. Any objections? There are none. All right. That's it. Thank you, everybody. This committee is adjourned. jokes aside, I appreciate you gentlemen very much. And thank you, Calvin and Kyle. Nice to see you back here in the, you're like, used to work here. Yeah.
Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had the opportunity to know Mr. Anderson for 40-plus years as a friend and mentor, and I am very much aware of all of his amazing work in the different areas in this community. I know you love Memphis, and you have always supported Memphis and its citizens, and I just wish you the best on this next chapter.
And I want to note that Councilman Canale has joined us. There are no other members in the queue. I'll just say, kind of repeat what my colleagues have said. Thank you both for your service, Mr. Anderson. Your reputation, whenever I hear your name, I always think excellence. That's what comes to my mind. And brilliant. Excellence and brilliant. Two great words. But that's what comes to mind when I think of you, and I appreciate your willingness to serve because we know you're still busy and so grateful that you serve in this capacity. And Mr. Veazey, I am very excited about your addition because I believe that's a really instrumental part of the voice that we need in that area. Being that St. Jude does own up most of the Pinch District, so I am very happy to, see this addition. I think it's a strategic addition and very excited for you. And thank you for your willingness to serve because we know you are very busy as well. So thank you. We're very, very grateful. All those in favor say aye. Councilwoman Logan, I apologize. Did you want to say something? No, go ahead.
Thank you all for your willingness to serve. I'm looking forward to your innovation and what you're bringing to the table and how you're going to increase us from the convention center, our front door. So we're looking forward to much success. Thank you.
So I think all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This will go down with a favorable recommendation. I don't think it was for same night minutes, so it'll be on our next meeting's agenda for approval. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Item number 2 on our agenda is from the Public Oversight Review Committee. Summer Eggert, is it Bennett? But not. Oh. Let me, but it's like I'm reading the name and I'm like, objection. I'm sorry, my brain didn't fully connect. Goodness, it's just interesting how you want your brain to work sometimes and it doesn't do that. But anywho, welcome in this space. This is a request for same night minutes. May I get a motion in a second? I got a motion from Councilman Ford, a second from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You may proceed.
Thank you. Lakeisha Edwards, Urban Art Commission. I am here because this is the individual that has been selected for our Public Art Oversight Committee. If you are not familiar with that committee, it is the committee that sees each of our benchmarks for our public art for the city of Memphis, and it is also the body that not only approves the benchmarks, but also approves that we have gone through the proper steps in regards to community engagement, the engineering department, and all of the additional requirements with our contract. So this is a very important position, and it is also the front line of our approval process.
Yes, name, address, and whatever you want, a few words.
Okay. Summer Eggert Banat, 125 North Main. Good afternoon, council members. Memphis is a city with a soul that the rest of the world tries to imitate but can never quite duplicate. We are known globally for setting trends, but the true heartbeat of our city is found in the incredible talent of the people who live here. I am seeking an appointment to the Public Art Oversight Committee because I believe art is a civic necessity. While it is wonderful to create a beautiful city for tourists, I believe the primary responsibility is to the people who call Memphis home. Our residents deserve to walk through their own neighborhoods and see the beauty of our community reflected in the landscape every single day. Public art does more than decorate a corner. It creates a sense of belonging and pride. It serves as a constant reminder of the immense talent housed right here within our own zip codes. By investing in our local artists and thoughtful installations, we aren't just beautifying. We are celebrating our identity and inspiring the next generation of Memphis creators. I'm eager to bring my passion for the city to the committee to ensure that Memphis remains a place where art is accessible, vibrant, and a true reflection of the brilliance of our people. Thank you.
Yes, I haven't even talked to her yet.
Well, we see that we have a cheerleader over here out front and clearly several others. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you're recognized. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Edwards, you are gaining a great committee member, and I'm sure as she does with the entire District 7 will bring a great level of efficiency, care, creativity, and compassion to your committee. Do not steal her. No. Okay. But she is a great add to your committee.
Are you happy?
Look, Cooper Summer, I agree, great addition, and just even the fact that you had this presentation today is so impressive, and so we're excited to have you. Any other members in the queue? All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. This will go down with the favorable recommendation with the request for same 9 minutes. Congratulations. Item 3 is a resolution to support home ownership, protect access to housing, and encourage local ownership of single-family homes in Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton with a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Got a motion from Councilman Ford, a second from Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. This resolution is a resolution to support House Bill 298, Senate Bill 242, Homes Not Hedge Funds Act, to prohibit certain businesses and entities from purchasing more than 100 single-family homes in certain counties, including Shelby County. Colleagues, I bring forth this resolution to express our strong support for Home Not Hedge Fund Act, House Bill 298, and Senate Bill 242. Having a safe, stable, and affordable place to live is one of the most basic needs for our families and essential to building strong neighborhoods and a healthy community. And it is essential, and home ownership, that is so important. Home ownership allows families to build long-term financial stability, pass down wealth, and stay rooted in their communities. Unfortunately, in the recent years, of growing numbers of single-family homes in Memphis and in Shelby County have been purchased by large companies that operate them primarily as rental properties, limiting opportunities for residents to buy and invest in their own neighborhoods. This legislation would prohibit certain businesses, entities from owning more than 100 single-family homes in counties, including Shelby County, helping to preserve housing opportunities for current future residents. I respectfully ask for your support of this resolution.
Hold on, let me make sure, we're trying to make sure everyone has it.
Okay.
The actual resolution.
It should be in your packet.
This
Deja,
one.
do everyone have it?
Can we do this, you all, if everybody's okay with it? Everybody locate it in your packet. If you don't have it, get your analyst to print it out so that everybody can just make sure they've had an opportunity to review it. And then I'm going to go to number 4, and we're going to come back to number 3.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4 is a resolution requesting that immigration enforcement actions not be staged at schools and churches within the city of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton with a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Got a motion from Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, second from Councilman Warren.
I'm not looking at it, but it said K through 12. Is that the one about the ICE?
Right.
So the specific educational institutions, the list started with K through 12. I'm not looking at it. The description of the institutions that this was going to protect. Cover.
Well, I'm reading from the agenda, like the title for the agenda for the item.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to find it. But anyway, my concern was it didn't mention daycares.
Well, I have a friendly amendment. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on,
Yes, ma'am, Chairwoman.
Because we're getting into discussion. First, we got a motion, we got a second.
Okay, sorry.
Then first, I wanted to go to the sponsor.
Thank you.
To tell me exactly what it is that you're
Okay.
requesting from the body.
And then
I'm
we
gonna
can
come
go
to you,
into that.
Councilwoman Warren.
Okay,
First
thank
one
you,
in the queue.
ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this resolution strongly urges U.S. immigration and customs enforcement to refrain from conducting operations at school and places of worship within the city of Memphis. Colleagues, I bring this resolution forward to emphasize the importance of maintaining safe and stable environments within our schools and places of worship. These institutions are essential to our daily lives of our residents. They are places where individuals learn, gather, and find support within their communities. These have been established as safe havens dating back generations. While we recognize the authority of federal agencies, this resolution respectfully urges discretion in how enforcement actions are carried out, particularly in locations that serve as critical community anchors. Actions in or near these spaces can have unintended impacts. And we talked about mental illness in our mental health environment and what's happening here in our city and across this nation, including creating fear or discouraging individuals from accessing education and religion services, especially our most vulnerable constituent, such as children and the elderly. This measure is about preserving trust, ensuring continual access, and supporting the overall well-being of our communities. I respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker, you recognized.
Thank you. I would like to support this, but I think that daycare should be included, seeing how here in this city, there has actually been ICE presence at some of our daycares.
And I totally concur. I have a friendly amendment that I want to do to my own resolution here, including that as well as daycares, including that. So I totally
Tell me if we could do this to the sponsor, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, if you would be opposed to this. This has a request for same night minutes.
Yes.
But could we do this? Could we, because I, for whatever reason, I didn't have a chance to review these two, and my analyst is out, so this is still my fault because you all probably emailed it. But I looked at the book. Is it possible for us to review it, potentially propose some changes? We send it down without a recommendation, but for the next meeting, and then make any changes? Or maybe move it to the next committee, next committee with the request for same night minutes to allow for any review and changes. What were you about to say, Dr. Easter Thomas?
Chair, point of clarification, is this for supporting the bill in legislation, or is this just to, okay, it is supporting the bill. The bill might be done, Chair, by the time we meet again for council. That's the only thing I'll say.
Good point.
Yeah, and then across the street, you know, I've been collaborating and working with them, trying to build a relationship, and they got it passed over there. And we couldn't jointly do it, and so I was
Which one are you talking about? The bill resolution or the U.S.
The immigration and the bill resolution, because we need to, and you're right, Dr. Eastern, Dr. Michaelin is a councilwoman. She got so many titles, and she's all that and above and more. However, Dr. Eastern Michaelin Thomas, Dr. Michaelin Eastern Thomas, I concur with what you said. All right, so.
Okay, so in other words, it's time sensitive based on this being
This is
something that
very
we would have
timely,
to
and that's
support.
why we have-
That's fine. It's just me. I need to read it.
Okay.
But do we have any members in the queue as it pertains to the ICE immigration resolution?
Chair, I just want to be
is the
added
only
as a co-sponsor.
Okay, and is there a friendly amendment to add daycares?
Yes, everything, yes, daycares.
And we can do that without objection? Yeah. Okay. Any other members in the queue? Yes. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas has been added as a co-sponsor. Any other members in the queue? And Councilman Smiley.
I would like to be a co-sponsor.
And Councilwoman Walker.
Everybody should put the name on.
I just need to read it. So I probably will be added.
I want to be this one.
And Councilman Warren. Yeah, and Councilwoman Logan. Yeah, it's really short, so it won't take me long to read it. So I'm sure by the time we get downstairs, I'll be good. Okay, so going back, so all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. That'll go down with a favorable recommendation with the request for same night minutes. Number 5 is discussion of ordinance 5969 regarding labor disputes, all council districts requested by Personnel Committee. Yeah. While we're waiting on Councilman Smiley to pull it together down there, we're just gonna go back to number 3, which is the one we were discussing, which is a resolution to support home ownership, protect access to housing, and encourage local ownership of single-family homes in Memphis. That was the one that Cooper Sutton already spoke about. Does anyone have any questions or concerns regarding that one? All those in favor say aye.
Chair. That bill failed in legislation.
Can get a second.
It couldn't get a second.
Not your resolution.
The actual bill.
Your resolution just got passed, but Senator Oliver's bill in legislation failed.
Okay. All right, so would you like to withdraw your resolution as it pertains to supporting that particular bill, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, or would you like to just hold it to see to get some more information?
Yeah, I better do this on my own, because if it failed there, and we'll do some research, because I think Senator Oliver was in Nashville, and, all right.
Item number 3. So tell me, what do you want us to do? You just want us to hold it? Do you want to try to move?
Let's hold it.
Hold it? Okay, so we're gonna hold number 3, and we're back at number 5, which is the discussion of ordinance 5969 regarding labor disputes, all council districts requested by Personnel Committee. And is this gonna be a discussion, or is it gonna be some proposed? Okay, so just a discussion. All right,
All right.
Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you remember the discussion I had with Attorney Wade, it was centered around the impasse ordinance, and my belief that the arbitrator may or may not be needed. So essentially, what you have here is me cutting, just basically eliminating the arbitrator language and adding what is essentially a permissive mediator, whether the city or the bargaining unit employee association can choose to bring in a mediator if they're not able to come to some resolution. So that's done. Also, you have language here. Eliminates any reference to the Hackett executive order. I'm not sure if that language was needed. The Hackett executive order limits who the bargaining units are. And you know, there may be some potential changes with the library workers, so they could be considered employee associations sometime soon. And that's essentially it. Just eliminates all languages, all references to the arbitrator. It allows a permissive mediator. Either the city administration or the bargaining units can elect to choose the permissive mediator. The bargaining units, if they're not unable to reach an agreement, they're required to get their information to the chairperson of the council. The chairperson of the council will notify the full body. That's essentially it. I just got rid of all language dealing with the arbitrator, allow a permissive mediator, and then section 5.11, this ordinance does not require the council to arbitrate non-economic items. Non-economic items not mutually agreed to the prior to the declaration of impasse is defined in section 5.2 will remain as stated in the previous memorandum or agreement between the two parties. Basically, no mandatory arbitrator, no mandatory arbitration. It allows the city administration or the employee association to bring in a mediator. That's it. No mandatory arbitration.
You keep saying that's it, and I've not followed from the first. That's it with all of these changes.
Okay.
Start from the top.
All right, let's go through the top. So you see red line change. The very first thing deleted is the impasse arbitrator. We removed it. There's no impasse arbitrator.
And so what is it now?
Then we go down. The next definition is the mediator. Mediator is a neutral third party whose function or purpose is to bring together parties to settle outstanding issues. The mediator may be selected by agreement between the city and the employee associations or requested by either party to the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service for the appointment of a federal mediator. So basically, we allow the employee association or the city administration to say, we can't come to an agreement, so therefore, we're going to request a mediator. It is not mandatory, but it's permissive. Right now, the process as in the first amendment I had to the substitute ordinance was there's one arbitrator, which is mandatory. Cut it out. No need for an arbitrator if they can come to an agreement. If they cannot come to an agreement, either party gets to choose a mediator. Are we good on that?
And then what happens if they're not able to agree on a mediator?
So, what you mean if they're not able to agree? They get to choose, and then what happens is, scroll down, keep going, scroll down. It spells out in here. All right, so you get to section 4.6. What happens if they can't agree to a mediator? So they get to choose at either time. Permissive. At any time before the point of impasse, the city or any employee association with written notice to the other party may call for the appointment of a mediator to assist in negotiating an agreement between the city and the relevant employee association. The mediator is chosen by the federal, let's name this thing, the federal mediation service for the appointment of federal mediator. So the entity itself will choose the mediator.
Okay.
All right. Permissive. All right, let's get.
So how do you do the notification?
Same way we did in the past. Same way. Nothing really changes except for, because I think my biggest issue with the entire impasse process is the need for the council committee meetings, which we know, just to be very direct, was a waste of time. Because ultimately, the full council had to choose. No matter what happens, the full council has to make a decision. It's a lot of wasted time with the council committee meetings. I think everybody agrees with that. That's why a lot of people said they wanted something different. So my discussion was, why do we have to have this middle part? And some of the council members said, hey, we like the middle part because we get something from the arbitrator, the mediator, or the council about what their decisions were, what resolution was able to be brought about. Here's where the mediator comes into place. So they get together and they agree there's no need for a mediator. But if they get together and they cannot agree and they think a mediator will be necessary, whether it's the city or it's the bargaining unit, they can say, hey, let's call the mediator. You can bring in a mediator. That's that.
Councilman Canale, you recognize?
You don't have a microphone? I don't know why you don't have a microphone.
Who pays for the mediator?
Both parties, same thing now. Just arbitrator right now, both parties will have to pay for the arbitrator. Arbitrator could be a little costly, especially when we initially started out with 3 arbitrators, we got down to 1. The process that we have right now is cumbersome, it takes too long, and it's not necessary for a lot of it. We were compelling people to go to arbitration when they may have been able to reach an agreement. This allows them to negotiate in good faith, which keeps the same language that we had in the previous amendment, which required the administration to provide certain information to the employee associations early on. The only thing we're really changing is whether or not the arbitration is mandatory.
Are we using arbitration and mediation like interchangeably?
Different. We're cutting the arbitrator. The arbitrator was mandatory.
I get that.
Yes.
But when you say arbitrator, mediator, like how are you differentiating in these terms?
So there's definitions. The definition, the very first part we read through. So impasse arbitrator shall mean any person selected by the council who is a mediator or arbitrator associated with the federal mediation. So it's the same thing, but we're choosing a mediator. Arbitrator, pursuant to the First Amendment, was mandatory. But now they can decide whether to use one or not. It's permissive. So I think what you're trying to say is, are arbitrators and mediators the same thing?
In the sense that you're using
The sense that I'm using them right now, they're the same thing. Only thing we're not doing is we don't have the mandatory part. Yes, in the sense that I'm using it. It could be the same. So
and then they notify them. You were going to get me to how you notify.
Same thing. Nothing changes. Nothing changes from the original. Everything you see is, anytime I see the arbitrator, I just deleted it. Delete. Because what happened in the arbitration process, the prior process, the arbitrator would essentially hear the case, sum it up, and send the information to the chair.
So 2 things. I think maybe we can speed this up. What, in your opinion, and we can split it up by each one, what is the impact of changing it in this way, in your opinion, or the reason for changing it this way?
Save time, because there's no mandatory middle part. The middle part will be either the full council, we cut that with this amendment, And then now there's a mandatory middle part, which is the arbitrator. We cut it. There's no more mandatory arbitration.
And then what's the impact of the decision from the mediator?
The mediator, all the mediator does is come together and try to come to a resolution. But if the mediator is not able to help them get to the resolution, it gets back to where we always will be. The full council will get to decide.
And so what about the other provisions in terms of, and the reason I'm asking this is I just don't have time to go through all of these scratch throughs. So what about the other parts in terms of the presentation of the financials to council,
That still
to
happens.
them, and then the pre-disclosure that was happening in the first one? And then what's the difference in impact from what we had originally and what this is proposing right now? Is it a report recommendation, or is it different, or is it the same?
Okay, so here's what happens. What we will receive for a report from the mediator, if they choose to use the mediator, is what items they were able to agree to, what items left for the council to still decide. The biggest impact is time. What will be required now is the full council will still have to make the decision. We're cutting the middle part, the mandatory middle part that consumes our time.
I get that part. I'm asking what's the difference in impact from, and then, okay, let me back up. Attorney Wade, have you had a chance to look at the changes as opposed to, okay, so.
Since I'm more familiar with the process than y'all are,
Please.
I can speak to it more so.
Well, can you speak to, please?
Because she said we're having a disconnect.
If y'all want to do it downstairs, we can. That's fine.
How we doing it downstairs?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it downstairs. And that'll give me a chance to at least kind of read it and digest it. So when I'm hearing it, I can, yeah. That's even better, because that'll give me a second to just look at it. All right. Is that everything? Yes, this concludes our personnel and governmental.
Here's your copy. I don't want to get it confused, the old with the new one.
We're ready.
The March 24, 2026 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Councilman Spinoza.
Here.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Cannelli. And Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes. Today, we're celebrating two incredible team members, Summer Banat and also Deja Ship, on their first 1 year anniversary for working here. Hey, you made it. We're so glad to have both of you. We're grateful to have you as a part of our team, and we appreciate all that you do. We have 3 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion of the fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by myself. Do any members have any questions regarding the items? All right. Item number 2 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and there is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr., second by Councilman Dr. Warren. Do any members have any questions regarding this item? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, and this is sponsored by Councilman Spinoza. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr., second by Councilman Canale, Ford Canale. All right, do any members have any questions regarding this item? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. That brings us to our add-on items. Our add-on items are items number 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Item number 24 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the total amount of $865,518 from Poplar Sweetbriar Interchange, PW01181, and repair Brooks Bridge at PW01252 to FY24 bridge repair. That is PW24401 and EB James Bridge repair, which is PW0240, to secure additional funding necessary to complete projects under construction. This affects District 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Super Districts 8 and 9 is sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 25 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate and transfer remaining funds from 5 completed Memphis Parks Accelerate Memphis projects to various Memphis Parks Accelerate Memphis projects. Districts 2, 4, 6, Super District 8, and 9. This is sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 26 is a resolution to allocate $2,000 in FY26 Council Community Grant Funds, all council districts, sponsored by Smiley. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 27 is a resolution addressing public safety concerns related to short-term rental properties and requesting the mayor's administration to collaborate with an organization to strengthen enforcement of the city's short-term rental ordinance. All council districts, sponsored by Spinoza. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 28 is a resolution adopting certain amendments to the Memphis 3.0 Comprehensive Plan to approve the Hello Hyde Park Small Area Plan, District 7, Super District 8. This is sponsored by Dr. Easter Thomas. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 29 is a Public Art Oversight Review Committee for Summer Eggert Benat. This request for same night minutes. Item number 30 is a resolution requesting that immigration enforcement actions not be staged at schools and churches within the city of Memphis, all council districts. This is sponsored by Cooper Sutton, Easter Thomas, Smiley Ford, Logan, Swearingen, Washington, and Warren. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 31 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Cooper Sutton. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 32 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Spinoza. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 33 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts. This is sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. There's a request to add on fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Item number 34 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Canale. There's a request to add on fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Item number 35 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Carlisle. There's a request to add on fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. The same night minute items are 8, 9, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Items 17, 19, 20, and 22 will be held until April 14th. Item number 23 will be held until April 28th. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed? If not, we stand adjourned. We'll see you downstairs in 5 minutes.